Oh, yes, sir, and yes, ma'am, you had better. Well, wake them up, get them going. Why wouldn't you? It's the start of the NFL season tonight. We've got the NFL back in the house. The 2023 NFL year opens tonight in Kansas City. We will preview and make all of our picks, division by division, who's going to the championship games in both conferences, who's going to the Super Bowl. We will let you know our thoughts on that throughout the course of this 5 hours this morning. We'll take our time and dive into the National Football League. Won't forget the Texas-Alabama game. That's pretty big. That's coming up on Saturday. Now T-minus 2 days. We're from Nick Saban coming up as his Crimson Tide prepare to host the Longhorns, number 11 against number 3. It is the Longhorns' first trip on campus in Tuscaloosa in 121 years. Oh, yeah, we'll preview that and the rest of the college football weekend. Also, holy humiliation, Batman. Arlington, Texas, the site of a destruction. The Houston Astros have sent a message to the Texas Rangers and the rest of Major League Baseball. What a beatdown that was again last night. We thought we'd get a pitcher's duel. We did not. The Astro bats continue to sizzle. We've also got some hoops to get to. It's going to be a fun Thursday. We appreciate you being there, however you find us. Each and every morning as you rise and grind with us here on Hook 'em Up with E and Rod B. We're right there for you on 101.9 FM, AM 1260, of course. Also streaming, making it easy to find us on that Horn app. Just download it to your smartphone and tune us in wherever you are with the touch of a button. Plug it into your phone or just do it on your Bluetooth. You've got us right there also on our YouTube channel. That's easy to find as well. That's youtube.com at The Horn Austin. Just subscribe there and listen and watch all morning, all day long. And, of course, at our website at hornfm.com. Always can stream it there and watch the Twitch channel as well as we crank this thing up on a Thursday. It's going to be a fun one. And look who it is across the desk. As always, took the stairs and got his steps in this morning. Probably got a jog in already. 4 miles or so, making me look bad over here. He is our shutdown corner on his side of the field. 5 hours a day, 5 days a week from DB High down in the 713. That'd be Lamar High School, and DBU right here in the 512, the U of Texas. 4 stops at different NFL zip codes. He is the lifetime Longhorn, the football theorist, or number 21 in your program, thanks to in honor of Deion Sanders. But always number 1 in your heart. He's our man, Rod Babers. What's up, RB?
I'm doing great. I appreciate the intro as always, my man. And like you, I'm feeling good. The NFL is upon us. Yeah, I grew up as an NFL fan. Actually, I became a college fan when I went to college. I actually wasn't initially a college football fan.
You know what's funny about that? That's true for me too, because maybe it's because we both grew up in the city of Houston.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
There wasn't a lot. I mean, college football was there.
It was there.
But it was the Oilers,
blue, baby. Yeah.
Oilers, Rockets, Astros. It was a pro town.
It was a pro town.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was a pro guy. I grew up wanting to be a professional wrestler first. But
really?
That was the first dream.
With Paul Bosch and Houston Wrestling?
Oh, the first dream.
Come on, man.
Oh, I had several personas ready to go. You know, Black Caesar was one of them.
Caesar.
Oh, it's going to be great. I had a finishing move and everything. I mean, I had it all ready to go.
What was the finishing move? Can you reveal that?
It was basically kind of a suplex / pile driver type move. Yeah. I mean, it was a little mix of it. Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah. So I had everything ready to go, but then I had to give that dream up.
You could run too fast.
I wanted to be the first black, world champion of WWF.
So I'm assuming when you were growing up in Houston watching Paul Bosch wrestling.
Oh, yeah, because wrestling was also big in
Channel
here.
39.
Yeah, exactly. See,
Houston wrestling.
Oh man, I was big. I was big into it. Man.
Coco Beware was probably your guy.
I loved them all. Coco Beware was big back in the day. I was Hulkamaniac. Honestly, I actually wrote letters.
Hulkamania.
I wrote letters to Hulk Hogan. Yeah,
that's awesome.
I actually got those. Yeah, I don't know why. Now I'm ashamed of that because, you know what? Hulk Hogan is a great American. It is, the other guy. What's his name? Terry. Yeah. He's the one that's
whatever his real name
borderline
is.
Yeah.
His real name.
He's not a great
Terry.
American.
He's not a great American.
The great Americans are those who choose to serve. We all salute you every morning, and we appreciate you, whether it be God, country, or community. So many in our community, they do choose to serve. It is a burden, but also an honor, and we want to make sure that we salute them this morning, whether it be first responders or nurses and teachers, officers of the law, soldiers, of course. There's so many of you. We can't thank you all, but we really do appreciate you and want to throw that out there.
That is absolutely true. Ty Henderson is through the glass. Ty, did you grow up watching wrestling at all in the great city of Austin? You're a lifer here in Austin, Texas.
No wrestling.
No wrestling. Because if you're from Dallas, you were watching the Von Erichs.
Oh,
and,
yeah, exactly.
That whole Dallas wrestling
before
scene.
Everything got consolidated. You know what I mean?
Because it was all regional.
Yep, it was exactly.
It was all regional in wrestling, and then it went huge, right, with the WWF or whatever it was back in the day.
WCW.
Yeah, then it just became this monster, and it's still huge today, obviously.
Yeah.
But I kind of shut down the wrestling.
Oh, I did
in
Ric
middle
Flair.
school.
Ooh, still get the Ric Flair. Woo.
Yeah, but it's much like the rivalry between Dallas and Houston, and in baseball and football and everywhere else. There was a wrestling rivalry too, right, between the Houston wrestling and the Dallas area, the
from
Von
the regionals,
Erichs.
no doubt. No question.
That's good stuff right there. I did not know that about you, that you wanted to be a pro wrestler before you wanted to be a pro football player.
That was the dream, man. That was the dream. I probably should have tried to pursue it afterwards. I was still young enough. But I had so many injuries that I probably would have ended up, I didn't know Mark Henry back then.
Arguably bangs you up more than playing
That
football.
is very true. Great point.
Just destroy their bodies.
Yeah, you're right.
Night by night.
Destroy. Yeah, my body was already destroyed. Probably not a wise industry to go into. This is probably the best. This is probably good for me, where I can sit around and, got a long shelf life. Because you're right, wrestlers, that's a hard life too. Ask my man Mark Henry. He's not an executive. He's executive level, I think.
That's awesome. Mark Henry. We'll have to get him on that. He's one of the greatest of all time. He's a Hall of Famer.
Hall of Famer. Can't beat that.
Our man Mark Henry, the strongest man in the world.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have to get him. He's the expert.
He's in
that
multiple
field.
Halls of Fame.
Yes,
that's how
is.
you know you're truly a badass. When
That's
you're
right.
in multiple Halls of Fame.
Yeah, I grew up wanting to play third base for the Astros, but then quickly decided to get into sports radio when there wasn't even sports radio.
That's why it's cool, because you basically did achieve your dream. Like this was like your second dream. Well, you got just like me.
I never played third base for the Astros,
but I never was a professional wrestler.
That's right.
My second dream was to be a pro football player. Your second dream was I want to be a sports radio show host, and
Here we go. Here we go.
Good for you.
Here we go,
Love
man.
it, brother.
That's right. That's right.
Living the dream. You are literally living the dream.
Well, you know what? Ty did too. Ty wanted to be a pro gambler. He's a pro gambler.
That is true.
No, I always thought I was going to play defensive line at SMU at one point. That was
really?
Oh, see, there you go.
Hey, Ponies are going to Oklahoma this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Watch out. Ponies hit that transfer portal hard this past offseason. That game could be closer than you think. That game could be with Rhett Lash. That game could be closer than you think.
It could be, or it could be a blowout, because the world of street is Oklahoma. That it's a different culture around there. That Brent Venables has got hands on that defense. Like he's all up in that D.
All right,
he's all up in that D.
Let's talk some football.
All up in that, blowing and going.
All right, let's get to the headlines of your Thursday morning. It includes a big commitment for the Longhorns and, of course, the big game coming on Saturday. Let's get it. Top Gun Equipment Rentals bringing you the news. Start with the Longhorns. Texas football now 2 days away from the game of the week in college football, one of the games of the year in college football. Number 11, Texas, traveling to face third-ranked Alabama. Texas owns a 7-2-1 all-time record against the Tide, but Saturday's matchup will be their first on-campus meeting in Tuscaloosa between the two college football blue bloods since their first ever meeting back in 1902. Crimson Tide haven't lost a game at home since 2019. Head coach Nick Saban knows his team is in for a battle on Saturday night.
Texas, I think everybody knows Sark is a really good coach. They've got a really good team. They've got a veteran team returning with, 10 starters on offense, 6 on defense. Really good skilled players on offense, really good quarterback, can throw the ball effectively. They make a lot of explosive plays. Worthy's an outstanding receiver. They've got good running backs. They got a really good tight end. They're very good on defense. They play really good up front, physical. They played extremely well in the first game. They're excellent on special teams. So this is a really good team all the way around, and it's going to be an opportunity for our team to sort of, where are we as a team?
Game kicks at 6 o'clock Saturday evening. Our pregame coverage here on the Horn goes live at 3:30 from the field house at the Crossover out in Cedar Park and live on the Horn. Big recruiting win for the Longhorns yesterday up at Allen High School in the Metroplex, where 4-star defensive end Zina Umeozulu committed to the Longhorns, further bolstering the defensive line class that now sits at 5 members. The 6'4", 225-pounder is the younger brother of current Texas offensive lineman Nato Umeozulu. He picked the Longhorns over Oklahoma and Texas A&M after making official visits to all 3 schools back in June. 2023 NFL regular season kicks off tonight in Kansas City. Defending champion Chiefs will hoist their Super Bowl banner and then defend home turf against the upstart Lions. Lions went 9-8 last season, but won 8 of their last 10. Nearly snuck into the playoffs after a bad start. Plenty of questions for KC to start the new year. Star defensive tackle Chris Jones still in a contract holdout, and also the health of all-pro tight end Travis Kelce hyperextended his knee in practice on Tuesday. He's officially been listed as questionable. They're apparently going to try him out before the game and make it a game-time decision. No more holdout in San Francisco. After 43 days, the 49ers and defensive end Nick Bosa have come to an agreement on a new 5-year mega contract, $170 million extension. It makes the NFL sack leader a season ago the highest-paid non-quarterback in NFL history. Major League Baseball, holy beatdown. The Houston Astros finished off a dominating 3-game sweep of the Texas Rangers last night in Arlington, 12-3 this time. Houston hit 5 more home runs last night, including a grand slam and a 3-run homer from Jose Abreu. They crushed 16 home runs in the series. That's the most ever in a 3-game span. They outscored the Rangers 39-10 in the final head-to-head matchup of the regular season. Astros now lead the AL West by a game over the Mariners. They're 3 up on Texas, who now trails Toronto by a half game for the final wild card spot in the American League. Also last night, Round Rock lost at El Paso 8-6. In basketball, Kim Mulkey, who led LSU's women's basketball team to the NCAA title in April, has agreed to terms on a new 10-year contract with LSU worth $32 million. And Rodney Terry and the Longhorns announced yesterday that the Horns will host Coach Terry's alma mater, St. Edwards, in an exhibition game on Monday, October 30th at the Moody Center.
Now, we're going to make our NFL picks today, correct?
Yeah, man.
We're going to make our picks
today. Let's put it on the board.
All right, we got to get that out there.
Yeah, we were
so we'll make playoffs, Super Bowl, all that.
Yeah,
division winners.
Yeah, let's go. Let's start with the news of the day, and then we'll get into. I figure we go. You got two divisions in each conference, right? You got 2 conferences, 4 divisions in each conference. So we'll go. Yeah. We've got 5 hours, so we'll put ours in division. 2 divisions each hour, and then we'll have the Super Bowl picks coming up in the. You got to stick with us with this.
I like it.
You like that?
No, I'm with you. Yeah. No,
right,
we got a lot to get into, so I want to. Yeah, I got a lot of details. I got a lot of.
I want your details.
Random notes and nuggets to get into about these teams. So.
All right. Well,
we need time.
Let's start with the. Let's start with the news of the morning, and we'll get to Texas at the bottom of the hour. The Longhorns, and of course, playing the Alabama Crimson Tide. Fairly big football game. Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain at the bottom of the hour.
Yes, sir.
As we get closer to this game, what the feeling is, what the pulse. You just heard from Nick Saban. Knows this Longhorn team is talented, and maybe his team not as upper end talented as we've seen from other Alabama teams in the past. This game was a 1-point game 1 year ago. Longhorns currently a 7.5-point underdog, according to Vegas. We'll go behind the burnt orange curtain bottom of the hour. But as for the NFL news of the morning, do we think Travis Kelce will play tonight? I know we were on the not going to play side yesterday, but word is they're going to work him out and see what his knee, what the stability of his knee is in the pregame, and if he's good to go, he may play tonight in this game against the Detroit Lions.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it, but you pointed it out yesterday. He hasn't missed a game in, since 2013?
143 games in a row he's played.
It's like 2013 or something. So
Iron Man.
Yeah, so it could just be him, maybe just a point of pride that, no, man, I don't want to miss any games if I don't have to, because I think I would keep him out just as a kind of cautionary just taking, being very cautious with him, because you have a very long season, 17 games now. But they want him to play. I mean, they're going to work him out. And maybe this is gamesmanship, where they want the Detroit Lions to have to still game plan for Travis Kelce up until, the last, moment where they actually have to announce whether he is eligible to play, whether he's going to be on the active roster or not. So, I don't know. I mean, that's... I don't know. That to me is iffy. Maybe he's just not hurt as bad as the reports indicate. That could also be it too. Like, well, and I thought overblown.
I thought it was kind of revealing from his brother Jason, and we played that yesterday. Yeah. In our 7:00 hour, that his brother Jason just happened to do his weekly radio hit in WIP in Philadelphia with that radio show yesterday morning, and they asked him about Travis, and he said, "No, he hyperextended it, but there's nothing structurally wrong. If the swelling can go down and the inflammation will go down, he may be able to go." And so, when you heard his brother, it sounded not as severe as some of the early reports indicated. So maybe he goes tonight. I mean, look, if it's structurally sound, then it's about wrap it up and it's a pain thing. But that Patrick Mahomes wants him out there. He needs his number one receiver.
Very true.
Who's a tight end by label, but in the world of positionless football, he's a pass catcher, and he's one of the best pass catchers. Wherever he lines up, whatever you want to call him, he's one of the best pass catchers in all of football. And dominates the sport in that position like no one we've ever seen before. They need him out there. Because they got a bunch of young receivers around him. The backup tight end's a guy, Noah Gray. Their running backs are Isaiah Pacheco and Jerick McKinnon. So it's safe to say Patrick Mahomes needs his number one target out there if he can be there.
I want to see him go full on Tom Brady with damn near with like a lot of kind of no name targets out there. Just
move some defensive guys to offense.
Turn some guy exactly. Turn some guy into a superstar out of nowhere. It's like who's going to end up being the Julian Edelman and the random star that breaks out because Patrick Mahomes turns him into a star because he needs a receiver. I do want to see Patrick Mahomes because he's done a lot of unbelievable things. I want to see what he could do without two of the three best players on the team because Chris Jones, even though he says he can play tomorrow if they sign a deal, he did say that they don't seem like right now they're close to signing that deal. And now you have another precedent to it in the negotiations because of the Bosa deal that was just signed.
Yes.
So Chris Jones is probably like, look at that deal and just see, even though playing different positions, but still Chris Jones wants a whole lot of money. So I don't think that's going to happen. And I wouldn't play Travis Kelce either, but I understand what you're saying about him being so integral to their offense. I mean, he's got the most receiving yards in the NFL since 2015. Like, just receiving yards, period. Not for a tight end. Just receiving yards, period. He's actually working on his 8th straight 1,000-yard season as a tight end. No other tight end has even 4,000-yard seasons in their career, period. Let alone 7 straight 1,000-yard seasons. He is by far and away the greatest tight end in NFL history at this point. It is productive.
Yeah.
The most productive.
Well, and he's got rings and he's got
I think he's going to end up going down as the GOAT, yeah.
Yeah, in that position.
Done.
I mean, he is...
Gronk's going to have a little case, but I'd say he's been more productive than Gronk, actually.
Yeah.
Which is
crazy
to think.
You just said it. He's a tight end, yes, but he's a receiver, right? He's just such an athletic player. He's unguardable at the red zone. And the combination...
Perfect offense.
The perfect offense with the perfect coach.
Perfect
with Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes loves finding him. Well, let's start there, Rod, because we'll get into the Nick Bosa contract and how that it'll impact the Cowboys and Micah Parsons. Because right now Nick Bosa is now the highest paid non-quarterback in the league. You can expect after this year that Micah Parsons is going to want more than that if he has the year everybody expects him to have. That impacts everybody on the defensive side of the ball. Over $120 million in guaranteed money for the pass rusher with the 49ers, but they needed to get him in camp. Well, let's start. If we're going to go 2 divisions an hour, let's start with the AFC West since we have the Chiefs in action tonight. We'll go AFC West and AFC South, bottom of the AFC Conference, the American Football Conference. What are your thoughts? Are the Chiefs going to win this division again? Do they have a tier in that division? Chargers, Broncos, Raiders? Can anybody chase the Chiefs, or is it just all Chiefs again? They've dominated that division to a huge level since Andy Reid and then Patrick Mahomes have been in combo there.
Yeah, and even before Patrick Mahomes got there.
Yeah.
Even with just Andy Reid there, with Alex Smith, they were dominating that division. I don't see, honestly, them having a peer in that division. I mean, we could go through some of the stats about how dominant Kansas City's been, but people know that already. They've been truly a dominant force. I don't see anybody in that division. Now, you got the Chargers, who have a new offensive coordinator, and they're loading up on weapons for Justin Herbert. That's going to be big because that's one thing. Kellen Moore with his new offensive system. You think about the leaps that quarterbacks have made in recent years, where you're talking about, Jalen Hurts recently and the leap that he made, Joe Burrow's leap that he made. Usually there is an infusion of offensive talent associated with that, and the Chargers have done that. They got Austin Eckler back, at least for the time being. He's just gruntled. But drafting Quentin Johnson, another big body wide receiver.
TCU.
From that core, that may end up being a problem for a lot of defenses in that division.
Well, and the Chargers, have a quarterback in Justin Herbert who's statistically historically great.
Yeah.
But the wins and losses, the playoff loss they had last year when they were up 28-0 or whatever the score was, embarrassing losses. Jacksonville came back and beat them. That they find a way to lose games, and they can't stay healthy. Those are the two things I think about when I think about the Chargers. They have talent, but their coach gambles too much, and I don't know if he's ready to be a primetime head coach. They lose games they should win, and then they get hurt a lot. Like the Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, their best players seem to get hurt. Derwin James, can he play a full season? These are all huge questions. Meanwhile, the Chiefs have won 7 straight division titles. They're going for 8 in a row in that division, Rod.
Like I said, that's pre Mahomes.
That's yeah. So it's impossible not to pick them to win the division.
Yeah.
You tell someone, because Denver's got Sean Payton now. They're trying to reclimate Russell Wilson, but they've got, speaking of injuries, Jerry Jeudy's hurt. One of their lead receiver, Denver, when they open their season this weekend, is Marvin Mims, a rookie out of Oklahoma. They got Cortland Sutton there from SMU, but who's Russell Wilson throwing to? They're banking on a big year from Javonte Williams, their running back who got hurt last year. I can't buy into Denver even with Sean Payton, and then the Vegas Raiders with Jimmy Garoppolo, Devontae Evans. There's nobody that has the substance, and nobody has Patrick Mahomes, so they're going to win that division.
Yeah, the Chargers, who should be the challenger, right? They look like they are perfectly situated right now to challenge Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs in the division, if there is going to be a challenger. Justin Herbert, his record, how about this? He's 25-25 as a starter.
Right.
But his record in comeback opportunities in the fourth quarter or overtime, that's when you're basically down one possession in the fourth quarter, 10-14.
Ugh.
Yeah, and Patrick Mahomes is he's over 51%, just to give you a lot of a little gauge there. But he's 19-4 though when the Chargers allow fewer than 27 points. Just told you he was 25-25, but 19-4 when the Chargers allow fewer than 27 points. And to me, that's on Brandon Staley.
Right.
Who was a defensive-minded head coach, and that's why I think he brought in Kellen Moore to, because he wants even more points. Remember, the Cowboys they were basically the best offense in the NFL since 2019. If you're just looking at points per game when Dak Prescott is the starter, that I think Brandon Staley has kind of given up on, man, maybe we can be a defensive-minded, defensive-oriented model, and now he wants to just score some points, and the defense will not be the identity of the team, but they'll be the complementary kind of piece where the offense is.
Ty, are you picking the Chiefs in that division as well? Is there anybody? Do we think one of these other 3 teams will make the playoffs? Is there another playoff team in the AFC West?
The Chargers.
Yeah.
Chargers, if there's going to be one.
It'll be them.
Okay, let's go to the AFC South. I mean, these are the 2 probably the easiest divisions to pick in my mind. Easiest meaning that there's a clear favorite in both, because the Chiefs have won 7 straight. They're the favorites to win an 8th straight. When does the Chris Jones holdout get settled becomes a question as well in my mind with the Chiefs, but they're going to need him. You wonder if they let him sit out 7 games and just get him after week 8 and go on with him. But in the AFC South, it's Jacksonville, right? I mean, Jacksonville looks like the clear favorite over Tennessee, Indianapolis, and Houston. By the way, Houston took another piece of bad news yesterday. Titus Howard, their right tackle, on IR.
Yep.
That broken hand that he suffered early in training camp they thought would heal and be fine, didn't heal. So now he's on IR. They have 3 of their starting 5 offensive linemen on injured reserve to start the season. Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, and now Titus Howard. They only have 2 healthy of their starting offensive line when they go to Baltimore on Saturday or Sunday. That's rough. It's going to be a rough start for C.J. Stroud. Can you pick anybody but Jacksonville in that division, Ron?
No, right now I'm a heavy lean to Jacksonville.
Me too.
Especially with them getting Calvin Ridley back. Basically, they're adding a number 1 wide receiver to that offensive repertoire that Doug Peterson and Trevor Lawrence have. I think they're going to actually take another step this year. And Jaguars haven't made back-to-back playoffs in a long time. I believe since like 1996 to 1999 was around that time. And they haven't had back-to-back winning seasons since 04-05. I think they break both of those streaks this year. I think they end up making the playoffs. I think they win the division. And I think, Trevor Lawrence is in a discussion for being one of the better quarterbacks in the league. I think he takes, because this team is so talented and offensively, I think he takes another step too. Might even be in that conversation for MVP.
Yeah, agreed on that. And I don't think there's another playoff team in that division. Unless Tennessee has this surge with Derrick Henry and Ryan Tannehill. They've added DeAndre Hopkins, but they're a very old team in their skill positions, and I just don't see it out of Tennessee. I think they missed their window a couple years ago when they were the number 1 overall seed in the AFC for Mike Vrabel. I just don't. And in Houston, if you told me Houston had a healthy offensive line to start the season, I'd give them a chance to not make the playoffs, but at least be competitive. I think they might get overwhelmed by Rod here.
Oh, young quarterback, rookie quarterback
with a banged up offensive line to start the year in Baltimore and first few games. That's rough. Jacksonville, I agree with you. You going Jacksonville there, Ty, or do you have a sleeper pick?
I don't know. I think Tennessee, they were pretty, hit hard by injuries last year. I think was last year the year where they used the most players ever in NFL history in one season.
Yeah, they were banged up, and look, if Ryan Tannehill's healthy and Derrick Henry's slugging the ball up there, and then DeAndre Hopkins on play action, but they just seem old to me.
I mean, for as good as Trevor Lawrence looks, there's points where he does look he looked terrible
he's a young
in that first half
quarterback, right?
in that playoff game last year.
He did. He's a young quarterback, but as Rod said, Calvin Ridley's there, right? He was.
He's got more weapons now.
They traded for him quietly while he was suspended for gambling, and all of a sudden here he is to go with Zay Jones and Christian Kirk and Evan Ingram, and their backfield is Travis Etienne. A lot of people think he's ready for a breakout
year.
Weapons,
man. That's
Tank Bigsby, the young back out of Auburn, they like a lot as a power back to be a
Doug
compliment.
Peterson can call plays though,
and their defense is pretty good.
It's a playmaking defense.
And again, that division, I mean, the Houston games, the Indianapolis games, those should be very, very winnable for them. I like young legs over old legs, Jacksonville over Tennessee in that division.
Tennessee, I like what Ty's saying, though, because I think Vrabel's a hell of a coach. I won't just, count them out. But, man, they were 0-9 versus teams with winning records last year, which is
not good.
Not good. That's the worst record for any team since 2015. That's really bad. So I wonder if now, they may need to, like you said, they missed their window, maybe trying to reinvent Tennessee Titans football, whatever that may be.
And if I remember correctly, they were kind of the opposite of the Detroit Lions, where they lost 9 of their last 10 games.
They did.
Yeah.
Well, remember they got hurt, right? Tannehill got hurt, and then they were going with the young quarterback out of Liberty who wasn't ready to play. They were bad at that position, and you can't win in the NFL if you're bad at quarterback. Against good teams, without a doubt. All right, play along with us. 337-3776 is our Specs text line. Who do you got? Denver, KC, Vegas, or L.A. in the West? Do you have anybody but Jacksonville in the South? We'll go division by division, hour by hour over our 5 here on Ian Rod B on Hook 'em Up. We've got Jacksonville and Kansas City as kind of the easiest 2 picks of these divisions. The rest, they get harder when you get to the AFC North and more difficult when you get to the AFC East. And then we'll go to the NFC and talk Cowboys as we preview the NFL and the NFL season which coming. We won't forget about the Longhorns in Alabama, though. Coming back, Rod will take us behind the burnt orange curtain. What's the latest? 2 days out to Texas and Alabama. Rod's been doing the deep dive study of the Alabama Crimson Tide, getting ready for this matchup on Saturday night. We're coming back with that. Plus, we'll get some What the Facts before the end of the hour. Just getting warmed up here on Ian Rod B. Viking Fence is the brings you this hour, and what a great partner for us here on Ian Rod B and the Horn, of course. Great people over there. For 50-plus years, Viking Fence has been the premier fence company in Austin, Texas. Any project, any needs you have, whether it's a wood privacy fence, commercial or residential, iron fences, iron gates, handrails, something for your home or business there as well. And I was always telling you, their dedication over 50 years is the commitment to bring you the highest quality fencing in Austin and beyond. Well, how do they do that? They understand to be involved and be in control every step of the process, from inception to installation, right? They don't run down to the lumber yard to get the lumber for your wood privacy fence or the big box store. They mill it in their own on-site lumber mill. They control that raw material, which creates for you the best quality, the highest quality, and the best value when it's time to get that fence done. That's what it's about. It's why Viking Fence puts the longest warranties on any project and any fence that they do. You can also get your building materials from Viking Fence if you want to go that route. Do it yourself, but get all of that, your fence posts and pickets there at Viking Fence, that Big Tex brand of lumber, which is superior to anything you're going to find at the lumber yard, at the box store. I promise you that. Milled in their own on-site lumber mill and pre-stained with Viking Fence. Phone number is there, 837-6411. It's 837-6411, or find them online. That website is always great. You got the gallery of work, all of their divisions. And you get a quote there, finance your project, learn about their current promotions. It's all at VikingFence.com. And always remember, if you have a fence project, there is one name in Austin, Texas, throughout Central Texas, and throughout the great state. And if you're looking for a fence, it's a Viking Fence.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Hook 'em up. 1019 AM 1260. The Horn.
Ian Rod B. focused squarely on the big weekend of college football, but also today we'll make our NFL division-by-division predictions, who's going to the championship games in each conference and who is going to the Super Bowl. We'll reveal that as we go. We've already picked the Chiefs. Consensus on the Chiefs and Jaguars in the AFC West
Chiefs
and
was
South.
Easy. Everybody, is there anybody who's going to pick anybody other than the Chiefs in that division? Seriously, though. If that's not a Chargers fan.
Silly not to.
Like you said, would you say 8 straight division winners? Division titles for them, I should say.
It's like picking anybody but the Astros in the AL West. Oh, sorry, Ty. Sorry, Ty.
Wow.
Did I do that too soon?
It's not over yet.
Too soon?
Wow.
There's a lot of baseball left.
Uh-oh. He's feeling cocky.
39-10?
Yeah, they put it on him. They I don't know why they're doing this to the Rangers. I don't know why they're making history.
Uncle.
They're making history, exactly. Like the Rangers want to tap out. They put, oh, man. I can't believe it. I can't believe
it looks like Adolis Garcia is going to be out a while, too.
I know. It's just
insult to injury.
Well, now as we wake up this morning, the Rangers just got humiliated for 3 nights, and now they're out of the playoffs right now. The Blue Jays have passed them for the wild card. So,
well, thankfully the A's did their job and beat the Blue Jays last night.
Yeah, but the Blue
my
Jays
pick of the night.
But the Blue Jays are still a half game up.
I know, but hey, that game went under by a run, by the way.
That's
so
right. You had the pick of the night.
Back.
And that's all you care about is your pick. You're gambling.
Exactly.
But yes, sorry about that, Ty, and Ranger fans. But yeah, the Astros are flexing.
We'll get into that and what the
point.
facts, but yeah, that's some history being made, and it's a bad kind of Rangers fan.
You know, excited for the Astros. At the same time, the pitching for the Rangers was just awful. Ooh. I mean, they were leaving pitches up in the zone, up over the middle of the plate. I mean, you got to execute pitches. You can't just throw it. You know, it was bad. Max Scherzer even last night just throwing meatballs. Okay, well, we'll get back to the NFL coming up. Top of the next hour, we'll go to the other side, to the top of the AFC. Rod, we'll hit the AFC North and the AFC East, the two toughest divisions of the AFC.
AFC East is going to be.
Feels like there are 8 teams of those two divisions that could win the division. You're going to pick them out of a hat. And then it kind of feels like you got several teams in there that could go to the Super Bowl, at least challenge the Chiefs to go to the Super Bowl. Whereas we in the South and the West, feels like it's Jaguars and Chiefs all the way, and both of those teams heavy favorites. All right, let's dive into talk Texas and Alabama. The college football weekend is quickly approaching. Let's go behind the burnt orange curtain.
And they were all asking themselves the same question: what is behind that curtain?
All right, getting closer to Texas Bama, and I think we've analyzed this matchup from almost every angle that you can. At this point, I think we're just kind of diving into the details.
Sure.
The belief is that, at least my belief, my belief, is that Sark has pretty much been game planning for this game the entire offseason.
Yeah.
And even X-Man and some of the other guys, they've hinted to that too, that, hey, man, we've been working on this Bama stuff for a long time. And we know the game plan against Rice was intentionally vanilla and lacked creativity. I went back and looked at one of my tweets after the Bama game from last season and found out that Sark used 8 different personnel groupings. He was really in his bag. I mean, I don't know if we had a more creative opening script for any game for Sark than that Bama game. Can you think of one?
No.
But the opening script was more creative, innovative, that had more.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
just eye test.
But it's the great chess match. I mean, obviously, Sark has great respect for Nick Saban, learned a lot from Nick Saban. And, you just heard in our update headlines at the top of the hour, Nick Saban knows that Texas nearly beat them last year, and they might be more talented this year. But, yeah, that script, he knows what the rules what the structural rules on defense for Nick Saban are, right? I mean, what are
and likewise.
Yeah, do your assignment. Know your role, know your assignment, play your position.
Yeah.
And Sark, can kind of play to that, try to break the rules, right? Try to force them out of their comfort on the defensive side of the ball. It's such a fundamentally sound defense. But you're right, Nick Saban's going to have something new, right? You've talked about the 3-down defenses. You go to some of that, the pressure packages, the amoeba fronts, the ghost fronts, all the things that have given Texas trouble and Quinn Ewers trouble in the last 4 or 5 games. You got to think Nick Saban is going to break a lot of that out and make them beat it. And against Alabama, you're doing it against some of those. This isn't Rice. I mean, these are superior athletes, superior players, and a superior coach.
Yeah, no, I agree. And like I said, when you watch Nick Saban, you don't see many of the amoeba fronts. But I think for this game, he would break out some of those things that have clearly on film given Texas trouble. That is one of them. They don't necessarily run the 3-down defense, but I wouldn't doubt if you saw it in this game. Listen, Rice didn't major or minor in it, and Rice broke it out versus Texas. Why? Because, well, if you watch enough film on Texas, do enough research, you realize that Sark's offense, that's his schematic kryptonite. Right, because it turns Sark into Steven. It's like Superman into Clark Kent. And that the stats would bear that out. In Longhorn fans, Longhorn fans would tell you that too. So I wouldn't doubt if Nick Saban had a little something different, in his holster ready to go for Sark, because they know each other. Now, if you want to beat Nick Saban, it does help to really know him, right? The two former assistants that have beaten him have been Jimbo Fisher and Kirby Smart.
Yep.
And I know Kirby Smart was with him longer than any of his other assistants. I'm not sure how long Jimbo Fisher was with Nick Saban. I know it was a while, but also they go way, way back too.
Yeah.
So he knows
LSU days.
Yes, exactly. I beat Nick Saban and Jimbo Fisher when I was playing at Texas in my last game at Texas, actually, in the Cotton Bowl against LSU. They had a great staff. Will Muschamp was on that staff. Jimbo Fisher was on that staff. They won a national title the very next year after I left.
That was the Roy Williams huge game at the Cotton Bowl.
Man, we put it on them.
We put it on them. Chris Sims tore them up.
Oh, man, that was a good. We wanted to send knock my class out in style. That was a great game. I wasn't going to lose my last game at Texas. Hell no.
Hell no.
Now, who are we going up against? But anyway, so Sark wasn't with him that long, right? Sark was with him for like 3 years. He was with him as an analyst.
Then he went to Alabama, or he went to Atlanta Falcons and came back.
And then he came back for what? That was 2 years?
2 years.
2 years, I believe it was. Now, we just need to hope that Sark was able to gain and was able to extract just tons of information and wisdom from Nick Saban so that he knows him. Traditionally, the guys that beat Nick Saban were with him either a long time or they go way back with him.
Yeah.
There's only been two of them. So not like we got a lot of samples to choose from there. So hopefully Sark has something that in his right now in his game plan that really is something Nick Saban wouldn't expect, and something that he has identified as a weakness of Nick Saban, which he ain't got many weaknesses. He's the GOAT.
Well, and he is the GOAT, and they've only lost 5 games there since 2008. And the last time was Joe Burrow in 2019. Can Quinn Ewers, play an upper level game? And as you've documented all week long, and the quick passing game has to be a part of it. As much as the numbers say don't do it, they're gonna have to hit a deep shot or two, just because you got to loosen up that defense. If you don't even try to throw the deep ball and down the field, then they're gonna play in a 15, 20-foot realm and try to jump all the quick routes and try to beat and suffocate those quick passes. And can Texas generate a run game, a traditional run game with Jonathan Brooks and or C.J. Baxter? That's going to be critical in this game. But at the same time, I think we talk too much about Quinn Ewers in the offense. Texas is traveling with a really good defense. And that really good defense, I think, is better this year than it was last year. And last year, they gave Alabama a hell of a time on the defensive line, and they're getting after them up front. And that can, you said it earlier in the week, Rod. Defense travels, and if that defense with Pete Kwiatkowski, can keep Texas in this game, and if they don't turn the football over on offense, I don't know if Texas can win this game, but I do like the 7.5 points. I'll tell you that, because I think it's going to be a close football game when it's all said and done come fourth quarter. But kind of like picking the Chiefs in the West, history now tells you that if it's a close game in the fourth quarter, you might want to pick the opponent in that spot. But I'll take the 7 points. Yeah,
Texas, that's the test, right? They have not proven under Sark to be a fourth quarter team.
No.
Last year, they outscored in the fourth quarter and overtime, even though they outscored their opponents by 179 points combined in the first 3 quarters. And like you said, history will tell you that if you're going to beat Nick Saban in Tuscaloosa, you're going to do it in the fourth quarter. You're going to have to do it by taking that game and really earning that win in the fourth quarter somehow. And also, history will tell you, your quarterback's going to have to play a hell of a game. Even if he's not a transcendent player, he's going to have a transcendent performance in that game. That means you got to get Quinn Ewers in the groove. And since we're at the point now, we're talking about like details and, the chess match within the game. Sark wants to run RPOs. Hell, Quinn Ewers was 7 of 7 on RPO throws versus Rice. He calls his offense passing game an RPO-based passing game. Nick Saban knows that. Nick Saban's been obsessed with defending the RPOs, and he claims that man coverage is just the best coverage against RPOs, period. So at least that chess match starts there. Sark wants to run RPOs, and Saban's going to defend the RPOs with man coverage. And what's the next move by Sark now that he knows that? If you can get them in man coverage, anticipating that, that's when you can have your man beaters. You can have your crossing routes, your drag routes. You can have your bunch formations, run some rub routes, some pick routes, and, figure out exactly how he's going to defend those RPOs. And also, I think one of the other things about, and I'll talk about this later on too, best way to win big games is to break tendency, because big games, teams have been doing a lot of research for months because they anticipate that if it's an offseason, you got a big game in the regular season, like Texas has done, they start doing Alabama prep in the offseason,
sure,
months ahead of time. And for those big games, so the only way for you to actually win it is to break tendency, because all of your tendencies, the trends, your patterns, your habits, they're all going to be like Rob B has. They're all going to be on paper somewhere, given out to a coaching staff. They do this 70% of the time. These are their tendencies in these situations. So what you do is you use that information against your opponent.
That's right.
Things that they are starting to think, all right, in this situation, they always run this play out of this formation with this personnel, and you got to pick and choose. All right, cherry pick those really isolated situations and moments where you know that within a chess match, your opponent is going to be expecting and anticipating a certain coverage, a certain play, and then that's how you get them.
Rod Babers.
How you win big games.
Absolutely.
Break tendency.
And you've had months to do it.
Yep.
And that's one of the frustrating parts of last year's game where Quinn Ewers got hurt. It felt like Texas had hit on some things, and then all of a sudden the quarterback's hurt, and then Hudson Card's in the game, and he gets hurt.
Yep.
Game plan changes, and then it was just kind of a
survive
wrestling match the rest of the way.
Yeah.
And in the end, Bryce Young won it. And one of these quarterbacks, Jalen Milroe or Quinn Ewers, have to win it for their football team.
Won in the fourth quarter.
In the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll come back. When we do, we'll do some What the Facts, including that Astros historic pummeling of the Rangers. Also some other facts from around the sports world. We'll get back into our NFL picks as well. We're going AFC North and AFC East after the top of the hour. It's Ian Rod B on a Thursday.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Austin, Texas sports. The Horn.
Talking Texas Bama, the college football weekend, and looking forward to it. NFL season starts tonight in Kansas City. Chiefs will work out Travis Kelce this morning, apparently, in a workout on the field and see where he's at and make a determination from there. He's officially listed as questionable. But if you're a Travis Kelce fantasy football owner or fan, keep an eye on that today. Will he play or not? Probably one of those game time decisions. Rod Babers on record saying, don't risk it.
Don't do it.
Don't risk the biscuit.
Ain't worth it. 17 games.
7 long season. It's only September the 7th.
And you got Patrick Mahomes. You got the ultimate Band-Aid for anything.
Yeah, you do.
For any issue.
You do. And you're playing at home.
And you're playing at home.
And you're playing Detroit. But again,
ain't your mama's Detroit Lions now. It ain't Rod B's Detroit Lions.
Yeah, that's where you played a little bit. How long were you in Motown?
Well, Motown about two almost 2 seasons.
Yeah,
Motown. They're longer than any other place.
That's a good place to start. Just the facts. What the facts here on Ian Rod B. It is a fact that last year the Detroit Lions got off to a miserable 1-6 start. They won in their first 7 games. They were 1-6. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 1-6. Their only win came against Washington in week 2. Then they lost the Cowboys, and then the Dolphins beat them. They were 1-6. But they finished the year 8-2, Rod. Their last 10 games, they won 8 of them. They beat Chicago and Green Bay at the end of last season. They nearly made the playoffs.
He did.
As Dan Campbell figured some things out defensively, got that offense going, and that's why the Detroit Lions have become a trendy pick here and a trendy team to start, and we'll preview that division coming up in our 7 o'clock hour. But, don't sleep on the Lions. They were red hot at the end of last year. They've added pieces, and Dan Campbell's team feels like they're poised to take another step. But you're playing the Chiefs in Kansas City. They're going to raise their banner and get some rings, and it's a tough.
It's a top 3 offense though. They've been working on their defense all offseason. That offense, it can go, and they got Jahmyr Gibbs. They got another weapon. It was already a top 3 offense from last season. They added another weapon.
Yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Now, if they had Jameson Williams, remember the receiver out of Alabama who was hurt last year and then came back at the end of last year. Now he's out for the first several games because of the gambling
suspension.
Stuff. Yeah. They had him, it'd be even more dynamic.
It'd be crazy.
But they've got some talent offensively, good offensive line. No Chris Jones for the Chiefs. This should be an intriguing game. What else do you have in just the facts, my friend?
Let's get to some of these facts about the Astros.
Oh, my gosh.
Man, the Astros are the second Major League Baseball team in the modern era to outscore their opponents by 8+ runs per game over a span of 8 road games. The other was the Yankees. They kind of
like the Gilf, don't they?
Yeah, they do. Oh, yeah, they do. The Yankees was the other one in 1939. You got to go all the way back to 1939 to find the Yankees. Here's another one, Astros related. The Astros are the first team in Major League Baseball history to score 12+ runs and hit 5+ homers in 3 straight games.
Oh, my gosh.
Never happened before. Did that again, making history against the Rangers.
The game last night was Verlander-Scherzer. It was supposed to be a marquee matchup. That matchup between Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander, a couple of Hall of Famers to be. Their 467 combined career wins were the most by a duo entering a starting pitching matchup since Greg Maddux and Barry Zito in 2008. You had to go back all the way to 2008 to get a matchup of 2 pitchers head-to-head who had accumulated that many Major League wins. Greg Maddux, Barry Zito. Pretty awesome. One note out of football, Rod, the Nick Bosa deal.
Give it to me.
Nick Bosa, now the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of pro football. 5-year deal, $170 million extension. His 43-day holdout is over. How about this? A $122.5 million guaranteed payout. So it's like a quarterback deal for a pass rusher. Nick Bosa is one of 5 players to have multiple 15-sack seasons in his first 4 years in the league since individual sacks became official in 1982, Rod. One of 5 players to have multiple 15 or more sack seasons in his first 4 years. He's the anchor of that defense.
Yeah,
and since they've drafted Nick Bosa, the 49ers have not finished outside the top 5 in total defense in the National Football League. How about that fact?
Yeah, and
you don't. I mean,
you can pay your DN like that or your best defensive player like that when you're paying your quarterback pennies now on the dollar.
Yeah, Brock Purdy, last pick of the draft.
Yeah, exactly. And you're gonna be paying him like that for the next 2 years. So
and they've traded Trey Lance.
They've been able to extend their window a little bit. As a champion, as a franchise for a championship.
Yeah, there's cheap quarterbacks, and then there's Pat Brock Purdy, who when you're the last pick of the 7th round,
he's easily the lowest paid starting quarterback in the league.
No question.
By far, actually.
No question. And you're right. Think about it. They've got big contracts to their left tackle, to now Nick Bosa, to Fred Warner, their middle linebacker, who's among the best middle linebackers in the league. Deebo Samuel got a big new deal. Christian McCaffrey's among the highest paid running backs in the league. You just got George Kittle locked up to a big contract. So, yes, you've got a loaded roster. The window is now for the 49ers, Rod.
Yes, it is, brother.
It is now because you've got the best. I mean, you're loaded, and now you have a quarterback who you believe in who is not costing you much money at all.
Yeah, now I'm with you. They got probably 2 more years of this before they got to think about, paying Brock Purdy and that kind of stuff. But right now, first world problems for the 49ers.
Well, they don't have to worry about playing. I mean, Brock, they can let Brock Purdy play out his contract and franchise tag him. They've got 4 years of control of that player, at least from here on out. So if he performs, they're in a good place. And they're not even allowed to talk contract with him, Rod, until after year 3. Yeah,
your hope is that you have to extend him as early as possible. That would mean that he's playing really well.
Yeah.
Now, if you're dragging it out, that means you're not sure about him and he's not playing that well. You'd like he to be a player that pushes you into the Super Bowl and can put you over the top and win the Super Bowl. And then you're like, all right, we're thinking about extending Purdy as soon as possible. That's why it would work out in that timeline. If he's playing really well. If he's not, then they got bigger fish to fry then.
Ugly.
It's going to get real ugly,
Yeah. But if it works out, they're one of the teams to beat in the NFC, along with Philadelphia and maybe Dallas. We'll predict that coming up in our 7 o'clock hour. This is time to check that Astro trash can beater again. Come on now. You watch the game. How many really good pitches did the Astros hit for home runs? Not many. That was some garbage pitching by the Texas Rangers. I mean, there were balls hanging in zones. Rod could have hit a home run.
It's a lot of baseball left.
Yeah, that's where that's what's in your trash can. Them terrible Rangers pitches.
I mean, golly. I mean, it was just up in the zone, heart of the plate. It was not good execution on the pitcher's mound by the Texas Rangers. Bruce Bochy just scratching his head in the dugout. All right, we'll come back. When we do, it's going to be the headlines quickly, and then we'll get back into our NFL previews. We're going division by division. We've already picked the Chiefs and the Jaguars in the AFC West and South. Who do we have in the AFC North and East? We'll tell you next here on Ian Rod B. We are brought to you by Bud Light. Remember, on Saturday, we will be live at the Field House at the Crossover with our friends at Bud Light. Great specials there. $18 for buckets of Bud Light, $5. We've got 5 Bud Lights in a bucket. Also, the Michelob Ultras will be $16 for a pitcher. For a pitcher of Bud Light. That's a good deal.
Good deal.
And the Field House at the Crossover is going to be a phenomenal location to watch Texas and Alabama. And all the college football games this Saturday. We'll be out there with our pregame show and coverage starting at 3:30. We'll go all the way to about 5:30, and then the game is at 6. Get yourself ready to go out at Field House at the Crossover with our friends at Bud Light.
Great location.
And just great games. And we're previewing the NFL here today, but, man, the games on Saturday, a lot of fun. A&M playing down at Miami. Good early test for both teams, and let's just see where Jimbo Fisher's team in with Bobby Petrino.
Scoring some points down there in Aggie Land.
Yeah, they did, 52.
Mm-hmm.
52
they
last
didn't score,
week with Connor
I don't think they
Weigman.
scored that many points against an FBS team all last year.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, so I'm assuming Bobby Petrino's calling the plays because the offense looks a little different. Or
Well,
at least
if
they got it up tempo. Well, they have to be more up tempo now. If he had that antiquated offense with these new rule changes, where the clock doesn't stop after every first down unless they're in the last 2 minutes, man, they wouldn't have like 6 or 7 possessions all game.
Yeah, that's right. That's a fun game. Obviously, Texas Tech looking to bounce back against Oregon after their loss at Wyoming.
Oregon, Bo Nix looks good.
Yeah, man.
Man, Pac-12 looks good.
I really like that.
Pac-12's undefeated.
Pac-12 has not lost a game yet. The Colorado-Nebraska game, what does Matt Rule have for Deion Sanders? That'll be a prime-timer at 11 a.m.
You
like that prime-timer?
I see what you did there.
You see what I did?
That was nice.
Yeah. Prime time at Colorado with a sellout crowd in Boulder for the first time in forever.
They're going to be on national TV for 5 games in the first 2 months.
You think the students forgot where this football stadium was in Boulder? Feels like it, but they'll be there this week.
Oh, no. They was partying in the streets out there in Boulder. I took a visit to Boulder. That was one of my schools I was going to go to,
I've been there.
Top 5. Oh, it's beautiful.
It's a beautiful place.
It's gorgeous. Oh, man. It's amazing.
We went there for spring break one year during college.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hey, let's get to the headlines. Then we're talking all things NFL, also Longhorns, Alabama, and the college football weekend. Let's get the news. Top Gun Equipment Rentals, bring them to you. We start with Texas football. 2 days away now to that big game. Longhorns on a 7-2-1 record all time against Alabama. But Saturday's matchup will be the first meeting in Tuscaloosa between the two college football blue bloods since their first ever meeting back in 1902, 121 years ago. Crimson Tide haven't lost a game on that field since 2019. Head coach Nick Saban knows his team is in for a tough contest on Saturday night.
Texas, I think everybody knows Sark is a really good coach. They've got a really good team. They've got a veteran team returning with, 10 starters on offense, 6 on defense. Really good skilled players on offense, really good quarterback, can throw the ball effectively. They make a lot of explosive plays. Worthy's an outstanding receiver. They've got good running backs. They've got a really good tight end. They're very good on defense. They play really good up front, physical. They played extremely well in the first game. They're excellent on special teams. So this is a really good team all the way around, and it's going to be an opportunity for our team to sort of, where are we as a team?
Number 11 against number 3 kicks at 6 p.m. on Saturday evening. Our pregame coverage, as we mentioned, goes live at 3:30 on Saturday afternoon here on the Horn. Big recruiting win for the Longhorns yesterday up at Allen High School in the Metroplex. 4-star defensive end Zina Ume Ozulu committed to Texas, further bolstering a defensive line class that now sits at 5 members. The 6'4", 225-pounder is the younger brother of current Texas offensive lineman Nato. He picked the Longhorns over Oklahoma and Texas A&M after making official visits to all 3 schools in June. Yesterday here on Ian Rod B, Jerry Hamilton, the recruiting insider from Inside Texas, joined us and provided a scouting report.
He's got that tall 6'4.5". He's about 225 right now. That 83-inch type of wingspan, those really long arms, that frame that's going to take some time to develop, right, guys? Mm-hmm. But he's got twitch. He's got quick feet. He's playing some middle linebacker this year for Allen out of necessity, which also speaks to what the kid will do to help him try to win football games, because that definitely sets his development as an edge back a little bit. But he's a guy that down the line, as he adds more weight and strength to that frame, and he learns pass rush technique with those long arms and that frame, he has a chance to be a quality player.
NFL regular season kicks off tonight in Kansas City. Plenty of questions for Kansas City. Star defensive tackle Chris Jones still in a contract holdout. The all-pro tight end Travis Kelce suffered that hyperextended knee in practice on Tuesday. He will be tested today, and it'll be a game-time decision. The Rams have announced they will not have Cooper Kupp in their lineup on Sunday in Seattle. Los Angeles head coach Sean McVay said they've ruled out the wide receiver for Week 1 and haven't ruled out placing Kupp on the injured reserve because of his ongoing hamstring injury. Team has not decided that just yet. As we mentioned, the holdout is over for Nick Bosa. He has signed a mega deal with the 49ers. Major League Baseball last night, the Astros continued their domination of the Rangers. They finished it off with a 12-3 beatdown of Texas. They outscored the Rangers 39-10 in the 3-game series, hit 16 home runs, 5 more last night. Astros now lead the AL West by a game over the Mariners, 3 up on Texas, who trailed Toronto by a half game for the final wild card spot in the American League. Round Rock lost at El Paso 8-6.
NFL starts tonight. Detroit Lions facing Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. We're not sure if Travis Kelce is going to play. I wonder if that over-under has dropped because I believe it was our 55.
Yeah, the Chiefs are favored by 5 points in the game tonight.
Okay.
Over-under.
I think they had it at, well, I don't know. It was at 55 at one point, which was historic. It was
53.5.
So, okay, it dropped a little bit, which makes sense. If Kelce's not going to play, you expect fewer points to be scored.
53.5 is the number.
Okay.
Yeah. Last time they played, it was 34-30 was the final.
That was it. The
Lions can score points.
The
now.
Lions can score points, and the Chiefs can score points. How about this? The Chiefs in their openers, 38, and with Patrick Mahomes as a starting quarterback, so go all the way back to 2018. 38, 40, 34, 33, 44. They averaged 37.8 points per game in the opener.
Yeah, well, that's Andy Reid, right?
I mean, yeah, he's got all offseason.
We know his record coming off bye weeks, during the season. You give him all offseason to get ready for a team.
How about this? You'll love this. 0 interceptions, 19 touchdowns. 19 total touchdowns, 0 interceptions or fumbles from Patrick Mahomes. Matter of fact, the team only has 1 turnover in those 5 games. Juju Smith-Schuster had a fumble in one of them games.
Yeah, man.
And that was about it.
All right.
Yeah. So,
and by the way, terrible news out in L.A. for Cooper Kupp. That's why people have been avoiding him in fantasy drafts. But Cooper Kupp, he's going to see a specialist for his hamstring. You never like to hear that.
That's not good.
And now you're hearing Sean McVay admit the team's considering putting him on IR, which would shut him down for the start of the season.
So Cooper Kupp starts on IR. Oh, you know what? They might just need to tank it. They might need to tank it. We might need a down low tank team. Might be the Rams.
Well, then you may have 2 teams in that division.
And you know Caleb Williams is like, hey, Caleb Williams' daddy is already hinting he may not want to play for Arizona. Y'all heard that little news? Y'all saw that little nugget? His dad's already out there, putting it out there like,
he may come back to school.
He may come back to school.
He's got more eligibility. And he's making good money here on the NIL.
Exactly. If the team's not the right team, the right fit, we may come back to USC.
Oh, that's going to become a conversation.
Exactly. Arizona Cardinals may not be the right team, but you know who will be? Sean McVay and them LA Rams, baby. Keep them on.
Hey.
Woo!
Yeah, they have issues there.
I think Sean McVay and the Rams might be tanking, guys. Talk about a down low tank job. They would be perfect for it. All you got to do, you got to think of what you're going to do with Aaron Donald. Are you going to trade Aaron Donald, or you can just shut him down with every injury, every little nick that he gets? Oh, what?
The Rams
you got a swollen elbow and shut down.
Do the Rams even have a first-round pick?
This coming year, I'll look at that coming up.
You know what you can do? Trade Aaron Donald and get one.
Yeah, you could. You could.
Oh, you'll get several for Aaron Donald. Boom.
Matt Stafford's available.
Tank, baby. Come on, Sean McVay. That's tank, baby. What do you say? F them picks? Yeah. Not this time.
If they have it.
Hey, let's get into some NFL. We're going to go and talk some Texas football coming up. You just heard Nick Saban saying Texas is really good in a lot of places, but should be a good game on Saturday. But let's do NFL. The NFL season opening, got to put our money where our mouth is here. Make our predictions. If you missed our last hour, we predicted the AFC West and South. We have all taken the Chiefs and the Jaguars. Those are the 2 easy picks. Yeah. Chiefs have won 7 straight divisions. Jaguars are the up-and-comer and maybe a real contender in the AFC with Trevor Lawrence in year 3. But let's dive in to we'll finish off the AFC here, Rod, with the AFC North and the AFC East. You want to start in the North or the East here? What are we feeling?
We can start in the East. Start in the East. Nothing wrong with that.
All right, AFC East.
I guess most intriguing division, if not the most competitive, most intriguing.
There you go. All right, this is where the Buffalo Bills
Oh, the Bills.
have
Okay,
reigned.
I'm thinking the Bills are going to regress. I'm sorry.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm not saying it's like Nick Saban's regression that everybody's expecting this year. We're basically saying he's going to lose, one or two more games than they have won. That's all. But I think Buffalo. I'll give you a stat about this, right? Buffalo. No team in NFL history has started the same quarterback under the same head coach for more than 5 years and seen that duo win its first Super Bowl championship. 2023 is the 6th year for Josh Allen and Sean McDermott.
Yep. And now's the year. Speaking of windows,
I think this is when the regression starts, man. This is when it starts, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, they were right there last year. Remember, this was the consensus pick to win the Super Bowl last year at this time.
Mm-hmm.
They were everybody's pick. And remember, they were playing good football, and then Von Miller got hurt. Remember, their defense was playing at a high level. Von Miller, who they had brought in from the Rams, gave him that big contract. They were getting the pass rush they were looking for out of him, and it was and then he got hurt.
Yep.
I think it was November last year he got hurt, and all of a sudden their defense couldn't generate a pass rush. Josh Allen started to turn the ball over. We talk about Dak Prescott's turnovers last year. Josh Allen became quite the turnover machine last year.
Yes, he did.
And speaking of the word regression, I think Brian Daboll going to the Giants and kind of bringing Daniel Jones along. I think Josh Allen missed having Brian Daboll with his thumb on top of him and helping him develop. It wasn't the same for Josh Allen last year. He was still good, but not the spectacular like we saw 2 years ago. And then in that division, you have Miami, New England, and the Jets. Right? The Jets now have Aaron Rodgers. They're one of the big stories of all of pro football. Which one of those teams, Rod? So if you think Buffalo's regressing, which team is rising?
Miami.
The
Miami's
Dolphins.
my team that's rising. Yeah,
Are they going to win the division?
I haven't won the division. I love what they did on defense, getting Vic Fangio, Jalen Ramsey. He's got injuries to start the season, but he'll be okay for their playoff run. So I love what they did on the defensive side of the ball to upgrade. But offensively, they didn't need to do anything except for make sure Tua learns how to fall right, which he did, by the way. Now he's like tucking his chin. So him studying, martial arts or whatever he did, hopefully it works. But if Tua's out there, I'll give you stats from last year, guys, with Tua. Tua's stats from last year, he had the highest passer rating on 20-plus yard throws, 125.9. Number 1 in yards per attempt. Number 2 in first down rate. Number 2 in, you go look at number 3 in touchdown percentage. Number 4 in red zone success rate. Number 5, he was, all these, I can give you more stats, but when he played and was healthy, and I'm not going with he says healthy, they were one of the best offenses in the league, and I still think may have the most explosive wide receiver duo in the league, potentially with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. I'll take Miami. I am banking on Tua staying healthy, but I'll take Miami.
I'm going to take Buffalo. I think Buffalo sticks. I think they're going to be improved. It's going to be very, very close, and I think Miami will be there. Of course, they had a playoff game that they played head-to-head last year.
Yeah, and Miami almost beat them with a third-string quarterback. Third-string quarterback.
And that was a game in which Josh Allen kept turning the ball over and keeping the Dolphins in the game.
Yeah, without a Vic Fangio defense, I'll take the Dolphins.
Right. I'm going to lean Buffalo here. I think they still control that division. I think Josh Allen has a bounce-back year. And a name to watch in Buffalo for me is Dalton Kincaid, the first-round pick out of Utah.
That's true.
Getting a tight end that can kind of bring a Travis Kelce kind of feel to him to go with Stephon Diggs and Gabe Davis on the outside. They need to run the ball. They brought in Damian Williams from the Patriots. They've got James Cook, Dalvin Cook's brother, kid out of Georgia. Can he bring a running game to them? I'm going to stick with Buffalo. I think Miami's close. And I think the Jets are going to push for third place. I think Aaron Rodgers is going to have a huge impact on the New York Jets. His leadership, their offensive line is their question. There is no question on their defense. Jets are the most intriguing team in the AFC, in my opinion, based on having Aaron Rodgers.
J-E-T-E Jets.
And New England's going to be in last place.
I don't know. I wouldn't sleep on New England. Getting Bill O'Brien as the offensive coordinator is going to make a huge difference. Think about it. Last year, they were 26th in total offense, 28th in first downs, 27th in third downs, 32nd in red zone TDs. But defensively, they were second behind the Cowboys in takeaways. They took away the football. Defensively, Bill Belichick still doing his thing. Offensively, he just can't really figure it out. Let Matt Patricia, a defensive coach your offense. Probably a bad idea.
I think if New England were in a different division, I just think that division's too tough.
No, it is tough, but I'm just saying, you saying they're going to finish last. I don't know, because the Jets still ain't got an offensive line. They got offensive line issues, so that's what I worry about with the Jets a little bit. It's like, man, those offensive line issues. Aaron Rodgers, he may not be able to get the football to Garrett Wilson if they don't solve those problems. I'm just saying, don't think New England's going to be just a pushover.
I think they'll be pushing for 500. I think. Yeah. But I think somebody's got to finish last out of each division, right? I just think they're going to be, kind of a 7-9, 8-8 kind of team down there, or 7-10 with New England. So I got Buffalo. You got Miami. Ty, who are you taking in the East?
I'm going to take the Jets.
Oh,
I think they lose bad week 1. Aaron Rodgers never shows out week 1. I think he throws a few interceptions, but at the end of the day, I think that defense will win them some win them a division this year.
It is a top 5 defense.
Consensus in the AFC South and West, no consensus at all. I've got Buffalo. Rod's got Miami. Ty's got the Jets. AFC North, guys, is also a very intriguing division where you could really pick any of them. Who are you bullish on here, Rod, in the AFC North? Baltimore, Cincinnati, Cleveland, or Pittsburgh?
Man, this is a tough one because I really want to pick Baltimore. I do, but
and they're going to smash Houston in week 1. By the way,
they are going to smash Houston.
Get ready for that.
Yeah, I'll go with Cincinnati because I love them adding Orlando Brown.
Yes.
So I think they've been trying to fix the O-line for the last 2 years. So I'll give them credit. They haven't totally fixed it, but I think adding a stable piece like Orlando Brown, I think that's going to help a lot. So I like that move by Cincinnati. And Joe Burrow says he's ready to go and he's healthy. And they have the best wide receiving trio in the NFL. And now you give them an offensive line. Nobody was more pass happy on early downs than the Cincinnati Bengals. They want to throw it early and often. Why wouldn't you if you had that receiving core? So I'll take Cincinnati. But, man, I'm telling you, Todd Monken being added as the offensive coordinator for the Ravens and now Lamar Jackson with a wide receiving core. I mean, this guy was a unanimous MVP with, I don't know, he had Willie Snead and Miles Boykin and Chris Moore to throw the football to, right? Marquise Brown. And now he's got Odell Beckham Jr., Rashad Bateman, Zay Flowers, Nelson Aguilar, Devin Duvernay on there too. Last time Todd Monken was an offensive coordinator in the NFL was with Tampa Bay. Remember that was Jameis Winston and Ryan Fitzpatrick. That offense averaged over 320 passing yards per game. It was the 5th most passing yards per game in NFL history. And it was the 6th fastest offense in seconds per snap in the NFL. That offense is going to be up-tempo. And it's going to be a spread offense, not all of these power personnel packages with one wide receiver on the field. No, you're going to get 3-4 wide receivers on the field at one time. Essentially the nightmare for the NFL. They may be going empty formation with Lamar Jackson as the sole running threat. I mean, just nightmare fuel. So I love what the Ravens are doing. They're going to be a playoff team. Well, I just don't know if they're going to be able to win the division.
Well, and the Bengals went 12-4 last year, and they got off to a slow start because Joe Burrow was coming. Remember, they lost to the Cowboys early last year. Joe Burrow was coming off that appendectomy and didn't get to play. And Burrow has said he's healthier this year, even though he got hurt back in early part of camp with that calf injury. Burrow says he was able to work out. He was able to stay in good shape. He just had to get that calf healthy. Whereas last year with the appendectomy and the year before, he was coming off that major knee injury. He feels like he's as sharp as he's been. They went 12-4 a year ago. Even with the slow start, I agree with you. Ravens still won 10 games last year, Ron.
I know.
Even with all the injuries and the Lamar Jackson problem, John Harbaugh can flat coach.
He can flat out coach.
And their team wins. I agree. I mean, that is a coin flip for me. I'm right there with you. And I think Pittsburgh's going to be improved with Kenny Pickett, an emergence of a guy in George Pickens, who I think with Deontay Johnson gives them a really good combination. Kenny Pickett's had a really good offseason, really good training camp and preseason. And then there's the Browns, who we talk about intriguing wild card teams.
Yeah,
what if
they are
Deshaun Watson is back to close to what he was? I mean, that's Amari Cooper. That's Elijah Moore on the outside. That's David Njoku at tight end. That's a good offensive line. That's Nick Chubb at running back. That defense. The Browns are an intriguing team. I mean, and if Deshaun Watson is close to what he was, Rod, they're going to be a major factor.
And the reason that he is saying what he was, because he's a Texans fan, a quasi-Texans fan. And for those who don't remember, that season, was it 2020?
Yes.
It was 2020, right? Because he missed the 2021, and then he missed the 2020, well, some of the 2022 season as well. But when he had his last season that he was playing for the Texans, essentially, before he decided to boycott the team, I'll give you a stat for you. Only 4 quarterbacks in NFL history had a season where they finished with more than 4,500 passing yards, more than 30 touchdowns, fewer than 10 interceptions, and an average of 8.5 yards per attempt. It was Peyton Manning in 2004, Aaron Rodgers in 2011, and Matt Ryan in 2016, and then Deshaun Watson in 2020. All three of those other quarterbacks, other than Deshaun Watson, not only won double-digit games, 12, 15, and 11, they all won MVP that year that they achieved that statistic. And Deshaun Watson is the only one who not only didn't win MVP, but his team had a 4-12 record.
Yeah.
Basically, it is the greatest performance for an NFL quarterback on a team with a losing record.
Yeah, that was
of
the
all
year.
Time.
In 2019 is the year Texans fans will remember they had the 24-0 lead at Kansas City and let it get away, and they end up losing by big numbers, and that was the beginning. That was the slide.
I picked them to win that game, too. I was feeling good at that 12. I was feeling like a genius.
I did, too.
They beat them early that year.
And as you say, quasi-Texans fan, you're trying to root for them. They felt like this was a team on the rise. They were on the road against Patrick Mahomes, up 24-0 with Deshaun Watson. This was J.J. Watt was there, and you're like, okay, this team's about to hit their window, and that began the collapse. And now here we are, still in 2023, and they're still trying to climb back out of that. But so who are we taking in the division? Is it Bengals? You're going Bengals.
I'm going Cincinnati.
You know what? I'm going to take Baltimore, Ron.
Go ahead, brother.
I'm going to take B-more because I'm reminded when looking at my notes that they went 10-7 a year ago with all the issues and Lamar Jackson's injury. I think they're healthy at running back with J.K. Dobbins. You mentioned all the receivers. Gus Edwards is back at running back. Remember last year, during the year, they traded for Roquan Smith, the linebacker from the Bears, to anchor the middle of their defense.
That's a good point.
I like the Ravens. But do they have the secondary to deal with the Bengals becomes the question. They got to play the Bengals twice. And as you said, T. Higgins,
nobody
Jamar
really
Chase.
does, though. I mean,
nobody does.
Nobody really has a secondary to deal with all those guys. But I'm with you. I think, like I said, I toiled over this one. I really did.
Me too. I think
it goes either way. I'm with you. I think it's a coin flip. And Nick Chubb, too. We were talking about the Browns.
And he's there by himself now. No Kareem Hunt there. He's kind of a lead dog.
Exactly. And nobody knows how good Nick Chubb is because nobody watches the Browns. It's just that simple. You got to be a fantasy person.
I think he's the hardest running back to tackle in the league, not named Derrick Henry.
No doubt. I'm with you on that. How about that? I'll give you a Nick Chubb stat because it's a good one. If you look throughout NFL history, there are only 129 instances of a running back averaging at least 5 yards per carry on 190 plus carries. The only running backs with more than 3 such seasons in their career: Jim Brown, Barry Sanders, Jamal Charles, and Nick freaking Chubb.
Yeah. And so if Deshaun Watson is back, well, look out. I mean, this division is a coin flip.
Yeah.
You could have 3 playoff teams out of that division. I really believe that. Ty, who you got in the AFC North?
Going with the Browns, most talented roster in the division.
I like Ty's picks.
He's got the Jets and the Browns.
Ty is willing to go out there on that limb. I like that.
I'll give it to you now. One of my picks of the weekend is Browns over the Bengals week 1.
Ooh.
Cincinnati they don't really play well versus the Browns.
And they don't start really well either.
That's one of those things that's stuck in my head.
All right, so there is the AFC.
Okay.
We consensus, all of us in the AFC South
Ohio
and West.
battle.
AFC East and North, all disagreement on who's going to win those divisions. Coming up, we're going to take a timeout, and we come back, Rod. We're going all in on the Cowboys division, the NFC East, and we'll do the NFC North, where the Minnesota Vikings are the reigning champions, but the Lions and the Bears and the Packers are all coming for them. We'll talk about those divisions coming next. That's our NFL preview on this Thursday here on Ian Rod B.
3. So take me down the road that's a little bit windy.
Austin,
To a
Texas.
place they still put sugar in their iced tea. Where the women all fine and the love is fair. Yeah, driver, you can drive me off anywhere.
He and Rod B on a Thursday. That's another track off that new Zach Bryan album that's selling all the copies or whatever, the downloads. That's one of those duets. He did that duet there, Rod, with a guy from Warren Treaty named Michael Trotter Jr. Good tune.
Nice
selection there, Ty.
Good job there, Ty.
Yeah, that
Expanding
album, Zach Bryan
horizons.
what did we tell you yesterday? All 16 tracks on the new Zach Bryan album are in the top 50 on the Billboard chart, including that one and the duet he did with Casey Musgroves, which is really a good song. The Lumineers song is really good. It's a good album. Good album, obviously. And that Michael Trotter Jr., Warren Treaty, that's a good group too. He's so popular, but he's doing a good job of like featuring some unknown artists in Nashville where he lives, which is pretty cool. So, all right. So somebody said, "Hey, Rod, how do you say that the Ravens are going to crush the Texans?"
Because we watch them.
Well, let me just say this. I was somewhat optimistic about the Texans because I thought their offensive line was going to be a strength, and they have a rookie quarterback to be able to run the ball and bring him along. The preseason couldn't have gone worse for the Texans, Rod.
It did.
Kenyon Green is out for the year at left guard.
Yeah, all that investment in the O-line. That's basically all they did this offseason was sign all their O-linemen.
Yeah, and because they wanted to help a young quarterback come along. And DeMeco Ryans obviously saw what San Francisco has been built on lines of scrimmage while he's there, right? And he knows that's how you win games. And, gosh, I mean, Kenyon Green out for the season again. Juice Scruggs, who they put in the second round out of Penn State to be their starting center. He had won that job.
Yep.
He's out the first 4 games with a hamstring. And now Titus Howard, who they just signed to the big contract, their right tackle, he hurt his hand early in training camp. They thought he'd be back for the start of the season. They went in and looked at it after they took the cast off, Rod, and he had to have surgery. So now he's out 4 to 6 weeks. He's out 4 to 6 weeks. So you're going into Baltimore with a rookie quarterback and missing 3 starting offensive linemen. That is not optimal.
No. Yeah, especially in Baltimore's a really aggressive defense, too. At least they have
a tough place to play at MT Bank Stadium.
And nobody knows how that offense actually is going to look. Lamar Jackson didn't play in the preseason. You can, project and how you think it's going to look, but I think they're going to try to make a statement with that offense. And unfortunately, I think it's going to be made at the expense of the Texans. DeMeco will have a good game plan, but DeMeco doesn't have a lot of sample size to work with. He can look at Todd Monken's offense when he last played in the NFL, Todd Monken's offense at Georgia, and then look at Lamar Jackson, but it's going to look totally different when you fuse those two elements together.
Yeah, the quarterbacks in that division. When you got Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson.
Man.
Now Kenny Pickett in Pittsburgh. I've got Baltimore winning the division. Rod has Cincinnati. Ty has Cleveland. All right. By the way, for folks saying, hey, where's the Alabama-Texas talk? We'll have that coming up. Top of the next hour, we're going to talk to Travis Ryer, who covers Alabama on the daily. So we'll get the update on their injury situation. How good is this? He's been, and by the way, Travis has covered the Crimson Tide for a long time. We'll ask him where this team ranks in his mind on for Nick Saban's best, and how close is it there. So we'll have that coming up after the top of the next hour. But today is the start of the NFL season, so we're talking all things NFL and making our predictions. We're through with the AFC and our predictions. We all went Jacksonville and Kansas City in the AFC South and West. Different opinions on the North and the East. Let's devote this segment here, Rod, to the Cowboys and the Cowboys division, the NFC East. Last year, the Philadelphia Eagles broke out and went 14-3 and won the division. Took it away from the Cowboys, 14-3. They outscored their opponents by 133 points last year, Rod. They scored 477. They were dynamic, and the Cowboys went 12-5 though, and also had a great offense last year. They're right there. Giants went 9-7-1. Commanders were 8-8-1. What do we make of the NFC East this year? Is it still the Eagles soaring, or is this the Cowboys' year?
Yeah, I wonder. Last repeat NFC East champion was 03-04 Eagles. So it hadn't happened in a long time where a team's been able to repeat as division winners in the NFC East. I'll say this about the Eagles, just throwing it out there. They're the 6th team to make a Super Bowl and lose both coordinators. Lost Jonathan Gannon and Shane Steichen. That's good because it shows you had a lot of success. Teams want to poach your coaches. But if you look at it, they're the 6th team to lose both of their coordinators and the ensuing offseason, and none of those teams returned to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
None of those teams got back. They're the 3rd.
You mean the motivator, Jonathan Gannon in Arizona?
Right.
His speeches are awesome.
How'd you guys get here? You took the bus?
I want killers.
Took the bus. What's going on here? Yeah, he's definitely Robert Sala's pretty motivational. He did a good job.
He's not Deion.
He's not Deion. There you go. He said they're the third team to lose both coordinators to head coaching jobs. And no NFC team, how about this, that has lost a Super Bowl has returned the following season since the 1974 Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to do. But here's the thing. If you go look at the numbers, Rod, the Eagles and the Cowboys were so close last year. I mentioned that the Eagles, scored 477 points. The Cowboys scored 467 points, right? And they scored their defenses allowed 2 points different last year. You know what was different about the Eagles and Cowboys last year? Was the Eagles on the road. The Eagles went 7-1 on the road last year. They were 7-2 at home, 7-1 on the road. Cowboys were 4-4 on the road last season. There was a loss at Green Bay that they shouldn't have lost, where Dak Prescott threw 2 picks. They were the better team in that game. Green Bay was not good last year, and the Cowboys lost that game. There were a couple of those road games, and to me, that's going to be the decider for the Cowboys. Can they go on the road and win games this year, starting with the New York Giants on Sunday?
Which is weird because typically Dallas is better on the road than they are at home.
Yeah, they went 8-1 at home last year. And they defended home turf, and I'm going to lean Eagles. I'm going to lean Eagles, and I'm worried about the Cowboys on Sunday against the Giants. Brian Daboll with the whole offseason to get ready for this game on his field with a healthy team. Can the Cowboys win that game? They got to win on the road. They got to be better away from Cowboys Stadium.
The Giants haven't beaten the Cowboys in like 7 years.
I get it. But both games were close last year.
Dak is 27-7 versus the NFC East in his career. I mean, Dak's really good versus the NFC East. Now he's got to stay healthy. Knock on wood. But I don't say he owns the division, but he's got a really high success rate in the division. But to your point about Brian Daboll and the Giants, I'll give you a stat about the Giants, and it shows you how good of a coach Brian Daboll is. They had a top 10 offensive line in the NFL last season, even though they led the NFL in O-line combinations. They had 20 different offensive line combinations that played at least 5 snaps, and no combo played more than 40% of the snaps. Do you know how tough it is to have different offensive linemen without having the continuity and chemistry together all throughout the season? Usually those guys have like a hive mind. You want all of them thinking the same things, looking at basically seeing the same things, everybody on the same page. And he had more offensive line turnover and had more inconsistency on the O-line and combinations than any other team, and yet they still are a playoff team. That did not affect Daniel Jones' development or Saquon Barkley running for over 1,000 yards.
Well, a playoff team and won the playoff game in Minnesota before losing by getting crushed by the Eagles in the second playoff game. But yes, I mean this division is really good, and if Sam Howell is what people think he's had a really good camp in Washington for Ron Rivera, and now Eric Bieniemy calling the plays with Washington. They've got Jahan Dotson and Terry McLaurin. They think they're going to be better on offense with Eric Bieniemy in charge. Their defense, they've got a top 5 defensive line in this league, Rod. They're going to be a problem for everybody in that division up front in Washington. So the division's really good. The division's really tough.
Good division. Yeah.
And a lot of people think the Eagles may have even improved this offseason with their acquisitions. We'll see. They
definitely did in the draft.
Took all the Georgia players.
Took the Georgia defensive front. They were like, we like those guys. They play well together. Let's get them all. But yeah, I mean, I think the Giants could regress a little. I'll give you a number about the Giants that concerns me.
Sure.
And it kind of shows you that Brian Daboll, he just finds a way to win games.
He's a problem solver, as you call it. He's a problem solver.
They win ugly, but they got a lot of different ways they can win. Offensively, they had the lowest turnover rate in the NFL, so that helps too. They don't beat themselves. But they had only 43 plays of 20-plus yards. That was last in the NFL. As a matter of fact, their 28 completions of 20-plus yards was the lowest in the NFL and the fewest in the last 10 years in the NFL. Crazy. That's Daniel Jones. He's got to take a step if they're going to compete in that division. I don't think he will.
I tend to think there's a regression. I do worry a little bit for the Cowboys on Sunday night, at night in New Jersey. Again, all the time to prepare for this game. But what we don't know with the Cowboys is what's this offense going to look like? What is the Texas Coast offense? What is Dak Prescott? Tex Coast that they've come up with, or whatever they call it now. Tony Pollard, is he ready to be a star? Is he ready to be the lead back and carry this running game? Mike McCarthy now calling the plays. We know, I think we can sit here on a Thursday and say the defense is going to be elite, right? The defense and Micah Parsons, they're going to be really, really good. But where is the offense? Where is, how big is Brandon Cooks as an addition? How healthy is the offensive line, right? You've got Tyler Smith dealing with a hamstring. You just signed Terrence Steele to the big deal. Zach Martin got his holdout taken care of. He's got a new contract. Really looking forward to seeing the Cowboys and what that looks like with Mike McCarthy now empowered to call the plays. No Kellen Moore, but more power to Dak Prescott. What does that look like on Sunday night?
Looks like you walking to Dallas. It looks like.
Cowboys are 0-3 to start the season, though, in the last 3 season openers. I don't know what that is. That's weird. I'll read you a couple of Dak stats that worry me. Dak, these are career record, like win-loss record numbers in certain situations. Dak, when he attempts 30-plus passes, 32 and 31. That's why they want to run the ball more. Dak throws at least one interception. He is 13 and 14.
Ooh.
Dak throws more than one interception. They're 6 and 12. Dak versus teams with winning records, 19 and 17. Versus teams with 500 record, he is 12 and 9. By the way, 30 and 9 versus teams who are under 500 or with a losing record. And Dak, when sacked more than once, 27 and 25. Gotta get the O-line right. And Dak in January is 1 and 3.
1 and 3.
Those are the numbers that worry me about Dak. Versus the AFC, whenever he gets a chance to play the AFC, and it doesn't happen very often. Want it to happen more, especially in the postseason. You want it to happen. Dak versus the AFC, 13 and 13.
Ooh.
Not great versus the AFC either. So that you can see why they want to change from being a Dak-centric offense to being an offense that now has it's multifaceted and can beat you in a lot of different ways.
Well, and that's the question, right? A couple of years ago, they had Amari Cooper and Zeke at their in their peak, and this offense had weapons and Cooper and a young CeeDee Lamb. Now the question is CeeDee Lamb with Brandon Cooks and Michael Gallup. How dynamic is that? Mm-hmm. No more Dalton Schultz. Now it's Jake Ferguson. What about Tony Pollard? A lot of questions. No question on defense. They're going to be a top 3 unit in the league. Micah Parsons is very happy today after seeing what Nick Bosa signed for with the 49ers. He did a little cartwheel when he saw that. But all right, let's put it on the line. Who are we taking to win the AFC East? I'll go first. I'm taking Philadelphia. I'm taking the Eagles, and here's why. The one thing I know about Jalen Hurts, Rod, from his time at Channelview High School to Alabama and now into the pros, he has got a Tom Brady-like focus on the game. He's got a will to be better. He's got a passion to be better day by day and a competitive streak that I think people are talking about him regressing. I don't buy it. I think Jalen Hurts gets better this year. I think he's one of those guys that is obsessed about the game of football and his participation in it, kind of like Micah Parsons is on the defense for the Cowboys. Mm-hmm. I think Jalen Hurts and the Eagles win the division again.
Yeah, and I actually love their offensive coordinator hire or promotion. He was already in within the organization, Brian Johnson. He was promoted from quarterbacks coach to OC. That's going to be a good move for them. I actually was hoping that the Cowboys would hire him as their OC when Kellen Moore and the Cowboys parted ways with one another. I thought he'd be a good hire for the Cowboys because he could work with Dak. He has a history, actually, with Dak because I believe going back to Mississippi State. At that time. So anyway, I think they're not going to miss the offensive coordinator so much. I do wonder about the defense, but Jonathan Gannon, honestly, his Super Bowl game plan was upsetting. So maybe they'll find an upgrade there on defense too. I'll go with the Eagles, even though you haven't had a consecutive division winner since 2003-04. It was the Eagles, actually. Yeah. So I'll go with the Eagles to be the team to do it since they were the last team to do it in that division.
And I will say I do think the Cowboys are a playoff team. I just don't think they're going to win the division. It'll be very similar to last year. They could win double digits, 10, 11, 12 games, but I think the Eagles are the class of the division and maybe the class of the conference. Ty, who you got? Is there any doubt? Do we know where we're going here?
Yeah, we're going with the Cowboys.
Remember, people, he also picked the Jets in Cleveland to win their division. So
hey, listen,
I took some
he
chalk.
takes the underdogs. I like the underdog.
I
Dallas can win this division. I just think I know he's a Sooner, but I'm a big believer in Jalen Hurts. I think his and the weapons that they have around him have improved. I believe with the acquisition of DeAndre Swift at running back to go with the backs they already have.
They have the best lines of scrimmage in the league.
And the best lines of scrimmage.
That's all you need. Best lines of scrimmage in the league and a quarterback that was in the MVP discussion last year.
Before he got hurt.
And they bring back all those pass rushers except for one, right?
Yeah.
And all those pass rushers.
That defensive tackle that went to the 49ers.
Yeah, there you go.
Javon Hargrave.
Yeah, that's it.
As a free agent.
And by the way, they've drafted back-to-back D tackles right in the draft.
Jalen Carter might have been the best talent in the draft. They got him 9th.
So they're good. They got with Jordan Davis too before that, right?
Yeah.
So they're good.
Look, I think the Cowboys and the Eagles are among the 3 best teams in the conference. Unfortunately, they're in the same division, and I'm going to take the Eagles. Tell the Cowboys, show me that Dak Prescott can, as you say, win on the road, win against good teams, head-to-head. I'm going to take the Eagles because I think Jalen Hurts can. All right, we'll come back. We will hit some bullish or BS in the NFL. Also, as we said, Travis Ryer from On3 Sports will help us preview Texas and Alabama. He covers the Crimson Tide on the daily. We'll get that coming up as well. And in the 8 o'clock hour, we'll also hit the AFC North and then the South and the West as well as the show goes on. Get you our NFL previews as the season begins tonight.
Bullish or BS? Brought to you by the Austin Gamblers.
Indeed, bullish or BS. We are certainly putting it out there today. We're bullish on which teams to win each division in the NFL. By the end of the show, we'll have our Super Bowl picks. Feeling good about yours this year, Rod? You feeling good about your Super Bowl? It's the hardest. I mean,
well, no, it's not, because Kansas City's going to be in there. It's actually pretty boring. I think it should be for everybody. If you're picking anybody other than Kansas City to get to the Super Bowl in the AFC, then
you're
probably doing. Yeah, you're doing it wrong. Sorry to spoil it for you.
Yeah.
It's not right. It's not a lot of drama with that. The NFC will be interesting, but the AFC is not interesting.
Speaking of the Austin Gamblers, after the weekend off, they're going to Oklahoma City this weekend, Rod. Oklahoma City with that 12-1 record in the PBR team bull riding team series. They're 12-1. They dominated here on their home dirt a couple of weeks ago, and now they're in OKC this weekend. So good luck to the team as they head that way. We've got the headlines coming up top of the hour, including the Astros continuing to just pummel the Texas Rangers, a historic 3-game series that may signal the end of the Rangers run. But we'll see. There's still a lot of baseball to go. But, man, that was not good pitching by the Rangers, and the Astros just got the bats going, to say the least. Also, we'll hear Jerry Hamilton weighing in on the latest Longhorn football commitment. Longhorns did get a commitment yesterday. There's a family tie to it for sure. We'll have that for you coming up. And Travis Ryer is going to join us. He covers Alabama for BamaOnline.com, and he's covered them since 2003, Rod. So he's covered the entirety of the Nick Saban dynasty. Where does this team rank in his mind as far as talent? And what does he think of the game on Saturday? We will ask Travis Ryer those questions coming up. But bullish or BS, Ty, what do you have for us, my friend?
Are you? Do you think it's bullish or BS that the Washington Commanders will make the playoffs this year?
BS.
I don't know. Sam Howell. People. You've been sleeping on him all summer.
I'm not a big Sam Howell guy.
You didn't even think he'd be the starter.
I am surprised at that.
They have a talented defense.
They do have a good D-line.
They did not play very well last year, but the talent's still there.
That was back when I thought they should make a run at Lamar Jackson, but obviously no one made a run at Lamar Jackson. He signed with the Ravens.
Crickets.
I thought when the new ownership came in, they might try to make a splash, go grab Lamar Jackson, but that deal was done on draft night. I
know Eric Bieniemy there now, new offense.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. That's why I do want to watch. I want to watch Washington, because Eric Bieniemy, this has to work for him.
Yeah.
If this offense looks inept, if it looks like it's an underwhelming offense, then he's going to get no credit for all the work he put in with the Kansas City Chiefs. Everybody's going to go, see, told you it was
he doesn't get any credit for
he
it.
Does, I'm saying, but it's going to get even worse.
But if he does well,
he'll get more credit.
Right.
So it's why it's all on the line for him this year. If he does, that offense looks good, people will go like, oh man, actually he did contribute. If it doesn't, either way, it'll be too extreme in terms of the perception of it. But my point is, that's how much of an indictment it will be on him if this offense doesn't look good. But they like Sam Howell, and you do too, Ty.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, this is the NFL, right? I mean, go back to the 99 Rams. Were off a 4-12 season and won the Super Bowl. The 21 Bengals were ranked 29th to start the season and made it to the Super Bowl. The Eagles in 2017 were an afterthought, but one that went to the Super Bowl. Who's your bullish team, Rod, that no one's talking about? Because I know Chiefs are chalk. Is there a team that no one's talking about you think that could be the surprise team of 2023? Who are you bullish on?
Wow, to make the Super Bowl?
Or at least contend. Become a contender out of nowhere.
Man, out of nowhere. That is a great question. Honestly, if I'm going to say contender out of nowhere, if they going to win a division, can I say they come out of nowhere? Can the Jacksonville Jaguars be a team that comes out of nowhere?
They're kind of
they're kind of known, right?
They're a known commodity. I would say a team that didn't make the playoffs last year that all of a sudden is a contender. Ty's already said the Jets and the Cleveland Browns.
That's not out of nowhere though, because everybody's expecting them to make a big move.
Cleveland would be. No one's expecting that.
Cleveland is
that's mine.
That's a good one.
Cleveland's a good one.
Atlanta would be a good one.
Atlanta would be, John.
Too.
Atlanta
would be Desmond Ritter's really good, and their defense.
Atlanta.
They addressed their defense in free agency in Atlanta quite a bit.
That'd be one of those. Atlanta's one of those. Could be nasty.
What about New Orleans? If Derek Carr's really good with a good defense, and they've got Alvin Kamara. They've got Michael Thomas back healthy with Chris Olave.
That's the best defense he's ever played with.
Yeah, and
no doubt.
And that division with Carolina, Atlanta, Tampa Bay, winnable. Put New Orleans out there as a team that all of a sudden, hey, where did they come from?
Texas
see.
says Detroit is that team for everybody. Yeah, they trended so well to end the year that people aren't considering them, but they didn't make the playoffs.
And bring the Lions, baby. Bring those Lions, the Motor City Kitties. We're coming back.
We're rolling. Take A. We're rolling. Take overdub. 5. Double go.
Oh, man, what a Thursday it is. The Ian Rod B. Hook 'em Up program with you. The sportsgasm continues. The NFL's back tonight. The sports runneth over as of this weekend. College and pro football, Major League Baseball. Just wait till the NBA and the NHL start coming up in October. But right now we got plenty. We have a major problem, though. This is a major problem, Rod. We're geeked up about this NFL game tonight. Chiefs hoisting their trophies in the banner.
Oh, yeah.
Then playing the upstart Detroit Lions. You and I have a problem. We are both DirecTV.
No, I'm not DirecTV
subscriber. You're not?
I'm Uverse, but it's out on Uverse too.
I don't have NBC. I don't have NBC.
If I'm not mistaken, NBC it's been out for us for a while. I've forgotten about it. I don't know how long it's been.
I know. I've just gotten used to not having it,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I don't watch a lot on NBC. There were some golf events that I had missed, and the Ryder Cup will be coming up, which is a bummer.
Yeah.
But these, ESPN is carrying the Texas-Alabama game on Saturday, and that's a lot of folks who won't have ESPN or have to come out and join us out at the field house or wherever. What am I going to do about this game?
Now, if you have Peacock, it can be streamed on Peacock, and then after the season opener, you can stream all the Thursday night games on Amazon. But for the season opener, I believe the exclusivity has gone to Peacock for it. I have Peacock. Well, I use someone's Peacock. And I'm hoping that whatever package that I have will allow me to watch the game now. If not, I'm going to have to go to my local watering hole, go watch the game somewhere.
Well, and the problem is most of the watering holes I know of carry DirecTV. They're going to have a challenge, too.
Yeah, you're right. I got to call around first.
Yeah, I would.
Got to call around and make sure.
Because most of the good watering holes use DirecTV because that's where the package has been, and that's where they get the best sports at Longhorn Network and NFL. We'll see. Just scan the channels on your TV and you can watch NBC. What is it? The channels.
Like old
if you
school?
have an antenna.
Like old school. Like the old school way.
Well, coming up and off the record, we've got a busy hour. I'm going to tell you, I read a great story yesterday of what's really causing these stalemates between these conglomerates and what the biggest issue is right now.
I know what it is. Money.
Oh, sure, it's money. No, but it's
money.
It's the future, and it's very similar to what's going on with the writers' strike and the actors' strike out in Hollywood, Rod. It's the existential threats to each industry.
Yeah. The changing entertainment ecosystem that everybody's adapting to.
Yeah. So somebody said, get an antenna. I might have to go down to the radio. Is there still a Radio Shack open in the world?
No, Radio Shacks have closed.
Where am I going to get an antenna?
You didn't go to the
Best Buy.
Yeah.
Best Buy? But can I hook an antenna up to my big screen television?
Yeah, they have HD antennas now.
Oh, okay. What's
like
that going to run
$30?
I'll just get Peacock.
What's that going to run me?
I'll just get Peacock.
Yeah, I mean, you could just get Peacock. I have Peacock, but I don't know. I know it may take a special package. Sometimes, they have tiers of packaging.
Just get YouTube TV. I did it again. I resubscribed.
Okay. So YouTube TV would have the NBC? They'd have the game tonight?
Yes.
I don't know if they do.
All right, I'm doing that today.
They might not.
I don't know if they do. I want to say.
I thought tonight not. So tonight's NBC, not Amazon for Thursday.
I want to say Peacock has these.
NBC tonight.
I want to say Peacock has the streaming exclusivity for this one game. Like this one game.
So you have to have Peacock to watch?
Yeah,
Peacock if you're streaming.
The Amazon Thursday games don't start till next week.
Yes, I'm saying so after the season opener, then it kicks. So if I'm not mistaken, I want to say that, but it could be. I could be wrong about that. I don't know if you can go just. I don't know if you can just go stream it on YouTube too.
Walmart, $19.
Sales
and then I just hook that right into my TV.
Okay.
All right, cool. Let's get to the headlines. Then we're going to preview Texas Bama with a man and someone who's covered the Alabama Crimson Tide for 20 years. Let's get to the news, though. Top Gun Equipment Rentals bring you the news. And we start with the Longhorns. And, we are now 2 days out to the game of the week and one of the games of the year in college football. Longhorns and Crimson Tide. Texas owns a 7-2-1 all-time record against Alabama. But Saturday's matchup will be the first meeting between the two college football blue bloods on campus in Tuscaloosa since their first ever meeting in 1902. Crimson Tide haven't lost a game on that field since 2019. Game kicks at 6 o'clock Saturday evening. Our pregame coverage goes live at 3:30 from the field house at the Crossover in Cedar Park. Big recruiting win yesterday for the Longhorns up at Allen High School in the Metroplex. 4-star defensive end Zena Umeozulu committed to Texas, further bolstering a defensive line class that now sits at 5 members. The 6'4.5", 225-pounder is the younger brother of current Texas offensive lineman Neto. He picked the Longhorns over Oklahoma and Texas A&M, made official visits to all 3 in June. Yesterday here on Ian Rod B, Jerry Hamilton from Inside Texas joined us and provided a scouting report on the newest Longhorn commitment.
He's got that tall 6'4.5". He's about 225 right now. That 83-inch type of wingspan, those really long arms, that frame that's going to take some time to develop, right, guys? Mm-hmm. But he's got twitch. He's got quick feet. He's playing some middle linebacker this year for Allen out of necessity, which also speaks to what the kid will do to help him try to win football games, because that definitely sets his development as an edge back a little bit. But he's a guy that down the line, as he adds more weight and strength to that frame, and he learns pass rush technique with those long arms and that frame, he has a chance to be a quality player.
NFL regular season kicks off tonight, as we mentioned. It's in Kansas City. Chiefs will hoist the banner and then play the Detroit Lions. Lions went 9-8 last season, but went 8-2 in their last 10. Nearly snuck into the playoffs. They're a team on the rise. They're playing tonight. Plenty of questions for the Chiefs. Chris Jones still in a holdout. All-pro tight end Travis Kelce hyperextended his knee in practice Tuesday. They're going to work him out this morning. He's listed as questionable. Be a game-time decision, apparently. Rams will not have Cooper Kupp in their lineup this Sunday. Los Angeles head coach Sean McVay has ruled out the wide receiver for Week 1 against Seattle and says the Rams haven't ruled out placing Kupp on the injured reserve because of that hamstring injury that is ongoing. Major League Baseball, holy humiliation, Batman. Houston Astros finish off a dominating 3-game sweep of the Texas Rangers last night in Arlington. 12-3 the beatdown this time. Houston outscored the Rangers in the 3-game series 39-10. Hit 5 more home runs last night. That's 16 in the 3-game series. It's most ever in a 3-game span. Astros now lead the AL West by a game over the Mariners, 3 up on Texas. Rangers now trail Toronto by a half game for the wild card spot, the final one in the American League. Round Rock lost at El Paso last night. In basketball, Kim Mulkey, new 10-year contract with LSU women's basketball. And Rodney Terry and the Texas Longhorns announced yesterday that the Horns will host Coach Terry's alma mater, St. Edwards, in an exhibition game on Monday, October 30th at Moody Center. All right, Rod, we'll continue our NFL previews coming up at the bottom of the hour. We'll hit the NFC North and the NFC South, which includes Atlanta and Bijan Robinson. But right now, can we go to the Vaqueros hotline and get some in-depth conversation about the Alabama Crimson Tide with someone who knows his stuff? He is from BamaOnline.com. He's been covering the Tide since 2003 and is covering them to this day. He is Travis Ryer. He's on Twitter at Travis Ryer. Travis is his first name, last name R-E-I-E-R. Travis Ryer is with us. Travis, how are you?
I'm great. How are you guys this morning?
We're doing good, man. We're doing good. Hey, Rod, what's your biggest question for Alabama and Texas in this game you have for Travis right here?
Really, it's about Jalen Milroe, Travis. How do you think that Alabama's going to use Jalen Milroe in the quarterback run game? And even, in the pass game, what do you think they're trying to weaponize him in what fashion?
Yeah, I think we're certainly going to see more of Jalen in design quarterback run situations than we did in the opener against Middle Tennessee. I think he carried 7 times in that game. He was sacked on 2 of those. And just 2 others were really runs that you could look at and say, yeah, the quarterback was in mind in that situation. One was on a touchdown run off a zone read, and then the other off a quarterback sneak from under center. So, Tommy Reese's background as an offensive coordinator previously at Notre Dame, ironically enough, where he most recently worked with Tyler Buckner, Alabama's backup quarterback these days, tells us that there's more in the bag from that perspective, and not just, again, in terms of the zone read game, but quarterback counters, quarterback powers. He's not afraid to expose the quarterback to those situations in the run game, and he should do that with Jalen. And I think he's going to need to, because I think this Texas defense, if you just want to try to line up and hand the ball to running backs, it's going to be tough. It was a year ago for Alabama.
Yeah, and that was Jahmyr Gibbs, who's now playing for the Detroit Lions, was one of those main running backs, had some big plays in that game, and no Bryce Young. Now it's Jalen Milroe. Travis, as we mentioned, you covered this team for a long time. You covered it for the entirety of the Nick Saban era, which has been dynastic. Where does this team for you stack up versus some of the other Alabama teams you've covered?
Yeah, to be determined. I think talent-wise, in terms of just the roster, you can look at it and say, yeah, this is one of those teams. But I think there are still some questions to be answered. Here recently, it's involved more of the secondary depth, which a couple weeks ago I would have told you I thought was going to be a strength for this team and this defense, even with 3 safeties moving on to the National Football League from last year's group. But they've had some injuries of late, had a couple of guys in Jalen Key and Malachi Moore get dinged up in the opener against MTSU. They were already down a safety. So, that's obviously one of the big storylines this week, especially with the skill talent that Texas is going to put in front of them. And I think Alabama at the corners with Terrion Arnold and Kool-Aid McKinstry and also a transfer that they brought in Trey Amos from Louisiana can hold up pretty good. But again, the availability of a couple of key guys, both at safety and where their sub packages are concerned, is where you're a little bit worried for this Alabama defense right now. Offensively, it was great to see Jalen have the success he had, especially in the pass game against MTSU. But I think if we're being honest, I think a lot of people out there are saying, okay, let's see him do it against a defense like Texas, because he really had his ups and downs against A&M last season in the start against a legitimate Power 5 group. So there's still some blanks that need to be filled in for this team.
Travis, what are your thoughts about the wide receiving core? In years recently, we've seen the Alabama wide receiving core just littered with NFL first-round caliber talent. We know they got some great players in their wide receiving group, but who are the guys that Texas fans should be concerned about who may be highlighted and featured on that game on Saturday?
Yeah, a lot of the same guys that they saw in last year's game, and it wasn't the best of performances for Alabama's receivers in that one. Jermaine Burton is back. Ja'Cory Brooks is back. They've added some pieces there as well. Malik Benson coming in from the junior college ranks. Jalen Hale is a Texan, as a true freshman, that they are very high on. And if you ask me about potential first-round guys, he might be at the top of my list. Now, he's still a few years down the road, but just in terms of big picture viability as a pro, he might be that guy. So, they feel really good about their inside receivers. Isaiah Bond, Kobe Prentice. Prentice had 4 catches against Texas last year. So there's a lot of depth, a lot of returning depth, but they got a lot to prove too. I know a lot of this is being put on Jalen Milroe, but the receivers have to be better than they were a year ago. They were good in the opener against Middle Tennessee, but again, this is a sort of show me game for that position on this team.
Yeah, you got Jace McClellan, the Texan, at running back. There's another one in Jam Miller, the sophomore, is a Texan. A lot of Lone Star talent on this Alabama roster that will host the Longhorns. As we said, only the first matchup in Tuscaloosa between these two since 1902. Pretty incredible. So the defense, it's always a Nick Saban staple. The defensive line, we know the linebackers and Chris Braswell is back. Dallas Turner is back. Those guys can wreak havoc. Who are the guys up front? Because the Texas offensive line struggled last week a little bit with Rice, some confusion. Who are the war daddies up front for Nick Saban this year on the front?
Yeah, they're still trying to identify those guys. I mean, they like Jaheim Otis, the sophomore, who has proven to be versatile because they've been able to play him more at end so far this season, which has allowed for Tim Keenan to emerge in that defensive front. So they've got capable guys. Do they have dudes? We're still waiting to see on that one. Now, on the edges, you really like what they have at the outside linebacker position with Dallas Turner and Chris Braswell. Even Q Robinson is a third guy. Did some nice things last week against MTSU. So I would expect more so if pressure's going to come from this Alabama front seven on Saturday night to Quinn Ewers, it'll probably be more from the linebacker level, because I think both these defenses are going to work those A-gaps with some of these linebackers, because pass protection where the running backs are concerned too, something that's going to be under the microscope. And Up front, I think Alabama feels good about just in early downs and run situations that they've got guys that can get the job done. But as far as dynamic playmaker types like Quinnen Williams, like Deron Payne and some of those guys, still kind of waiting for those to emerge.
Hey, Travis, what about the the assimilation of the coordinators with Nick Saban? We know he's had a lot of turnover there because he's had a lot of success, and teams are trying to poach his coaches all the time. He's got 2 new coordinators. Talk about the new systems they're bringing in and what they look like offensively and defensively.
Plenty of familiarity where Kevin Steele is concerned. This is his 3rd stint with Nick in Tuscaloosa, so that's been pretty seamless, I think. And I think there's been so much emphasis on back to basics, fundamentals, things that Alabama really didn't handle with aplomb last season, including the game in Austin where so many penalties for that Alabama defense, even with the experience they brought back. So they've worked hard on cleaning that up. I think offensively, Tommy Rees and kind of his background meshes well with where Nick saw this offense going in the post-Bryce Young era, with the change at quarterback and kind of looking at the potential strengths for this offense in comparison to the last few years. I think Tommy is matched up well from that standpoint. And, as a quarterback's coach, he's got a lot on his plate. He walked into a 3-man race and he essentially added to it, I guess, with Tyler Buckner as the 3rd. But, that's a big part of this, too, continued growth for 5 scholarship quarterbacks, which they're carrying right now.
Talking to Travis Ryer with On3 Sports, BamaOnline.com. He's covered this program for a long, long time, 20 years now. What do you say to because you have seen the program so close, the rise and now where they are. After last year's 2-loss season, both came on the road, both came on the last play of the game. There were also a couple of close wins against Texas and Texas A&M and some others. Some are saying that Alabama's sliding back a little bit. Are you in that camp, or do you feel like that's overblown?
Yeah, I'm not ready to go there yet. This is a week of narratives, right? This is the narrative. If Texas is back, we're gonna truly find out on Saturday night. And conversely, if Texas is back, what does that mean for the narrative that maybe Alabama is in descent under Nick Saban relative to the impossible standard anyway that he has established, not relative really to anyone else in college football. But no, I think those are the things that are make this week intriguing too. Is that some questions, or at least some partial answers to some questions, should be revealed. And again, I don't see it in terms of the talent that is being acquired by Alabama on an annual basis. But at the end of the day, it is relative to that standard that he has established. 10-2 is 11-2 is essentially a failure, a missed opportunity on the college football playoffs. So that's the way the program is judged these days. And to be honest with you, I don't think Nick would have it any other way.
Don't disagree at all. How about the chess match, Travis? I mean, that's Sark v. Saban. I mean, they're familiar with one another, obviously. Neither showed very much on either side of the ball last week. How do you – and last year in this game here in Austin, felt like Sark had some things going early before Quinn Ewers got hurt. How do you see the chess match between the 2 head coaches?
Yeah, guys like Sark and Lane Kiffin, they always have hellacious scripts. Usually those first 15 or 20 plays, your defense is just trying to survive the script. And so I'm sure the Alabama defensive staff is expecting just a little bit of everything potentially, again, from a Texas offense that has the personnel to pretty much carry out whatever Sark wants to do or attempt to do anyway. So, that's why the opening 8-10 minutes of this game will be so intriguing to watch because, again, the potential that Sark has and that personnel group that he has to do some explosive things early. I think it's on Ewers to show he can connect in the deep passing game, and his receivers, they got to finish plays for him too. But that's the thing that I think, if Alabama can get through that first 8 to 10 minutes defensively and kind of get its feet under it behind that home crowd, I'm expecting a grinder anyway, kind of similar to last year's game. I'm not seeing this game in the 30s by any means. And So that's where, that's where the talent should take over at some point. And, kind of the styles of play offensively are going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, Travis, I happen to think I don't think any team's going to be able to run the ball with the traditional run game because of how stout the defensive fronts are. Is that what you're feeling when you're talking about this thing kind of being a struggle for both teams offensively a little bit?
Yeah, for Alabama, I don't think it has a choice but to get Jalen Milroe more involved in the design run game. So, I'm not thinking he's going to carry it 20 times, but I think he'll be 10 or more as far as running the football, because I think you hit on it. Creativity, and Sark's good at that too. I mean, you saw the throwback screen for the touchdown last week. It doesn't necessarily have to be in the run game, but how you utilize your backs, scrimmage yards, things like that for the backs, both as receivers and runners. And also, of course, I mean, you got a couple of tight ends in this game that you saw last week, can both really rip the seam between Amari Niblack for Alabama and then Jatavian Sanders for Texas. So there is just a lot to cover, and it's not just the run game, but yeah, I'm with you. I think the yards are going to be hard between the tackles.
Last thing for me, Travis Ryer, the quarterback matchup, obviously Quinn Ewers, we know he's been good, but also struggles against exotic coverages. And then Jalen Milroe, for our audience, when you saw him last year in there for Bryce Young when he was hurt, we know he can run it. We know what type of athlete he is. What gave him troubles last year when he had his moments behind Bryce?
I think it was just uncertainty, and perhaps the magnitude of the situation got him a little bit, because the week before, as difficult as it is to come off the bench early in a game and be thrust into action, I think maybe for some guys it's beneficial to them that they just are thrown in there. They don't have time to really consider everything. It's more reactionary. But you go from that to a week lead up of you pretty much know you're the starter and everything that goes with that. I think there was some anxiety for Jalen. And so, that'll be a part of this too. Even with MTSU last week, what I wanted to see from Jalen was poise and composure and how he sort of managed things early in the game. And he did a great job of it. Different deal for a guy from Texas going against the team he was previously committed to. So that's something else early in the game I think you keep an eye on for Alabama is Jalen within himself? Does he manage things efficiently? Does he not try to hit the home run on every snap? Because that's where the turnovers can come from. And so take care of the football, run the offense efficiently. I think Tommy Rees, as we saw last week, is going to try to help him as far as pre-snap and getting plays in early, getting them up to the line of scrimmage earlier in the play clock. The checks are going to come from the sideline with Tommy up in the box. So that's sort of the process that they're working with Jalen right now. And I think at least in week one, it was beneficial to him.
Travis, great stuff, man. That's awesome. That's awesome. Just the preview we wanted for our audience. Getting ready for this game, as good as a look as we'll get at the Crimson Tide from that side. Thank you, Travis, so much. You can follow Travis on Twitter at Travis Ryer, Reier. Easy to find and a great follow. Thank you, my friend.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there you
Thanks,
go.
Travis.
All right, there's the deep dive from the Alabama side.
It kind of, it's kind of what we've been describing, that we think, basically it's going to come down to these two quarterbacks. And different styles of play, obviously, different ways to win. But I think the running games on both sides are going to be neutralized.
Tough.
It's going to be tough to do that. And he said, it's going to be tough to run in between the tackles. Yeah, but both defenses are also really fast.
Yeah.
So you're not trying to get to the edge really well either. And I think Texas has pretty good edge defenders, and we know Bama does too. So I think it's going to end up, it's going to look ugly at first. And I love what he said about survive the script. That's always on my notes about if you want to beat Sark, you better survive that script. Survive those first 20 plays, and Saban knows that. But then after that, I think it settles down, and then by the fourth quarter, it becomes a game about which quarterback can make plays. And it's about who makes the better adjustments, that chess match within the game, and that's going to be on Sark versus Nick Saban and company.
Yeah, and both fan bases, you just heard it from Travis, are not sure what their quarterback will do in those big moments.
Yeah, exactly. We have no idea.
Both are uncertain. And so there's a good preview right there. Good stuff. We come back. We'll dive back into our NFL previews as we shift gears a little bit today to get ready for the NFL season, going division by division across the NFL. We'll have our Super Bowl picks by the end of the show. Also going off the record before the end of the hour. It's a busy Thursday here on E and Rod B. Hook 'em up.
Come up, 101.9 AM 1260, The Horn.
Thanks to Travis Ryer. That was good stuff. If you needed to know it's the 411, the intel on Alabama, there you go. A lot of unproven things, but a talented roster as usual with Nick Saban. What a matchup of uniforms we will have on Saturday Night, Rod. When the
classics, baby.
The classic
Iconic.
icy whites for Texas.
The Stormtroopers.
Against those classic crimson tops and deep red jerseys for Alabama.
I'm sorry, man. I always prefer the icy whites. I actually prefer the road uniforms.
Me
even
too, but
as a player.
But those Bama home uniforms are iconic, too. Think of in the movie Forrest Gump. You're watching Forrest Gump. There's Run, Forrest.
They're not cleaner than the icy whites, though.
No, they're not.
They're not. The icy whites are nice. And even I like Bama's icy whites better than I like Bama's, with the crimson.
Iconic, though. It's coming Saturday night.
It's going to be nice. It's going to be nice.
A couple of Texas quarterbacks, a Metroplex kid and a Houston area kid, and Jalen Milroe v. Quinn Ewers. Sark v. the mentor. That's appropriate, too. That's appropriate. Yeah, it is. It is good.
The state of Texas has more starting quarterbacks in college football than any other state, too. So
there you go. Looking forward to it. Thank you to Travis Ryer. If you missed that, go back and hear it on the podcast. Somebody said, guys, the signal strength on 101.9 here in Leander, not strong. Had to switch to the Horn app.
Thanks, guys.
We're very aware of that. Thank you for finding that Horn app. We appreciate everyone that does it. We are still efforting. We are certainly working with the FCC to upgrade that 101.9 signal. You can help us.
We're trying.
By sending an email, a disgruntled, angry email to Ty Henderson. That's thenderson@hornfm.com.
Be very critical.
T. Henderson. But we need your address for FCC purposes. No one's going to mail you anything. No junk mail's coming your way. We need the address because the FCC needs that to be able to verify the mapping and where people are having a hard time hearing it. Most of the time it's going to be in your car anyway, but just your address at your home, wherever you live, and then you send that email to Ty and say, I'm having a hard time here on 101.9. I'd like it to be better. Here's where I live. And that's all we need. And the more we need as many as we can get to make our case to improve that signal. So your help would be there, and then we'll be able to get back in that signal, hopefully get back to the 101.9 strength or 104.9 strength or longer, or even stronger, I should say. But we do need your help on that.
Oh, yeah. You can be like, you want like Sir Mix-a-Lot. You want to be long and strong.
Long and strong.
And down to get the friction on.
That's exactly right.
Also, thanks to all the texters who sent in and to Ty, because Ty suggested YouTube TV is where we should go, and the texters agree with Ty that us old guys, there's oldies here.
Well,
Hogan, we need to go to YouTube TV. We're having a conversation that's a moot conversation to the generation that Ty's a part of. They're like, what are these old people talking about?
I know. I'm going
to
YouTube.
It's very easy.
I know.
He's like, why are they stressing about that? There is no stress in this situation if you guys
I was telling
would modernize your watching habits.
Well, because tonight's game, I have DirecTV. I've been DirecTV, Rod, since like 2000.
Exactly. I still DVR stuff. All right, so that's an antiquated term in itself.
There's a DVR on YouTube TV.
There you go. See, that's for us old. See,
but and I'm a procrastinator. So here we are, the day of the NFL. I knew I had to do this, so I'm gonna have to disconnect DirecTV finally. I guess, but then do I have to take the dish down? I just leave it up there, don't I?
They come get it, don't they?
I hope so.
I think they come get it because they charge you for it if they don't get it back.
Come get your dish. But then I'll just go to YouTube. I'll do it today. I'm going to do it today because DirecTV, they're having a dispute with NBC, and I don't get NBC, and that's what the game's on tonight.
Yeah.
So I'm going. Today's the day, Rod.
Today's the day. Does wifey know this cord cutting's happening? She's gonna be pleasantly surprised. It actually it needs to happen anyway.
You people with YouTube, if she doesn't have HGTV, I'm gonna get
you
neutered.
People.
It does.
It does have HGTV?
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, that's all she watches. So we're good. That's all she watches. We're good.
Yeah, no, yes.
As long as she gets that channel.
What, HGTV?
Yeah, that's good.
She's not watching reality TV? She's not watching The Real Housewives?
No.
Well, the good part about it, too,
my wife needs that. She needs
you can integrate your HBO into HBO Max into it as well.
You can build your own package?
Yeah.
Build your own cable package.
Yeah, there's a lot of different add-ons. There's a whole sports. I think you can get the Pac-12 network. It's an add-on, but...
Why would you get for one more year?
Pretty much everything's available. I don't know. It's a great year. Great quarterbacks. Undefeated still.
The Pac-12 may have their best year ever. The irony of this is just blowing me away. They may end up having they had the best start in 40 years because they're undefeated. They have the highest completion percentage for quarterbacks. They're averaging the highest yards per play. The Pac-12 is awesome right now, and they may end up going to the college football playoff for the first time since when, E? What was it? Is it Washington?
16, yeah. 16.
Was it Washington? Yeah, it was PK.
With Coach PK, yeah.
PK in that group. Yeah, and this is their swan song. Yeah. On their farewell tour, they might have one of their best seasons they've ever had in the history of the conference.
All right. Somebody says Fubo TV has NBC and AT&T Sportsnet for Astros Rangers games. Okay. Well,
yeah. Someone sent me that too.
Then I don't have the direct ticket. You know, the ticket.
Sunday ticket.
Sunday ticket.
You can't have it. You can't have it all.
Can't have it all. I know.
You can't have it. That's what you want. You want it all.
I used to. Well, DirecTV, I had it all for a long time.
You want it all. You can't have it all.
Now they're fragmenting me.
You got to pick what you need. All right, what you need and what you want. There's a difference. What sporting events do you need to be watching? That's what you need.
You definitely can't watch the Astros or Rangers on YouTube.
All right, I know that.
That's
the draw.
I've gotten used to not watching the Astros.
After this weekend, I may not need to watch the Astros till the playoffs, so I think I'm good.
That's true.
La-di-da.
La-di-da. No, a lot of baseball left, but that was impressive or humiliating, whichever you want to take it from the Astros or Rangers side. Hey, Rod, real quick, because we're doing our NFL previews. If you're just tuning in, throughout the morning, we've gone team by team, and you can always go back on our
let's do it.
On our podcast and listen, but we previewed in the first hour the AFC South and West. We all agreed on Jacksonville and Kansas City to win those divisions. No disagreement.
Yeah, Kansas City's won it 8 years in a row. No, easy.
Yeah, going for another one. Jacksonville's the rising team. Tennessee could be a challenge. And then in the AFC East, I took Buffalo, Rod took Miami, and Ty took the Jets.
That was going to be fun to talk about all year long. That's going to be fun.
And we're writing these down. The AFC North, I took Baltimore, Rod took Cincinnati.
I will say coin flip, though. You and I both agreed Baltimore and Cincinnati, either one could win that division.
Those head-to-head matchups are going to be critical. And then Ty took Cleveland. Ty's playing the outliers. Hey. I also took Dallas in the NFC East.
Ooh.
I took Philadelphia. You took Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Okay?
I mean, it's just hard. Best lines of scrimmage. Jalen Hurts is balling.
So that brings us to the NFC North. Let's do the North because the Lions play tonight.
Let's go.
The Vikings won it last year at 13-4. The Lions were 9-8. Remember, the Lions were 1-6 to start the year and then won 8 of their last 10 games. Went 8-2 down the stretch. Nearly made the playoffs. Got to 9-8. That's why people are saying they're a trendy pick because they figured some things out last year, and now here they are, improved. Are you feeling the Lions here in the AFC North or someone else?
I am feeling these Lions. Listen, I am a former Lion myself, okay? The Lions, I spent more time with the Lions than I did with any other NFL franchise. For the first time in forever, I can pick the Lions and not be a laughing stock. So I will pick the Lions. I will say that trendy pick. I'll go with it and say the Lions are my pick for that division because I go either way. I could go the Bears. But, man, there's some trends I don't like about the Bears. I like Justin Fields. I like what they're doing with that offense. But, man, you go look at it. They were 33rd out of 33 quarterbacks in sack rate, Justin Fields was last season, 32nd in interception rate, and that was an NFL high. And they had an NFL high 16 fumbles last season. They got a lot they got to correct and figure out.
They were outscored by 137 last year.
Yeah. They had a league low. They had a league low 20 sacks, so they didn't get to the opposing quarterback.
Remember,
a lot.
They traded Roquan Smith, Khalil Mack, all their best defensive players.
I like how excited everybody is about Justin Fields. They got a lot to work on with that Bears offense.
Remember, they had the number 1 pick, but they didn't need a quarterback, so they traded for DJ Moore. From Carolina, who finally gives them a number 1 receiver. Chase Claypool they traded for as well from Pittsburgh last year. And they've got Khalil Herbert and Rojo at running back. But you're right, I still think their defense is a work in progress in a big way. Maybe they push for 5 or 6 wins, but I'm not buying the Bears. I know in Chicago they're all fired up. But it's between the Packers, Lions, and Vikings. I need to see Jordan Love before I could actually pick them. So it's between the Vikings and the Lions.
He had a good preseason, though, if that means anything.
And I'm not buying the Vikings defense. I'm really not. I know they just signed T.J. Hawkinson to the big deal. Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison should be dynamic for Kirk Cousins. But I, too, am going with the Lions. The Motor City Kitties.
The Motor City
Kitties. It's the best
Kitties.
team and the most complete team they've had since Matt Stafford and Megatron were making things happen in Detroit. I am taking the Lions in the NFC North.
Yeah, that offense is it's prolific. I mean, it's great. Ben Johnson won't be there long. He's the offensive coordinator.
453 points last year.
Exactly. And this is
my gave up 427. They need to fix that part.
They'll figure out the defense. I think it'll take some time, but they'll figure out the defense. And remember, you brought this up yesterday, and you were so right. Their offensive line dealt with a ton of injuries last year. In the midst of becoming a top 5 offense, they did with their offensive line in shambles because of injuries. Only 3 teams had more offensive line injuries than Detroit.
And when they're healthy, they're really good.
Boom. So that is why people are projecting them to take another leap, because it took them the first half of the season when they were struggling to get the offensive line healthy, because they were really struggling there. One thing about Minnesota, I like Minnesota, but man, their record last year just did not reflect how unstable their winning formula was. you go look at it. Minnesota had 11 one-score games in 2022. 8 of those 11 one-score games basically were fourth-quarter comebacks. So they won 11 one-score games, and 8 of those 11 were fourth-quarter comeback variety, which tied an NFL record. They're the first NFL team in history ever to win 13 games and have a negative play differential. Why
are we underestimating? Why are we underrating the Vikings at 13 wins last year? Is this the defense?
It's got to be a regression somewhere.
Yeah.
They were just so unlikely.
Yeah, they got outscored in their games by 3 points, as you just said. I mean, it's they found so many ways to win, including the game against the Colts where they were down 32-0 or whatever it was, and they won the game.
Yes. Oh yeah, that was a remember they broke the Houston record.
Yes.
The Buffalo Bills record for their comeback against the Houston Oilers in the playoffs, which was 32 points. Theirs was 33 points.
Yes.
So listen. I'm not saying that they're gonna regress. I'm just saying that if you're gonna pick somebody to regress, probably in the NFC, it might be them, just because of all of the different things that's brought up. And by the way, Kirk Cousins did not have a great season last year. He had his second worst completion percentage, second worst touchdown rate. He had a career high in interceptions, third worst interception rate, worst yards per attempt, third worst sack rate, worst passer rating. He had one of his worst seasons ever, and yet they still were able to win 13 games, and they lost that first game in the playoffs. I think they were exposed by a Giants team.
So we have both alliance. Who do you have, Ty, in the NFC North?
I have the Vikings, but I don't think they win 13 games.
Okay, you're holding your nose and taking the Vikings. One or two playoff teams out of the North, Rod. If we like the Lions, is there another playoff team there, or is it just a one-division playoff league?
I got them just one.
Because I think the Vikings could be a playoff team.
I think the NFC East is going to have 2 teams.
I do
right?
too. Maybe 3 last year.
It's a good point. They could end up having 3. And I think the NFC West is going to have 2.
I do too, with the Seahawks and
The
Niners.
Seahawks
We'll get to them next hour.
yeah.
And the NFC South, where Bijan and the Falcons were only a couple of games back of first place last year. We'll get you details there. There's our preview of the NFC North. Lions, Vikings are our picks here. What say you? Specs text line 512-337-3776. Coming back, we will pick up the off the record, including this day in 2011. We got one of the great sound bites of all time, Ron. One of the great sound bites ever. Coming up next and off the record. Off the record, Rod Babers, E. Hogan with you. Let's hook them up. Some stories maybe you've missed that you really, really need to know. Let me just tell you.
Need to know this stuff. It's important.
Including a must-read story that just dropped on Yahoo Sports today from our friend Ross Dellinger. Used to be at Sports Illustrated. Now Ross is at Yahoo. And he tells the behind-the-scenes story of how SMU and their billionaire oil tycoons, who are graduates and alumni, basically bought their way into the Power Five. And here's a great quote from the story that I'm reading right now, Rod. Talking to one of the oil tycoons who helped fund their move to the – remember, they're not making any money from the ACC and their move to the ACC. One of the billionaires said, it's a couple $100 million. I'm not losing sleep over it.
Exactly. He's a billionaire.
It's a couple $100 million.
And he hangs out with other billionaires.
David Miller is the guy. David Miller.
It's not like they're getting no money. They're just not getting media rights.
Right,
like
they'll get some
broadcast share. They'll get share of like when you make it to college football, when your conference makes it to the college football playoff and like bowl money, all that kind of stuff. They'll get some money. They're just not getting the media rights shares.
Yeah.
That's what they're not getting.
David Miller.
Got to clear that up.
My favorite quote in a while.
No, I mean,
it's a couple $100 million.
Because he's a billionaire.
I'm not losing sleep over it.
And billionaires have billionaire friends.
Yeah.
So they were like, nah, man, for us, it's not that big a deal. For y'all, I'm sure y'all stressing about it. But for us, we're cool.
We're good. We're pulling out of our dark periods.
Exactly. We're good. If you're a billionaire, I don't know how many dark periods you have, honestly.
No, I'm talking about SMU, the program.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was going to say, billionaires, maybe their dark period is a lot different than everybody else's. But you're right, SMU. I think it's a smart move by them. I think it's a smart move because when it's all said and done and we're past the point of the separating of the have and the have-nots in this whole thing, everybody who's not in one of those Power 4 conferences now, because Pac-12 have lost their status as a power conference, I'm going to say they're going to regret it, but there will be a shift in the basically in the revenue, right, that is generated with those guys who are in those programs that are in those top 4 conferences, and for those who are not. And there's only a few places where you're going to be able to find major college sports, and major college sports will be consolidated in those 4 conferences, and everything else will be considered a lower tier.
Yeah.
Much lower tier.
Yeah.
Though.
Well, 10 years from now, you won't remember that the billionaires bought them in, and they'll be part of the history book. But at the same time, they'll be in the ACC, and that's where you need to be in that group of 68 and not in the other side.
Yeah, because you're not going to be able to recruit. You're not going to be able to get good coaches there.
Yeah, you're relegated. You won't be making near as much. And, you're out. You're out. It's Premier League. You're not in the Premier League.
There you go.
Out.
It's a great point. Great comparison.
You're Ted Lasso's team.
Yeah.
And you can't play your way up.
Yeah, exactly. You're stuck there. Yeah, because you're right. Because realignment, I don't know what realignment looks like once we have consolidated into these Power 4 conferences. Like you said, it may be within those Power 4, but but highly unlikely that it'll become someone outside the Power 4 that adds to the Power 4.
Well, look, because TV is driving all this and media, there's a chance that there would be a group of 68 champion, and then you could have the rest that have a tournament, and they have a championship. And heck, maybe they play down the road. I don't know. The champions of each. That might get fun, but that's a ways away. Rob, what are you having off the record?
Okay, how about this? Tom Brady. He's back in the news.
TB12.
He's making moves, guys. Tom Brady has a new venture post-NFL. And this was kind of weird. He's partnering up with a massive American airline. Delta announced a multi-year agreement Wednesday that they've struck with Tom Brady and TB12, making him a new long-term strategic advisor for their company, which will see him give their employees, their customers, and their stakeholders a piece of his mind and wisdom on a number of topics, including general greatness, something that's, obviously a part of his brand. He's just, I'm the GOAT, man. I'll teach y'all how to be GOATs like me. So how about that? Delta and Tom Brady teaming
Delta
up.
was the source of the toxic flight, just so we know.
Yes, they're the ones with the biohazard.
The biohazard.
Hey, you know what's interesting though about the biohazard thing, guys?
Yeah.
Remember we talked about this after we saw the porta potty fight, and we saw the young lady in the romper and the white boots. We were like, she's gonna be a star, and I predicted, they'll find her in like a couple of days. That's how the internet works now. If somebody goes viral, the internet will find them, and we'll be all up in their business in a couple of days. They have not yet found the person,
the pooper.
That was the reason for the biohazard, and that either means.
Are you sure they didn't throw him off the plane? out of the plane?
The internet would find him. No, the internet, because there are people on this plane, on this flight.
No, I know.
So I wonder why the privacy. There must be maybe sensitive for some reason. Maybe they were actually sick. I don't know.
It was an international flight.
Maybe it was. Yeah.
But still, though, the internet, it's international, man. We get stuff like that all the time. How have we not found out who the biohazard is?
Found it.
You know what I mean? And there's a theory that because of the video that came out and you saw all of the excrement on the plane and the amount of it, there is a belief that it was a woman. Potentially.
Oh, looks like white boots. Okay, so can we...
a woman or a dude in shorts?
Can we... There had to be something that was... Because
there was two...
Nothing was holding it in.
Yeah, exactly.
Somebody in a dress.
Or they took something off. Like,
right. How did it can go down the leg.
Last thing I got to give you.
Go down
and out all...
Exactly. Oh.
Hey, Trust me, I know.
Oh, I know you know.
I told that story yesterday, and we won't tell it
Podcast
again.
it. Go podcast
That's a once-a-year story now.
That is a once-a-year.
Can I play this? So once a year we have to play this because September 7th of 2011, we heard this from Coastal Carolina head football coach David Bennett. One of the great all-time sound clips that we've ever archived happened on this day
brother.
12 years ago. Let's fire it up just for memory's sake.
Trying to get our two boys ready to carry them to golf tournament before practice, right? 12 cats live across the road. Our door's open. Screen's broke. We need to get a new screen door, but the screen's broke. So you can come in through the screen, but you can't get back out of it. I turn and look, there's a little kitty cat in our kitchen. So I said, what are you doing in here, little kitty cat? By that time, the cat turns, tries to get back out. That screen won't go that way. Cat starts going, meow, all crazy. And I told our players, we need more dogs. Bo's barking in the back. I have to go shut Bo up. Mel's like, what's going on? I said, there's a cat in the house. Cat in the house? I said, yeah, there's a cat in the house. So I told our players, I tried to let it out the front door. Meow, meow, the cat's still going crazy in there. And I told our players, you need to be more like a dog. We don't need a bunch of cats in here. Looking in the mirror. Do I look good? I got my extra bands on. I got my other shoes on. Be a dog. We don't need no meows. We don't need no cats.
Oh, man.
That's fantastic. Is that where they're saying he got that dog in him? Is that where it got popularized? Because I got to tell you, that thing blew up. Need more dogs.
We need more dogs. That's no longer, not surprising. He was not the Coastal Carolina head coach for much longer after that.
And he had been there forever, too.
Yeah.
Didn't he come back later?
Oh, David Bennett. Thank you, Coach.
I love his cat noise. It was great.
We don't need no dog. Coming back, we roll on with our NFL previews.
Shut Bo up.
Longhorns, Bama chatter, and the rest of a Thursday edition of Hook 'em Up with Ian Rodby. We roll on. It's the start of the NFL season, so we're making our official predictions division by division. We'll have our Super Bowl picks and winner coming up next hour. This hour, we hit the NFC West and South. Ty picked the Cowboys for you Cowboys fans in the NFC East. Rod and I both took Eagles to become the first team in that division to go back-to-back with division championships in 20 years. But so we're long odds there, but I think Philadelphia is even better than they were last year. But that's the NFL, the uncertainty of it, the parity that's always been pushed for in that league has created this monster because it's just so uncertain.
Can I give you a stat that kind of backs that up?
Because no one would have picked Philadelphia last year at this time to go 14-3. They did.
Not 14-3, no.
Yeah.
I thought they'd be a decent team. I mean, they were a playoff team.
They were.
That year before. People forget about that.
And they lost to Tom Brady. And Jalen Hurts didn't play well in that game. And you thought, man, but Jalen Hurts got so much better.
Yeah, he learned a lot. Here's a stat from Bill Barnwell then, since we're talking about the NFL and how
Bill Barnwell.
Crazy it is, and how unpredictable it can be. From 2002 to 2021, about 1 in 3 teams who finished with 10-plus wins posted a losing record the following season. History suggests 3 of these 9 teams will drop below 500 in 2023. Thought exercise, which one of the 3 will drop below 500? Bills, Bengals, Ravens, Chiefs, Chargers, Cowboys, Eagles, Vikings, 49ers. 20-year history suggests the parity of the NFL that 3 of those teams will drop below 500. Which 3, guys? Which 3?
Top of my head, with just hearing that question, I would say Vikings, Chargers, and...
Exactly. It's tough.
Vikings are
at the top of the list. Remember all the stuff we just talked about? Vikings are at the top of that list.
Vikings, Chargers.
Ooh, yeah.
Dare we say it's not the Cowboys?
The reason I say
Chargers,
Chargers might be tough because that division for them, they're not going to beat the Chiefs, but I think they're better than the Raiders and the Broncos.
But the Chargers always Charger.
The Chargers always Charger.
Superchargers.
That's true.
They have Kellen Moore, though, now.
Chargering. You're right about that.
That doesn't make me feel better about that situation.
Having Big Mac McCarthy calling your plays makes you feel better, I guess.
Super Bowl champion, Big Mac McCarthy.
Yeah.
It'll be one of those 2 Cowboys-Chargers, in my opinion.
And by the way,
come on.
Think about a catastrophic injury probably also will lead to one of these teams.
That's the other thing,
having a serious
right?
regression. You can't predict that. We just don't know who it's going to be.
Well, when the year Dak Prescott's leg went sideways.
There you go. Done.
But they were a bad team before that. Let's remember, they were not good at that point. There was like the 5th game of the year, and they were, that was Mike McCarthy's first year, and it was terrible.
Oh, yeah.
Their defense was awful.
He had Mike Nolan as his defense. Ugh.
He missed 5 games last year, and they went 4-1.
Well, it's
Cooper, baby.
All right, I don't think it's. I don't think it's going to be the Cowboys.
Now you got Trey Lance. Yeah, I don't think it'll be the Cowboys. But that's an interesting stat, though. Think about to your point about the parity. It's so much parity in this league. Literally, they have engineered everything, CBA, all the rules for parity, and they got it because you got teams that go from the top to the bottom, and from the bottom to the top routinely. It's to give the fan bases hope. So you'll always believe this is the year for our team because you can always point to an example of it for another team.
You hear Ty in there? Because Jerry Jones been selling them hope for 25 years.
Selling hope and change like Obama in there, man.
Hope and change. This is the year.
This is the year, baby. You got it. This might be the year for the Cowboys, though.
I'd rather go in every year expecting to win than expecting to lose.
Well, and you know what? I think if you're a Cowboys fan, Ty, I think you have every right to be confident about this team that they can be right back there at 12-5ish. And the bar for this team in Dallas is about that divisional playoff game, right? Can they get over that hump? Nothing. That's the problem for the Cowboys right now. It's kind of like the Longhorns. Nothing. This is about what happens when you get to January for the Dallas Cowboys at this point. And if they don't even get there, that's going to be a real problem for Mike McCarthy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the whole point is not only you got to get there, if you end up facing the 49ers again.
Yeah, which you might.
You might end up facing them again. Yeah, I mean, that's the test because nobody cares about your 12 wins in the regular season. Those are unfair expectations, but that's the truth now. You got to get past the divisional round. That's the only measurement of success for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Everything else is a disappointment.
Well, you had 12 last year. You had 13 the year before.
Yeah. It's like,
and you couldn't get past the Niners.
Been there, done that.
That's going to be the question for them. That's a great stat by Bill Barnwell, and it leads back into this conversation about the NFL, without a doubt. Real quick, Rod, before we get to your rant of the day, and we're going to go finish our 2 divisions at the bottom of the hour, the NFC South and West. But I wanted to mention this Bob Iger comment because we're talking about I don't have on my DirecTV, I don't have NBC right now locally. ESPN, over 16 million Spectrum subscribers across the country don't have ESPN right now, and people are wondering what the heck is going on. Bob Iger is the head of Disney, right?
Mm-hmm.
Disney CEO. And he did an interview on CNBC yesterday, in which he really said the problem, spoke it out loud, that the problem right now is at some point ESPN will go direct to consumer, right? They're gonna cut out the cable companies altogether, the satellite companies, and they're going to go like Spectrum, and they're going with their ESPN programming. They're going to go straight to consumer, right? They're going to stream it. So they'll have an app. Right now they don't have this, right? They still have their deals cut with all the media companies around the country and around the world, and that's how ESPN is distributed. But Iger makes it clear it's not if, it's when they're going to go direct to consumer. And that's what these cable outlets, Spectrums, and they want guarantees that, wait a second, we're not going to lock up this deal, and all of a sudden you're going to be competing against us, going direct to consumer. This is the inherent problem that's going on, and that's why these agreements are going to be hard to come by, because ESPN won't give them that agreement, right? Disney's not going to say, no, we're not doing that. So that's the problem. It's kind of like in the writer's strike in Hollywood, Rod. I mean, the writers want agreements that the filmmakers and the movie houses won't use AI to replace writers, and they won't give them that agreement.
They're like, no, man, because we're definitely going to do
cheap
that.
Labor, y'all.
It's definitely going to happen. We just don't know to what extent it's going to happen.
Right. We're happy to pay the best writers the most money, but we don't want to pay all the writers just a guaranteed number.
That's just a great point.
Because we use AI.
And now they're trying to get reality TV stars to also get more rights and benefits. It's like, well.
And that's one of those negotiations. I don't know what the end is. And the other part of this is a new report suggests that, here it is, this is another piece of log on the fire to what you and I have been talking about for weeks now, Rod. A new report suggests that numerous current and former Disney executives believes Bob Iger is gearing up to sell the House of Mouse to Apple.
Wow.
The House of Mouse
the whole damn
to
thing.
Apple.
The whole shebang.
The whole shooting match.
Wow.
To Apple,
Game
which, of course, as we've talked about, Apple would then have all of the TV, the sports streaming that they would want, all of ESPN's deals with college football, the NFL, the NBA, all of those agreements would belong to Apple, and they would stream them. Whether they kept the ESPN branding or not would be known, but that's a new report that was just out yesterday. Numerous current and former Disney executives believe Bob Iger is gearing up to sell Disney to Apple.
And Apple, honestly, has got the cash to buy it, like actual cash. They can
in their couch cushions.
Yeah, So that would be
like the billionaire at SMU. It's a couple hundred million. What am I going to do?
We're not too worried about it. We're not too worried about it. 100 million, 200 million. We're not too worried about it.
All right, so keep an eye on that, and obviously it's as the media conglomerates turn and the streaming services as we get ready for the NFL tonight, which is the number one television show in the world. Can we go to the Rod's Rant for this 9 o'clock hour?
Mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore.
Find out what happens when people stop being polite and start getting real.
You ain't keeping it right.
My God! Okay, it's happening. Everybody stay calm.
Oh, you've done it now. It's time for Rod's Rant of the Day.
Hold on to your butts.
All right, so of course we are getting closer to the Texas-Bama game, and we have analyzed it from every different angle, right? We've been slapped it up, flipped it, and rubbed it down. We went to every different matchup we can go through. So now we're into the detail this matchup may play out, and we were just talking to Travis. It's Travis Ryer, right? Is it Ryer? His name? He was really good, Bama insider, and he agreed with some of the things that I brought up that I think it's going to be tough for either one of these teams to run the football. And honestly, the way I think it's going to go is Sark's script is going to be amazing. I went and looked up my notes from last year. Sark had 8 different personnel packages that he used in that Bama game, and easily, I think, passes the eye test for most Longhorn fans as the most creative script that Sark has had since he's been here at Texas. And I imagine we're going to see something just as creative in this matchup versus Alabama in Tuscaloosa. So expect to see all those personnel packages, the 11, the 12, the Big 11, Big 12, 6 O-line packages, the 2021. Remember, both of your biggest plays in the Rice game, that 37-yard touchdown to Jay Brooks, the 40-something-yard touchdown to JT Sanders, both out of 21 personnel, 2 backs, 1 tight end. Only saw like 5 or 6 snaps of it, but I think you may see more of it versus Alabama. So he may get all of it, 23, 20, 30 personnel. You may get a ton of different personnel groupings and formations. And I think for Sark, and you're going to get that early on, by the way, in the opening script. But obviously when that wears thin, and then you got to get down to the adjustments within the game, the chess match within the game, that's where this game will be won and lost for Texas or for Alabama. And when you're talking about big games, I brought this up earlier, if you're talking about winning a big game, postseason games or really big games, whether it's a regular season matchup that you've been knowing about for a year, there's always extra preparation done. We know Texas, along with Gary Patterson, did a lot of extra preparation for Bama last year. We know now Steve Sarkisian hinting and the players implying that basically Texas has done a lot of preparation for Alabama in the offseason this season. I think even for the Rice game, and I said it before the game, I said it to anybody who would listen, I said, man, if I was Steve Sarkisian, I would not be preparing for Rice as hard as I would be preparing for Bama. And the players wouldn't know it, but I would be, infusing all of my practice periods, all of my, 7-on-7s, my team sessions with Bama material. The players wouldn't know it. We wouldn't be talking about Bama, but we would be practicing for Alabama, whether that be the week before Rice, the week of Rice, and, of course, afterwards, you're prepping for Bama. And they've been doing it in the offseason, too. And I still believe that was the case. I was talking to my man Drew Kelce about it, who was on that Longhorn team that won the national title and was from DB High at Houston Lamar. And even he said, yeah, he remembers before Ohio State, they had a game, and I forgot who it was. I don't know if it was Louisiana Lafayette or something like that. And they were practicing all these really cool concepts, and he kept asking Coach, why didn't we use some of those cool concepts we were practicing in the game? And then they broke them all out versus Ohio State. They were practicing them the week before.
Yeah.
Right? But he was like, they didn't use them. Like, why would we use that really cool stuff? It's like, well, we're going to use it. We just need you to rep it a little bit more. Expect that type of philosophy and mentality versus Alabama. They're going to break it out. They're going to be in the bag. But what I said about winning big games, you got to break tendency to win big games because teams are doing extra prep. They're putting in extra prep, right? They're putting in overtime. Nobody's going home in the postseason. Everybody's staying up late, sleeping on the couch, putting in that extra work. Same thing's happening for the big Alabama game, your big regular season matchup with your rival. Mac Brown was famous for the bye week. If there's an A&M or an Oklahoma after that bye week, we're probably going to be preparing for that rival during the bye week, right? We're going to use that extra time. And with that extra time, because you only have a fixed amount of time to practice and meet with your team. So if you're going to meet and practice about something, you better make sure it's important and relevant. Otherwise, you're wasting truly, literally valuable time that you only have so much of because of the NCAA rules and the CBA and the NFL, anything. So with that time being spent and you putting extra time, that means you really, really get to know and really familiarize yourself with the habits, the trends, the patterns, the tendencies of a team. You know them in and out. I know all Texas patterns, trends, and tendencies. You guys know that. I give them to you all the time. All right. So picture Rod B times 10, right?
Yeah. With those analysts.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like a bunch of those guys, 10 to 15 of them in a room, and they're all looking at certain concepts, looking at different trends, patterns, and tendencies, and they're bringing all that information to the coach and going, all right, here you go. This formation, 70% of the time in this down and distance, you'll get this route combination. They give it all to them. All right. And that's why it's so important in those big games where all that prep is being done and they are exhausting themselves with the most thorough research possible to find every little minute, minuscule detail that'll give them some type of, advantage, all right, in game planning, that you use that time against them. Use their trends, use all the trends and all the patterns and tendencies they found. You got to use it against them. And that's why breaking tendency is big. One of the most famous examples actually involves Alabama and Nick Saban. Right? Nick Saban's in the national championship game against Georgia. Jalen Hurts is his quarterback, and he's trying to figure out every which way, all right, to solve the riddles and the game plans and challenges that Kirby Smart's Georgia team has presented to him. Because Kirby Smart knows Nick Saban better than any other assistant coach. He was with him longer than any other assistant coach. He's with him, 11, 12 years he's with Nick Saban. And took every principle and philosophy, and dogma that Nick Saban taught him, and he built that Georgia program with it, and now they're back-to-back champions. But before that was done, he was trying to do it a little bit earlier in 2017, in that I think it was a 2018 year, but it was a 2017 national title game. And Kirby Smart's game plan and scouting report was so thorough and so exhaustive that Alabama, really, Nick Saban, he was out of ideas. He had no counters. He was going to lose that national title game because Jalen Hurts was struggling. Why? Because Kirby Smart knew Jalen Hurts. He knew him very well. He had helped, on that team. He had seen him in practice. Hell, he was probably there when they recruited Jalen Hurts and probably was helping with evaluations, all that kind of stuff. He knew all the players on that roster. So he knew their weaknesses and their strengths. And one of the only players he did not have a thorough scouting report on was Tua. And Nick Saban decided, I got to break tendency. Only way I'm going to beat Kirby Smart in this game. He knows everything we're going to do. He knows my schemes. He knows all my players. The one player he don't really know that he cannot account for is Tua. I'm putting him in the game. Puts him in the game, and we all remember, what was it, the first or second play throws, a touchdown pass to Devontae Smith? The rest is history. They win the game.
They win the game. Stole it back.
And that was the one big adjustment, right? That was the one way that Nick Saban broke tendency, because that was the one thing that Kirby Smart did not anticipate him doing.
Well, this is a huge test, and you're right. Does Steve Sarkisian have something up his fourth quarter sleeve?
Yeah, he got to do it. Remember the Super Bowl 2017? Go back to that too. The Patriots and the Rams in that Super Bowl. The only touchdown scored was out of 22 personnel, 2 backs, 2 tight ends, and it was out of empty formation. This is where my empty formation obsession actually starts. Out of empty formation, and the Rams and Wade Phillips, who had called an amazing game defensively. Matter of fact, it was a defensive battle between the Patriots and the Rams, and he gave up 1 touchdown, and the only touchdown he gave up was out of 22 personnel, where the Rams left their linebackers and heavy personnel on the field, and then the Patriots spread them out and went empty formation with that group. And turns out the research had been done that season in 2017, there had only been 11 instances the entire season where a team used 22 personnel and went empty formation. And the Patriots did it 3 times in a row to score the only touchdown there. They broke tendency. Hell, they broke tendency that nobody could have prepared for or anticipated. And they didn't even practice it. It came out later. The players actually revealed they did not even practice that. They installed it. But even the Patriots didn't think they were going to use it because they didn't practice it. They installed it but didn't practice it, and that's why they end up winning the game. That's the ultimate kind of example of them breaking tendency. Also, that same Super Bowl, that's when Jared Goff and Sean McVay, they would line up at the line of scrimmage really fast, try to beat the play clock, and they would try to get to the line of scrimmage with about 25 seconds left on the play clock when they switch off the headset with 15 seconds left so that Sean McVay could talk Jared Goff through the play and through the defense before the snap. And the Patriots, remember, they sent in 2 different play calls. One prior to the snap, and then one after they shut off the headset, and one post-snap, and then they would basically have a different look for a young Jared Goff. They broke tendency. They also played more. There was more zone coverage in that game than they played in any game in the playoffs because they needed to break tendency because Sean McVay knew, they're gonna be playing man coverage, and he built his game plan around, they're playing a lot of man coverage. And so these examples are littered everywhere. Remember last season when the Bills beat the Miami Dolphins in the playoffs? They did it by running a concept of 10 personnel, which is 1 back, 0 tight ends. They had 4 of their snaps against the Dolphins with 10 personnel. They had only used it 7 total snaps the entire season. So they went 10 personnel in 4 plays to beat the Miami Dolphins in that game, but they had only used it 7 times the entire year. But you got to break tendency. How could the Miami Dolphins be ready for it? There was nothing on film to show that they were going to run that, and there were only 7 plays. Why would I devote my very valuable practice time, which I'm limited to, by the way, because of the CBA, why would I devote it to a play they only ran 7 damn times in the entire 17-game season? You wouldn't. And that's why breaking tendency is so important, because you got to do the 1 or 2 things they don't expect you to do. The Doug Peterson did it too with the Jaguars. Remember that play they ran? It was a 4th and inches actually. A 25-yard run by I believe it was Travis Etienne, if I'm not mistaken. Remember, they lined up in that T formation with 3 players in the backfield. It was only the 6th time the entire season that an NFL team on offense lined up 3 players in the backfield on 4th down, and 3 of them were done by the Jags. That's breaking tendency. That's what Sark and Texas are going to have to do in this game. I don't know how they're going to do it. It's hard to predict and anticipate that, but I guarantee you, if they win this game versus Alabama on Monday, I will come in here and I will show you all the ways that he broke tendency to beat his former mentor. If they lose, then I'll come in here and show you all the ways they did not.
Yeah, and did exactly what Alabama thought they were going to do. We will see. It's great stuff there from Rod's rant. I would also say the examples you gave are great. They're also outside, so Buffalo is playing Miami for the third time. That's a divisional
That's
team,
true.
so you got to
Good
break
point.
something out that they haven't
Great
seen.
Great point, E.
And the other ones, the Super Bowl games and the national championship game with Nick Saban, you have extra time to prepare.
All
right?
that time.
You got a month to prepare. Same with the Super Bowl. Well, guess what? Alabama and Texas have had all offseason to prepare for this game, right?
Exactly.
You've had all offseason to find this plan that's going to break tendency, and don't think Nick Saban doesn't know it too. So just another subplot of what makes this game so damn intriguing. Because, week to week, once you get past this week and you're getting to your conference, it's tougher to –
It's tough, yeah.
You don't have time. You're just trying to build on what you're good at and go – this is the game where you can break out that stuff that, as you said, the players didn't even know why they were practicing, but they were practicing it all summer and all through camp and didn't use it against Rice. And now all of a sudden, here it is. That's the play. Let's do it. We shall see. That's why I said earlier this week when they ran that throwback screen to Jonathan Brooks. To me, they're going to show that look in this game, and they're going to do something else off of it.
Good job,
right? Because they've now shown it twice in a row. They did it in the Alamo Bowl, and Jonathan Brooks scored a touchdown. They did it in the Rice game, which Nick Saban is going to make a point of emphasis with his team to identify on film. Well, then you do something completely different off of it. Give it the entire look. And then there's something that hasn't happened before that's happening, and the defense is like, oh, man, we didn't see that coming.
Yeah.
That's a way you can set somebody up. Love it.
I like
Good
that.
stuff, Rod.
I like that.
All right, we come back into the NFL. We'll also take a walk down memory lane. The last time Jared Goff faced Patrick Mahomes in a season opener, it was a classic for sure. Also, our picks in the NFC West and South coming next.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. Oh, it is football season, and there's nothing better than bringing back football season so that I can enjoy America's favorite game and America's favorite beer, football and Bud Light. That is a championship tag team, folks. And trust me, this weekend, I'll be enjoying lots of football and lots of Bud Light. You got the NFL back. You also got college football. Oh, the biggest game of the season with Texas, Alabama. As a matter of fact, if you want to enjoy some nice ice-cold Bud Light, hang out with the crew, we got our official watch party that'll be at the Field House at the Crossover starting at 3. You can come on out there. They will have those $18 Bud Light buckets. You got $16 Michelob Ultra pitchers. So we got you hooked up out there. So come on out, enjoy yourself, and that's what Bud Light's all about. Enjoying yourself, having a good time. That's why they call it the sure sign of a good time. And to make sure that your fridge is stocked with it this weekend, whether you're tailgating, it's the perfect tailgating beverage. Whether you're having a watch party, I'm sure there'll be a lot of watch parties for that Texas-Bama game. You want to make sure you got your fridge stocked with Bud Light. Turns good times into great times and the rest of the times into the best of times. So if you want to be the life of that watch party, you better bring some Bud Light to that watch party. Remember, folks, Bud Light brewed deep in the heart of Texas by Texans for Texans, and damn proud of it.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers. Austin, Texas Sports. The Horn.
D and Rod B, it's the start of the NFL season. Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes tonight. Maybe Travis Kelce. He will be tested this morning. Then be kind of a game-time decision. No structural issues with his knee, but swelling and inflammation. If it's unstable at all, you'd probably not want to play him tonight with a long season to come. But he hasn't missed a game since 2014. He's an Iron Man. So we'll see if he goes tonight. The Chiefs would definitely like to have him on the field tonight, but not if he's not healthy. Also, Rod, two most annoying fan bases in the NFL according to social media.
Cowboys, probably.
Cowboys and Eagles.
Yeah.
Cowboys and Eagles.
Eagles, definitely. Cowboys, I see it. It's not Cowboys' fault. It's because Jerry Jones has been gaslighting that fan base for 2 decades.
Yeah.
So it's not their fault. It's just that Jerry Jones has distorted their reality. But Eagles fans, yes, they are actually.
And that's in every sport.
Painstakingly annoying. Yeah, that's a Philly thing. That's a Philly thing.
And they're proud of it, too. It's a badge of honor.
I went to a Texans-Jets game in Houston one time, and I got to say, Jets fans are pretty annoying.
They're number 8 on the list, according to this survey.
Yeah, and that's because
the
little brother syndrome up there in New York City.
Chiefs fans are 4. That's because they're so cocky. They're like Alabama fans. Patrick Mahomes, duh. Roll Tide, duh. They're just good.
Hey, I would be too if, your quarterback had the best start to a career in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
The best first, 5 years in the history of the NFL.
That's what he's got. And he's been in 3 Super Bowls already, won 2 of them.
So, and he's young.
It's not like We're good.
Yeah, they're good. They're cocky.
And he's giving less money, taking less money, so his team can be better.
He's unselfish, too. He's got a Tim Duncan-like unselfishness about him. Oh,
it's also National Beer Lovers Day. So how about that? National Bud Light Beer Lovers Day and NFL start to the season. A couple other NFL notes, then we're going to make our picks in 2 more divisions. We told you that Travis Kelce will maybe play tonight. The Rams, though, will not have Cooper Kupp. He's a first-round draft pick in a lot of fantasy football leagues. He will not play Saturday or Sunday against Seattle. What a game that is. That was a divisional rivalry game to start the season. But the Rams, how about this? Sean McVay said they haven't ruled out placing Kupp on injured reserve.
Do it, Sean McVay, and start the slow tank.
Because of that ongoing hamstring injury. Won't heal. He's going to see a specialist. That's a problem. That's why I was telling people to avoid Cooper Kupp in drafts. Hopefully you did. And no more holdout in San Francisco. Nick Bosa. How about this deal? Micah Parsons was smiling yesterday. $170 million 5-year extension for Bosa. He's the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the league now. And he's making more than some quarterbacks with $122 million guaranteed. Bosa is done.
He'll have that title for how long?
Till Micah.
Micah signs his new deal.
Well, since Bosa's been drafted by the Niners, they haven't been outside the top 5 in defense, and he's had 15 or more sacks in 4 seasons now.
Oh no, he's the real deal.
And Micah Parsons is on that trajectory too. And the real bad one, I mentioned, you and I are Texans fans, but it's hard to be one. This is worst case scenario for them. The fact that they went to camp with the idea that we're going to have a young quarterback and we're going to build behind a good offensive line, a really good line that they've invested in. Laramie Tunsil, Titus Howard, they've used draft capital, and they also signed Shaq Mason, who won a Super Bowl in New England and then was in Tampa Bay when they were good. He's a guy that they like at right guard. Well, they've lost 3 starters on their offensive line for at least the first month of the season.
Yeah.
And Kenyon Green, their left guard, the 15th pick in the draft 2 years ago out of A&M, is out for the year, IR for the season. So they need a replacement left guard. And that's going to be, Rod? It's going to be the guy they just traded for from Arizona.
Oh, yeah, Josh Jones. Yeah, he's a good player. He's going to
play guard.
He plays guard and tackle. He can play like damn near any position except center.
And then fortunate for them, they just trusted their draft board because they took Juice Scruggs out of Penn State with their 2nd-round pick, and he had won the starting job. But with the 5th-round pick, they took Jarrett Patterson out of Notre Dame.
It's a brilliant move now.
Because the Texans went into the draft knowing they needed a center, so they took 2 of them.
Yep.
And Patterson's a kid out of Notre Dame who was still there when they were on the board, and we're like, well, we got to take him. He's too good to pass on. We had a higher grade. We had a 3rd-round grade on him, maybe higher. So they took him, and so now he's going to start. So a rookie center, backup left guard, and now Titus Howard. This is the one that really stings. They signed him to a new contract this offseason to lock him up, and he hurt his hand early in training camp. They thought it would heal. It didn't, and now they're having to have surgery. He's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks now. So you're C.J. Stroud, rookie quarterback, on the road at Baltimore to start your season with 2/3 of your offensive line not starting. That's a problem.
Yeah, and Damian Pierce, they're gonna need him to saddle up because you don't want to trust your quarterback dropping back too much in predictable passing situations with a rookie center. A rookie center. Man, I'm sure. By the way, that was a damn good move by the Texans to draft 2 centers in the same draft. It was highly criticized at the time, but you have to think. They were basically kind of hedging their bet. What if one of their evaluations didn't work out?
Yeah,
they really liked both of them,
and they didn't have a center on the roster before that draft.
Best case scenario, they both work out. Hey, you got 2 centers for the next 8 years or so, whatever it is. If one of them works out and the other one doesn't, that was your fail safe, right? You had a contingency plan. That was basically what was built in. And what's the likelihood of both of them being bust and not working out? That's highly unlikely if Nick Caserio has any idea what he's doing. And it looks like he did.
Yeah, and both had. Notre Dame has just churned out offensive linemen. So I think that guy's going to be a good player. But to take 3 backups on the road into Baltimore, obviously Titus Howard and Juice Scruggs will be back soon enough. But not soon enough, but by October. But still, that's not a way for a rookie quarterback to get his baptism by fire. Because you wanted to be able to establish the line of scrimmage, run the ball with Dameon Pierce, and then give your young quarterback some play action opportunities. You may not have that in this game. If I would consider. I know this is crazy, but if you have a better option than Dameon Pierce at running back in your fantasy league, you might want to. I'm going to think about it because I have him in one league. I might start Kenneth Walker for the Seahawks instead, just because I don't know what Pierce is going to do. They're going to stack the line. The young offensive line. That's a good Baltimore front. That's a tough place to play, and hear the loud and the noise there for them. I'm worried for the Texans early in this season with all those injuries. 3, come on, you got to catch a break at some point. And obviously they didn't get any.
It's brutal.
Hey, remember when Patrick Mahomes met Jared Goff and they played a 54-51 Rams-Chiefs game back in 18, Rod?
I'm telling y'all, they're going to score some points in this game.
Remember that game in Mexico City?
Yeah.
54-51. Do we get something like that tonight?
Jared Goff's one of the only quarterbacks that can brag about having that kind of win, like a shootout win against Mahomes. Right? Not a lot of people can brag about that. I think you are going to get a high-scoring game. Here are the 5 season openers for Patrick Mahomes and how many points they've scored. 38, 40, 34, 33, 44. An average of 37.8 points. You look at the Lions in 2022, the Lions games that they played in averaged a league-high 51.8 total points per game in 2022. Just any game that featured the Lions had a league-high total points of average of 51.8 points. So they were scoring like gangbusters. And now you got the Chiefs, who, by the way, second in the NFL in games that they were featured in, and total points scored on average were 50.9 points. So you basically got the two top teams in terms of games they were featured in who scored the most points or averaged the most points. I think they're going to take. I'll take the over. Was it 53?
Yeah.
I take the over.
It's come down.
With no Chris Jones, no Charles Omenihu for the Kansas City Chiefs, so their D-line is suffering a little bit.
Maybe.
Yeah, the only thing that hurts that over-under may be Travis Kelce not playing, because obviously that's Patrick Mahomes' favorite weapon, and he's the greatest, most productive tight end in NFL history. So, yeah, that probably will affect the scoring.
Agreed. All right, let's get another division up in here, Rod. We've gone through most of the NFL divisions. If you're just tuning in, we'll run through them here again coming up. We've got you and I like Philadelphia in the NFC East. Ty likes Dallas. NFC North, Detroit for you and me, and Ty likes Minnesota. He's also an outlier for us over in the AFC because you have Miami in the AFC East. I have the Buffalo Bills to repeat. Ty has the Jets. AFC North, you have Cincinnati, and I have Baltimore. But, boy, we both agree that's a coin flip.
Yep.
Ty has Cleveland. The outlier. We all three like Jacksonville and Kansas City in their respective divisions in the AFC. That brings us to the NFC West, Rod. NFC West. Is this one easy for you with 49ers now that Nick Bosa is in camp and they got Brock Purdy at quarterback?
Yeah, I think for me it's going to be easy. The 49ers, you talk about 6 of the last 12 NFC title games have featured the 49ers. And that's not, with Shano. They just, as an organization, they've been able to just continuously reinvent themselves, compete at a high level. I love this stat. The 49ers were the first team last season in NFL history to have every one of their opponents lose the next game, the following game after playing the 49ers, regardless of whether they won or lost. They lost the next game. There's a hangover effect when you play the 49ers because they're so damn physical. Shano has never believed in a quarterback like he's believed in Brock Purdy. He's basically going all in, risking it all on Brock Purdy. That means he sees something special. I trust my man Shano. The only other team that really can come out there and compete would be the Seattle Seahawks. I like the Seahawks. I think they're a playoff team, but I'll take the 49ers to win that division.
I think Seattle's improved, but I don't think they're that improved to catch them. Because remember, they went to 13-4 last year, the 49ers, but they got off to a rough start, right? They lost a couple games early.
They started slow,
and they ended up with 13 wins. So I agree with you on that. I do think Seattle has improved. I do think that team is. They've had two really, really good drafts back to back. They added a corner in this draft. They got Jackson Smith and Jigba, who I think is going to take their offense once he gets healthy to a whole different level. They've got DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and JSN and Ken Walker. And they also drafted Zach Charbonneau out of UCLA to bring some punch to their offense. Two running backs now with Ken Walker and if Geno Smith, it's all on Geno, right? Can he replicate what he did last year in a Pro Bowl season? And because you mentioned Cooper Kupp's injury, we talked about that now maybe the Rams are thinking about the future.
They should be tanking.
And you have two teams in your division that are thinking about Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
That helps.
And I think Caleb would rather go to L.A. than go to Arizona. Just saying. Just throwing it out there. One thing that's interesting, too, about the Seattle Seahawks, it's so rare to see a quarterback have their breakout year when they're like 32. What is Geno? Geno's like 32 years old or something like that. It's just really rare to have the breakout year that late in his 10th year. But all the reports are that this offense could end up being pretty lethal because of Jackson Smith and Jigba. I think he's got a hand injury or something.
Yeah, he'll be back though in September.
Yeah, because they got three receivers. You can't cover all those guys. Most teams don't have the secondary to cover all those guys.
He's going to play week 1.
Oh, is he?
Is he? JSN is?
From what I heard.
All right. Well, that's
there's a very good chance that he does.
And that guy. I mean, think about Garrett Wilson and Chris Olave. And last year they were the first and second best rookies in the league, and they both said that Jackson Smith and Jigba was better than they were.
Yeah.
And he was a beast at Ohio State, but then he was hurt, and then he didn't play last year and had the hamstring. So we'll see. But, yeah, if they have that and that backfield, and remember the year before they invested heavily in their offensive line in the draft and hit. The defense needs to be improved for Pete Carroll. But, Geno Smith's performance also really made Russell Wilson look even worse, right?
It made it made them look like geniuses in that trade.
Yeah. We got rid of our toxic player, and now we added Geno Smith, and we're still as good.
And add a lot of picks.
And we got a bunch of picks.
And they draft well. And they hit in the draft.
No team has rebuilt quicker than the Seahawks through the Legion of Boom to now. It doesn't feel like, because they're right back in the mix here. And I think they are a playoff team.
Yes.
Even if they can't catch the 49ers. Those head-to-head matchups will be great. Ty, who are you taking?
San Fran.
All right, so we're unanimous.
This is the first time. Other than we took the Jags all to win the AFC
Jags
South
and Chiefs,
and the Chiefs to win the AFC.
All right,
West.
we have one more to get. That'll be the NFC South, and that one's up in the air. Is it the Saints? Is it Atlanta? Remember, all four teams were within a game of each other last year at the end. Somebody won it, the Tampa Bay Bucks, but they were all right there. We'll get you details on that division coming up. Plus, before the end of the show, we will pick our Super Bowl participants and winners here on Ian Rod B. Coming next, though, who said that?
Who said that?
Who said it? We'll find out next. Yeah, one more division to go. We'll hit that at the top of the next hour. Also in the next hour, Drew Sanders, head coach at Vandergrift, our weekly coaches chat with the Vipers head coach. They're off to a 2-0 start, and we're serving the state championship game a year ago, so we'll preview the high school football weekend. Also, the NFL kicks off tonight, and certainly more Longhorn conversation, getting ready for the Bama game, and a huge Saturday of college football, which we're looking forward to. But it's time for Who Said That. Rod and I play audio for one another. We try to guess who it might be, saying what it is being said. And you can play along as well on the Specs text line, 512-337-3776. So what say you, Mr. Rod B?
All right, I got a couple of clips here for Who Said That.
Who said it?
The first one is let's go to quarterback. An NFL quarterback. Here it is.
Justin is a totally different player than me. Justin can throw the deep balls as far as anyone in this league. There's things that Justin does that, I look at and like, oh my gosh, like sometimes you can't help but fan over those plays. But we're just different in our styles and who we are as football players. Got tremendous amount of respect for him. It's him going against our defense and, our offense going against their defense.
All right. Who said that? What NFL quarterback?
That sounds like Tua.
That was Tua. Talking about his matchup with the Chargers and Justin Herbert.
Yeah,
he's a fan of Justin Herbert, apparently.
Right, and the Dolphins chose Tua over Herbert in the draft that year. They could have taken either. They had the selection of either, then they took Tua.
Okay.
Which is, I'm sure, why that question was asked.
Well, we'll see if there's some buyer's remorse, because if Tua can't stay healthy, then they'll know made the right decision.
Yeah. No, I mean, that was much debated at the time, right? If
made the wrong decision, I should say.
And because the Dolphins, had a choice of both, which we do that all the time. But they had the 5th pick, and they took him. The Chargers took Justin Herbert 1 pick later. Joe Burrow was the first.
So
pick
basically, they would have taken whoever Miami didn't take.
Yeah. Yeah, and now it's pretty cool that they mentioned that. Okay, so can you fire up this one, T.Y.? This is a college football coach talking about his best player. Who do you think this is?
He's such a special kid, okay? And I'm not trying to be broad there, okay? Here's what I mean by that. Any box you create, he checks it, okay? I mean, just from a kid standpoint. All right, the kid's the hardest worker I've ever met, okay? He'll be the first one to breakfast. He'll be the first one in the training room to get his ankles taped. He'll be the first one in the meeting room, okay? He'll be the last one to lead the field. If we do a 10-yard sprint, he'll be the first one to win the 10-yard sprint. If we do a 30-yard sprint, he'll be the first one to win the 30-yard sprint. You get the point I'm making, right? And I think that's what makes him special. Yeah, he's talented, right? He's got extreme talent. He can run, he can jump, he can catch. He's tough, okay? But what makes him special to me is just his competitiveness. He is the ultimate competitor. The kid don't want to lose in anything, okay? And to be honest with you, I need to see Oscar Delp get reps, okay? I need to see Lawson Lucky and Pierce Sperling get reps. And when I take him off and limit some of his reps, he gets pissed off. Okay, I'm like, hey, Brock. He's like, what I do wrong? Nothing, buddy. Just stand right here. It's okay. It's okay. And you know what? You should want it that way. Kids should be pissed off when they don't get their reps. Okay, that tells you that he wants to be great. So I'm just thankful for the opportunity that I get to coach him, man. He's such a great kid.
Who said that, Rod?
I have no idea who said that. Honestly, I don't know. Is it Mike Norvell?
Nope, it's the offensive coordinator of your Georgia Bulldogs.
Oh, okay.
Talking about Brock Bowers. Talking about Brock Bowers, his tight end, saying everything you just heard him say, that he's that special. He's that special, which is why some people think he could actually be a Heisman contender as a tight end.
Never.
But is he a tight end, Rod, in the world of positionless football?
No, well, the NFL's going to tell him he's a tight end. Ask Jimmy Graham. The NFL will tell you, no, you're a tight end. Watch when the franchise tag numbers come out. They'll be like, you're a tight end. There have been plenty of players, multiple players, that have tried to change their classification, designation in the NFL to something else so they can get paid more money. And the NFL is pretty stubborn about it.
They are. They hand him the ball. They throw him the ball. They do a lot with that dude. But that's Mike Bobo, the offensive coordinator who replaced Todd Monken, who's now in Baltimore. What say you, Rod? Who do you got?
All right. This actually is a couple of NFL players. I don't know. You might end up getting a couple of these guys, just based on the context clues of what they're discussing. They're having, I believe they're on the game. I believe they're on like a Twitch stream or something, and they're playing the video game and having a discussion about one of their teammates while they're on the game. Here it is.
Here we go.
Jameer, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know he was that fast.
I know.
How fast is he? Sliding. How fast
He's
is he?
as fast as anybody we got.
4.3 sliding, and his
Really?
acceleration is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Really. Let me tell you this.
Him or JMO?
I would say this: in 100, JMO.
Okay.
In a 40, Jameer might get him.
JMO's gonna be mad about that one.
I already told JMO this. I told JMO's face. Jameer might get you in the 40.
All right. Who said that? A lot of clues there. You should be able to at least get the team they're talking about.
Well, that's the Detroit Lions, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Talking about Jahmyr Gibbs and Jamison Williams.
Yep.
Both Alabama Crimson Tide players. So
yep. You're that's good enough. Amon-Ra St. Brown is the player that's saying, I'll tell J-Mo to his face that Jameer is faster. And Jared Goff is also in that clip too. And I don't know who the other player is actually.
Okay.
It's another player.
Goff and Amon-Ra.
Amon-Ra. They're saying Jahmyr Gibbs is the fastest guy on the team, potentially. That's how fast he is. We'll see tonight.
There's a reason they took him with the 12th pick right after Bijan, right? They said, we're getting this dude to change our offense. We want to make him. And the word out of Detroit that I've read, Rod, is that he's on the field as a running back, but then when they bring in David Montgomery, he stays on the field and they put him out at receiver.
Oh, yeah. I mean, basically the stats would tell you that he is the best receiving running back to come out of college in about 10 years. And people are like, that's crazy. No, here's a stat for you. Jahmyr Gibbs averaged over 10 yards per reception in all 3 years in college. If you go look at, he also averaged 11.7 yards per reception over 107 receptions.
Yeah,
that is 1.5 yards more than Alvin Kamara in college or in the pros.
Yeah, well, I think that's how they're going to try to use him. I really do,
Yes.
and weaponize him and force the mismatches you talk about all the time. And you love their offensive coordinator in Detroit.
Ben Johnson.
Ben Johnson's a creative guy.
He is really good, man. Good, really good young man.
Well, there's a reason that the Lions moved on from DeAndre Swift. They traded him to Philadelphia, and then they let Jamal Williams, who scored all the touchdowns last year, go.
And he was a leader on that team, too.
He was. They thought David Montgomery, who they played against in their own division all the time, was a good replacement, and then they drafted Gibbs and made him a priority in their draft, which a lot of people wondered. But we'll get to see him tonight, and I do own him in one of my fantasy leagues, Rod. So I'm hoping he blows up.
No, this is a smart move. I agree with you. I think he's going to blow up. Him and Bijan, they'll probably be the two top choices for Rookie of the Year.
And Bijan's going like number 1 and 4 overall. Jameer's second round. So value.
Oh, he's better value. Yeah, value, brother. Value. No
Longhorn
question.
Bear on the text line says, that was a tough who said that. Well, they don't have to be easy.
They're not all easy. Sometimes
it's more
easy.
about
they're usually too easy.
That was more about the info that Mike Bobo was providing, just how great of a player
Brock Bowers
is.
Yeah, he's not only your best player and athlete potentially, but also he's your hardest worker. That's when you know you got something special. My best player is also my hardest worker.
I love that. Sound like you, Rod.
Yeah.
Coach, what I do? Why haven't I got your reps here? I need my reps.
Need my reps,
Why am I
Coach.
standing next to you? I'm not getting better over here.
That's good. I love
That's
that.
good stuff. We'll be back. One more hour. The fabulous fifth hour to come. Always a good one. You never know what's going to happen. We will have the What's Poppin' picks of the night, and we're getting ready for Chiefs Lions tonight in the NFL, and we're 2 days out to Texas Bama. Safe to say we got plenty to talk about. It's Ian Rod B.
Hey, what's up, folks? Lifetime Longhorn Rod Babers here. It is time that we all start to prioritize our mental health and wellness. And with BetterHelp's accessible therapy, you can get the help you need whenever and wherever you need it. Mental health
Hook 'em up with E and Rod B. Brought to you by Bud Light on the Horn.
Well, I don't mind sleeping alone.
Talking yesterday about Willie Nelson. This would be his son Lucas Nelson and the promise of the real. Starting off our final hour. Lucas is carrying on the father's tradition very well. Great songwriter, great voice, unique voice.
Yeah, it is unique. Yeah.
He's really, really good, though. You'll like him. If you like Willie Nelson and then maybe a little Tom Petty, if you cross those two, you kind of get what Lucas Nelson and the promise of the real are. They're very, very good. As we always start our fabulous fifth hour with the local artists that aren't our normal opens for the first 4 hours, something wild card we call it with TY. And that's a good one right there because we are Austin's only local sports conversation. So all our top of the hour opens are from local bands or artists. And we keep it live, but we keep it local, Rob.
Mm-hmm.
We keep it
real. Even when keeping it real goes wrong.
We keep it real, brother. Keep it real.
For shizzle.
Like the promise of the real. You know what got real fast?
Life?
For the Texas Rangers, the Houston Astros. The Houston Astros got real fast. What was that?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm an Astros fan, but that was even – I got boring. I was looking – Scherzer and Verlander, I'm going to get a good game finally. No. That series was not good. From 3-0 on in the fifth inning in game one until last night, it was just a pulverizing. I mean, the Rangers were up 3-0 in the fifth inning.
It's an Old Testament-style butt whipping.
I mean, it was just –
Yeah, they actually set a record. The Astros did. They are the first team in Major League Baseball history to score at least 12 runs and have hit at least 5 homers in 3 straight games. So take a bow, Rangers. They set a record against you. They made history against the Rangers.
And it was some bad pitching too. I mean, the Astros are hot, and Altuve was crazy good. And then last night it was Jose Abreu who hit 2 home runs and won a grand slam, won a 3-run shot. The Astros hit 16 home runs in 2 games.
In the Gilf.
They love playing there. Exactly. I mean, you score 13, 14, 12. That's what they did in 3 games. 39 runs, 10 runs for the Rangers. And really after that 3-run outburst to start the series, it was 39-7. Just a beating.
Just long balling in the Gilf.
And again, it just extenuated what's been going on for the Rangers. This was, the Astros had just gotten swept by the Yankees. So they were kind of like, oh, man, this is a big series now. And the Astros kind of humiliated them. And now we'll see how the Rangers respond. Both teams are off tonight. They'll regroup. And Houston now has a game lead over Seattle and then 3 games on the Rangers. They're in the lead now. That has flipped completely, Rod, from a month ago.
Yeah, and like I said, I wonder if the Rangers know how to pull themselves kind of out of this quicksand they seem to be sinking into.
It's hard to overcome bad pitching, and that's the thing. As much as I was excited,
well, he had Scherzer on the mound. You thought, okay,
he got bombed, but he just was leaving the ball up. I mean, the Astros took advantage of bad pitching there. I mean, it's credit to the Astros, but man, and they hit some good pitches for homers, but man, those were some meatballs that they were from.
50 hits in this series.
Oh,
50 hits.
And that's a team, as you're the Rangers, you know very well, right? You've scouted them. You know what your pitching plan is and how you want to pitch a hitter and not.
50?
That's a failure. That's a failure.
Crazy. I didn't realize it was that. That's ridiculous.
And Toronto now, Rangers, if the playoffs began today, would be out of the playoffs. They're now behind Toronto by a half game for that final wild card because there's a real chance that all 3 of these teams in the West can make the playoffs. But Toronto is because Baltimore is going to win the East. Minnesota's going to win the Central. It looks like Tampa's going to be the first wild card team because I don't think anybody in the West is going to chase them down for the third best record. But then it's going to be the second best record. Then it's going to be whoever wins the West, which right now is the Astros, Seattle, and then Toronto and that other team are going to be jockeying for the final wild card spot. But I'll say this to the Ranger fans: the final wild card spot isn't that terrible. If you end up the 6th seed in the American League, Rod, you play Minnesota in the first round, which is better than playing either Tampa Bay or Baltimore, right? Because it's 3 plays 6, the way it shakes out. So that is what's to come. But that was, as you said, Old Testament style. Astros just dominated the Texas Rangers, and that's enough of that. Let's get back to the NFL. We're going to talk a little high school football with Drew Sanders coming up at the bottom of the hour. Our weekly visit with the Vandergrift head coach, which we'll have the Vandergrift game. Vandergrift plays Waco Midway this week at a neutral site. We'll talk to Coach about that, how that game came about. But final division, Rod, and then we got to go big.
Go big.
Got to go big. In the NFC South, So far in the NFC, Rod and I both like Philadelphia in the East to go back-to-back for the first time for a team in that division in 20 years. And Ty likes the Cowboys, of course. Ryu and I both like Detroit in the North. Ty likes Minnesota. We all three like San Francisco in the NFC West. What about the NFC South? This is probably the toughest to call in this conference.
I agree. It's going to be tough. You know what, man? I'm going to go with New Orleans.
Me too.
I'm going to go with New Orleans. And it's because of Derek Carr. This is why. Because Derek Carr, he's one of the most interesting kind of case studies in the NFL. First of all, this will be the best defense he's ever played with. So that's what I like. No, he hasn't played with a defense this good when he was with the Raiders. But I'll give you a stat about Derek Carr that's just mind-blowing. Derek Carr, he basically is 28-41 in comeback opportunities. Only 6 other active starters have a higher win percentage in comeback opportunities. But if you combine comeback opportunities for a comeback win, that's down, I think, a possession in the fourth quarter. And game-winning drive opportunities, you just combine those two. Derek Carr's record, actually, his winning percentage is higher in comeback game-winning drive opportunity games than it is in non-clutch games. So you consider those to be clutch games, game-winning drive opportunities, or comeback wins. He has a better record in clutch games, 44% win percentage, than he does in non-clutch games, which are a 43% win percentage. So he's better in clutch time, and he's better when the game's on the line than he is actually when his team is either comfortably ahead or his team doesn't have to worry about that clutch situation. It's mind-blowing. I don't even know how that happens. And he's only, like I said, he doesn't have, like, you go look at it, he doesn't have a winning record as a starter. But he does when he has those clutch games to throw out there.
I like it. And I am, too, taking New Orleans because I just think they're the best team and they have the most veteran quarterback in the conference or in the league.
Yeah.
And the one thing that the Saints have to do better this year is win at home. Remember, it used to be so hard to go into the Superdome and win games. The noise. I was at the Georgia-Texas game in that stadium. It is so loud. And they were 4-5 at home last year. They went 4-5, and I know they had quarterback injuries. They need to get back to making that home field advantage. If they do, I think they can even survive being 500 or lower on the road and still win that division. With maybe, they went 7. The thing about this division last year is the Buccaneers won it at 8-9. The other 3 teams were 7-10. So every team was a game back. So it was a terrible division, but it was tight. And it went to the wire. So Atlanta could be better. What the question in Atlanta is Desmond Ridder. Can he be the point guard to all these weapons and distribute it to Bijan and Cordarrelle Patterson and Freaky Pitts and Drake London? I mean, they got dudes, but then the defense also needs to be better. But they invested a lot in free agency and trades through their defense. So Falcons could be much improved. That could be one of those teams that strikes if Desmond Ridder is good.
No, I totally agree. And to add to that about the Falcons, I honestly could see them finishing second in this division. I really could. They're going to run the ball a ton. I'll give you a stat about how run heavy they are. They threw the ninth fewest pass attempts by any team since 1985.
Wow.
That's how little they threw the football.
Well, guess what? They get to play a last place schedule too, even though they all finished where they did. They get the lowest grade. So as far as point differential, so the Falcons get that 4th place schedule, which could make that attractive too. And in free agency, the Atlanta Falcons signed Jesse Bates away from the Cincinnati Bengals, who was a really good player.
Secondary. Yeah.
He brought in Bud Dupree to come in and be a pass rusher for them. They traded for Jeffrey Okudah from the Detroit Lions, who was kind of a bust with the Lions. They're going to try to resurrect him. Now, they went and got some dudes in the free agent market to Trey Flowers, the cornerback that they went and got in the free agent. So I think the Atlanta Falcons could be a sleeper team. I really do.
Agree with that. Yeah, no, I'm with you.
If Desmond Ridder out of Cincinnati is the guy, and they have to learn to win on the road. They went 1-7 away from Atlanta last year, but we're a good home team.
If Desmond Ridder is just a glorified game manager, they still may end up winning more games because they don't put a lot on their quarterback. At least they didn't last season. Like I said, 9th fewest pass attempts since 1985 in the NFL. They don't throw it a lot.
All right. So, Ty, who you got in that division?
I got Atlanta.
You got Atlanta.
Ooh, I like that.
They remind Arthur Smith. I like what he's building. That with that run game, it reminds me a lot what he did in Tennessee before. He was a head coach in Atlanta. I trust Desmond Ridder enough to get past Derek Carr. It's more about me not trusting Derek Carr.
I get that.
Trust me.
I love a good run game, and the additions on defense I think will one or two of those will work
I love
out,
the
and they'll be
C.J.
improved.
Bates. I mean, I thought Jesse Bates was a really, really good player with the Cincinnati Bengals. He was just a clutch player at safety, made a lot of plays on that defense. Can I tell you this about Arthur Smith? I know this for a fact. He comes from the richest family in all of any NFL coach.
Oh, he's a FedEx family.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's an heir.
Yeah.
His father was, her grandfather founded FedEx.
He's a FedEx family. That's part of the reason why.
He's a bonus baby.
That's part of the reason why when he was in Tennessee, remember, he made it through like 3 different coaches there. Because the ownership was like, we ain't found that dude.
He's FedEx. He's FedEx.
I'm trying to go.
Well, FedEx is based in Tennessee, right?
It's like, no, we ain't found that dude. What you talking about, man? So, and he's a good coach, though. I'm not saying he's not, but that also helped him with a little job security. That's why they would fire the coach, like, we're keeping Arthur Smith. You're safe, Arthur.
All right, give me your 3 wild card teams in the NFC, Rod, because we got our division winners. 3 teams will make. Last year's wild cards were Dallas, New York Giants, and the Seattle Seahawks.
I'm going to go with Dallas, Seattle as those wild cards. And, man, honestly, I think I hate to do it, but I'm probably going to go Minnesota.
Okay, Minnesota.
Yeah, it's my
I am going, in my picks, I'm taking the Cowboys. I think they're going to be a good team and make the playoffs again, but not as good as Philadelphia. I am going to take Seattle because I think they're going to be better than they were this year, and I think the division's going to help them with the Rams and the Cardinals, and I'm going to take the Atlanta Falcons. I'm going to take the Atlanta Falcons to nip the Minnesota Vikings. I think the regression is coming for Kirk Cousins and the Vikings. I don't think they fixed their defense, and I think that's going to get them all those comeback wins and miracle wins they had last year. They go away, and Atlanta is the team that jumps into the playoffs with Bijan, baby. What do you got, Ty?
I got Philly in the first wild card spot, Detroit in the second, and the Washington Commanders the third.
Ooh!
I know I brought it up during Bullish and BS. I think I've convinced myself throughout the last few hours that Sam Howell has the ability to do kind of what the New York Giants did last year and surprise everybody and sneak into the playoffs.
Eric Bieniemy offense.
All right, guys.
Offense is clicking.
NFC Championship game is who over who?
Hold on. You going all NFC? NFC.
Yeah, we'll do the AFC coming up.
Okay, NFC for me in the championship game, I'll go San Fran.
Ooh.
San Fran versus. Ooh, this has got me. I really want to do Philly in there, and I want to do Dallas. I want San Fran versus Dallas. I'll say Dallas gets through.
Ooh.
Boom. I'll go Dallas. There you go.
But don't get past your guy Shano.
No, hell no.
We've seen that show before.
No. So they're safe because they get past the divisional round, but they don't get past Shano.
Okay.
Sorry.
Ty?
I'm going to do the same.
Okay, you're not going Cowboys.
He did go Cowboys.
Yeah, to go to the NFC title game, but
over Dallas means Dallas is not in the Super Bowl. That means San Francisco is in the Super Bowl.
He ain't got to walk.
I'm not going to be that biased. I'm gonna agree with you there, Rod. I think San Fran takes him down 3 years in a row.
Ooh.
I don't know about Brock Purdy, so I'm going Philadelphia over San Francisco. I think we get the game again that we got last year, but I think Philadelphia wins it again. But I think San Francisco is going to keep their quarterbacks. I'm going Philly.
Okay.
Philly back into the. I know it doesn't happen much. I'm bullish on Philadelphia. I think Jalen Hurts is going to be better. I think their defense is going to be better.
Yeah.
Than he was even last year. What scares me the most is what you said that.
Usually when you lose both coordinators, you don't go back to the Super Bowl, and it's hard in the NFC to go back too as a loser. When was the last time we had a repeat Super Bowl?
Been a long time.
It's been a while.
Long time. So I'm going to try to buck the trend with that. So I have you two have San Francisco win the Super Bowl. I have Philadelphia. And we will do our NFC, AFC picks coming up after we talk to Coach Sanders, okay?
Like that.
We'll do the same thing. So far, it looks like Ty's got Washington as a surprise team. Atlanta, I have, and so does Ty.
I don't think I have a surprise team, really.
You really don't, but there will be one. But that's what's great. Last year was the Giants. Last year was Seattle.
I guess Detroit is considered a surprise team because they didn't make the playoffs last year. So
you and I have Detroit winning the division.
Yeah. That's a surprise. They didn't make the playoffs, so I guess that's a surprise.
We're crazy. We are damn crazy.
But you know that at the end of the season, we'll look at these and we'll be like, look at the current playoffs
what is wrong with
and be
us?
Like, why the hell, how did this team make the playoffs and how did this team not make the playoffs based on our preseason prognostications? That's just the way the NFL is built.
Yeah, that is the way it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
All right, so there you go. We'll take your picks as well. Who's winning the NFC? We've got San Francisco, and Philly. That's kind of chalk based on what we saw last year, and as Rod just said, that probably won't happen. I think the biggest single factor, Rod, is health, right? I mean,
it always is.
I mean, it's that you kind of have a good feel for what these teams are when the season begins, and there's some tiers of teams. But man, Injuries can cripple a team.
Yeah, it will.
And that's what's so impressive about the 49ers is they have been injured a lot, yet they still win.
It really has been. They've probably had the worst injury luck, or some of the worst injury luck in the NFL in Shanahan's tenure, in Kyle Shanahan's tenure, and still, you're right, they've still been able to compete. It's amazing, even at the quarterback position, like we just talked about, especially at the quarterback position.
Unbelievable. All right, we'll finish our East. So far in the AFC East, Rod likes Miami. I like Buffalo, and Ty likes the Jets. In the North, Rod likes Cincinnati. I like Baltimore by a coin flip. I think those two teams are very, very even. That one could come down to who stays healthiest. And then Cleveland for Ty. Ty's going outlier with the Cleveland Browns, thinks they have a great roster.
Likes the underdogs.
And that Deshaun Watson is going to be back from his massage gate situation. We also all three like Jacksonville to win the South and Kansas City, to win the West. They've only won it 7 straight years, going for an 8th in a row. So that will be the conversation on the other side. We're going to talk to Drew Sanders coming up, talk about his team and the game plan against Waco Midway coming up on Friday, and some high school football coaching speak. We'll also do the AFC's picks, wild card, and Super Bowl team coming back here on Ian Rod B.
Aaron Hogan, Rod Babers, Austin, Texas Sports, The Horn.
We've got our Super Bowl picks in the NFC and wild card teams and division winners all in the books. In our prediction side, we'll do the AFC coming up. We're close to the finish line there. They're just getting warmed up in high school football, Rod, and so far the storylines include Westlake, undefeated. They beat Judson 47-0 last week. Come on now.
Ooh.
Also, Lake Travis playing some really killer defense right now. Remember, they beat Arlington Martin to start the year and held them to 6 points. Beat Cibolo Steel last week and won it 20-10. So the Cavaliers playing some excellent defense. And the Vandergrift Vipers, also among the best teams in this area, maybe the best. They beat Cedar Park last week, Rod, 41-17. That's a neighborhood rivalry, but was not close, at least in the final score. But it was 17-0 at the end of the first quarter. And Vandergrift has their final non-district game coming up this Friday night. You'll hear it right here on the Horn. They're going to be playing Waco Midway, I think, on a neutral site. And to get some more on that game, this team, you'll hear him on Friday. It's the head coach, our man Drew Sanders, on the Vaqueros hotline. Coach, how are you? Congratulations on a 2-0 start.
Hey, thanks, guys. Thanks. Yeah, we're very excited.
Yeah, you have to be.
doubt.
Hey, how about two really, really good first quarters? You guys, opened it up early, really strong against Dripping Springs in week 1, and then end of the first quarter against Cedar Park, you're up 17-0. Have to feel good about the starts your team is getting.
Yeah, I mean that is so hard to do. Those guys on the other side coach too, and they've got game plans and they've got all this stuff ready to go for us, and so for us to go out and execute offensively and defensively, man, it just is, especially early in the season. You want to be able to go out and do this because you're going to continue to get better. But offensively, we were able to go 5 for 5 in the first half and all 5 touchdowns. It was just a very impressive start for them.
Hey, Coach, let me ask you about continuity and chemistry early on, because you guys obviously are playing really well. But there's some units that obviously you have to emphasize that chemistry, that those nonverbal communication, that kind of hive mind mentality. The offensive line is definitely one of those units. Have you found that the offensive line early on, that they're still not struggling, but is still working on that communication and being on the same page? Or have you found that, hey, man, this group, they kind of have picked up right where they left off last year?
Well, we've got 3 returning starters from last year, so I would say, Rod, it's a little bit of both, but I'm kind of erring towards the side of we're starting to already have some high-level communication and picking up stunts, and you guys know that Cedar Park has always had a good defense, and for us to be able to move them around a little bit and score like we did in the first half shows that, and then, of course, we got a couple of new starters on the O-line, but overall, having 3 back just really, really helped. And I think those guys are kind of proving that the way we were able to move the ball.
Coach Drew Sanders is with us. I'll give you a note, Drew. I ran into Galen Zimmerman, the coach of Dripping Springs, at dinner the other night, and he said to say hi and very complimentary of your team. But he says his team's young yet; they're going to get better. But boy, really impressed with your group and where you guys are already. What has been the key for this for you guys? I mean, you were up 41-3 in this game before they scored a couple of touchdowns late. Cedar Park, dominant starts. What has been the key for your team to be such a complimentary football team?
I think that, I listen to you guys all the time, and it's the same things that the Longhorns want to do, that the Dallas Cowboys want to do. We are going out and we are getting third down conversions. We are going out and stop really winning first down on defense. And so that's so big for us. I know we've talked a little bit O-line so far, but the ability to win first down on defense is so critical, because if you can get somebody in the 2nd and 8 and then a 3rd and 6, that's so different than the 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2. And we've been able to do that defensively. We've had multiple 3 and outs. We didn't cause many takeaways this week defensively. I think that quarterback just really takes care of the ball over at Cedar Park. He's a very experienced player and will have a good year. But I think those are 2 big things for us, staying ahead of the sticks defensively, where when it's what we were talking about last week, guys, as far as defensively, we're so multiple. If we can get you in a 3rd and 7, like, there's truly no telling what we're going to do defensively. And so that has been a huge help the last couple of games for us defensively. But I think those are a couple of keys that come to my mind as I've reflected on watching the tape and watching our performance the first 2 games. Obviously, it's very early in the season, but it's been a good start.
Hey, Coach, coaches in the offseason, you come up with your own plans about what you want to work on, what you want to prioritize and emphasize based on, performances from the previous season. What did you emphasize this offseason? And are you seeing some return on that investment that you spent in the offseason working on those particular things?
And this offseason for us was trying to figure out who was going to be, giving them time to figure out who they were as far as talent. We were trying to figure out to fill our holes that we had. We actually brought a lot of people back for going to state. A lot of people expected us to have a senior heavy roster, but we actually brought back 5 to 5.5 starters, on both sides. And so it was, you know what you get, you know what you have with the other guys, returning starters. And so then at that point, then you're trying to find who are the new guys. And so I thought one of the things we did well was in spring ball, having tons of competition with good on good stuff and just really seeing who could step into those roles, who could be the new guy at corner or, safety or wherever else. So I think that's one of the things we do really well is practice hard. That's one of the comments I get from college coaches that come around is we go good on good all the time in the spring. And that's the difference than the fall. People that don't do spring ball, a lot of maybe listeners don't know, but you can trade 1 week in the fall for 4 weeks in the spring.
Yep.
And so that's a UL rule. And so we always do the spring because there's low risk for injury. If there's an injury, then you got some time to recover. But you can really go just full bore and figure out who can tackle, who can roll down at the right time in the secondary, and make the plays on offense. And so I think we did a great job as a staff working through that because we do have a lot of we have some new starters too, and I think we picked well so far, and we're still figuring out some positions, but I think that was one of our emphasis. I think another emphasis was just from the team. They wanted to not be satisfied, and so I thought the extra lifts and all the stuff that good teams do were really great and well attended this past off season, and they kind of had a desire to get back and do what we did last year.
So far, Vandegrift flashing a dominant defense and a dynamic offense. Coach, you told us last week about your quarterback Deuce Adams, who's the son of Mike Adams, the former Texas receiver. He's now your receivers coach there at Vandy. His brother Eli is one of the best receivers there. Miles Coleman also. What is it about those brothers that they have a connection that you kind of can't coach that? They've been throwing the ball in the yard their whole lives, and of course their dad was a football player. That's got to be fun for you to watch those two with the chemistry.
Yeah, it really is. And that's something a lot of people don't know is Mike worked for me before, and so I distinctly remember Deuce and Eli being 6th, 7th graders and being good athletes back then, kind of quiet. They would come into our office. We'd come here early, and they'd come into our office waiting to go to 4 Points Middle School, and it's just fun to get to know them now as men, basically, and they are just a joy to be around. And you're right. I mean, they've been throwing the ball to each other since probably they could walk, knowing Mike, because Mike was such a great athlete, still is. Every once in a while, he'll try to run and go catch a punt or whatever else. He's fun. But, you should see, I'll try to send you a clip of the fade ball that Deuce threw to Eli from under center. I know you guys would appreciate that, throwing just a quick game from under center and down at the 2-yard line and just threw it up, and it was just perfectly placed and caught and toe tap. It was just a really good play. So it's been fun to get to know them again and coach them again, and I'm really proud of what they've done so far, and they've just added to our team so well, and it just fit right in.
Hey, Coach, I got a question for you, and it's actually not necessarily about the season that you're having right now, but maybe you reflect on last season a little bit. I was talking about the Texas-Bama game just a little bit and talking about how in big games where teams have a lot of time to prepare for, whether it's a big regular season, non-district game or, non-conference game that you got extra time to prepare for, it's big, or, playoffs we're talking about where you got a little extra time to prepare for teams, bowl games, that kind of thing, that you have to break tendency. Because your tendencies, the patterns, the trends, you've already established them over such a long, season, and the sample size is so large that you have to find the right time to break tendency because everybody's keying in on your tendencies and the formations and what you do in these situations. Have you found that to be the case that when you've played in these big games, postseason, stuff like that, that you have to break tendency because the teams are so well prepared?
Yeah, that's such a great point, and it's so true. And if you just stay, for my example, just for the defense, we'll talk defense a second. If you stay with the tendencies that you come into the game with, you are going to get stopped. Because we are, and all good defensive coaches are creatures of habit. And if you show a set that's 90% run, get ready for a loaded box.
Exactly.
Because we're gonna stop this run. And so you've got to play action in sets that you've run. You've got to throw sometimes on 1st and 10 on a set that you've never done that. And I think that's key to every game. But I think that's super key to big games because each team circles games. Every coach acts like, that they really don't. But each team circles games and they prepare for those games year round, or if they don't, they're not going to win those big games, right? I mean, that's at least my belief.
Yep.
And so then you save things for those moments. You can think about the double pass that we threw against Katy. We threw 2 of them, and we practiced it literally for about 6 weeks, waiting for that right time, And my OC does such a good job of just sensing when that was, and obviously it worked to perfection. But you are always preparing for those big moments and big games. Last week he was talking about this play he was creating, and I said, well, I'm not sure I want to use that for a pre-district game. We were meeting before the Cedar Park game. He's like, no. I'm just getting it ready, and that's why he's such a great coach. And that's what I think good staffs do is they're looking ahead to those games and they're saying, all right, we're going to, like Texas with Rice, like we're just going to be vanilla. We're going to be plain and we're going to build some tendencies and maybe break one of them, but you can't have too many tendencies game 2 or 3, right? And so, those will come into play a little bit more later in the year where you have like 8 games of stats to go off of and then break, One interesting coach that I went against, I won't say his name or program, but it was always fascinating to me. I would play this coach, and he would break his entire tendencies the first drive. And so the first drive, if he was going to run slash to the strong side, coach, he would not do that at all. He'd always run it weak. But here's the key. After the first drive, he always went right back to his tendencies. And so I figured out.
So just the opening script.
Normal. Yep. We're going to play normal the first drive. Don't blitz anything. Don't try to create anything. Let the defense work. And then after that, we're going to start heating them up.
That's awesome.
Love that.
Great stuff. Great football theory talk right there. Hey, Coach Drew Sanders, head coach of Vandergrift. You play your final non-district game this weekend with Waco Midway Friday night. It's a neutral site, right? How did that game come about, and what do we know about Midway?
Yeah, so we're playing at UMHB. So if anybody's has ever seen that stadium, it's beautiful. It's like an 8,000-seat stadium. It's like a mini Baylor stadium, and it is absolutely beautiful. And it came about because I had this other philosophy of I don't want my team for the first time to get on a charter bus and drive to a neutral stadium to be in the playoffs. I want to have playoff success, so I want to prepare them for playoff success by doing it in the regular season. So that's why I try to pick one game a year that's in a unique place and against a team we don't know anything about. And so Waco Midway agreed to that. So that's where we settled on UMHB. It's kind of midpoint. And then so that's the answer to that. And then Waco Midway, man, what a proud program. Lost in the state championship, I don't know, 5-6 years ago maybe. I think to maybe like Travis, I'm not sure. But anyway, they have a great program. Their transfer quarterback, was the district MVP from Belton.
Oh, wow.
And so he makes them go. They have 2 really nice receivers, a couple big linebackers. They have lost 2. They're 0-2, but they've lost 2 very close games. In fact, they've had the lead in both fourth quarters. And so we hope they don't get it going against us.
Well, we look forward to it. We'll hear it here on the Horn. That's a great answer to why you do that, getting your team prepared for what comes up in November and December when you're getting on those charter buses, leaving no stone unturned as usual. Drew Sanders. Drew, good luck this weekend. I hope we keep everybody safe, and we'll talk again next Thursday.
Awesome. Can't wait.
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks, Rod.
There you go. There's Drew Sanders.
Oh, man, I love talking to Coach.
That's good,
I started asking Coach football questions now. Last week we got into the 3 high, 3 down. I was like, you know what? Hey, he's a ball coach. I just asked Coach about football, period, his team, but also football. So love breaking down stuff with Coach.
Well,
He's great.
It's good to get high school football chatter back and getting some of that in there because we know it's still a passion of so many folks. And there are games tonight. There's a big Cedar Park and Round Rock are going to play. Of course, Cedar Park got thumped by Vandergrift last week, but now they need to respond.
They bounce back.
And the Dragons are off to an 0-2 start to their season. So
which is, I'm a little surprised by that. They got some talent there.
They do.
A ton of talent up there.
And this is what non-district's all about. Testing yourself, finding out where you are, and then getting ready for the district games, which really matters.
I love that Texas high school football has turned into that. That's now the mentality for a lot of the big-time programs. They figure, listen, man, we can still win the district, then we get to the playoffs, and then we can control our own fate. But early on, instead of, kind of slowly, gradually, with cupcakes or someone who's on a lower level trying to get ready for the season. No, man, just give me the powerhouses, as many as we can early on, so I can know what my team is. I want to know exactly what we are.
Well, guess what? Texas is going to find that out Saturday.
Yes, they will. Yes, they will.
And they can still win the Big 12, even if they were to get, pushed around a little bit on Saturday. They'd like to win it, but it doesn't end your season without a doubt.
It does not. Nope.
Hey, we come back. We will hit our final picks. We're going to pick the AFC, the wild card teams, and the team that will represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. We will also hit some what's popping.
What's popping
for this Thursday. And it does include be ready to watch football tonight. The NFL.
Oh, thank the Lord,
we're bringing
it's back.
it strong. On the other side, quick timeout. What is popping coming up here in a minute, but it's time right now Hold that down there, T.Y. We're going to make our final NFL picks, and then we'll get to the What's Poppin' picks for the night. But that's all right. Just do it a little out of order. But we need to finish up our picks because they play football tonight in the NFL, and we need to be on the record with where we're going.
That's right.
So, all right, Rod. So we picked our NFL, NFC picks, right?
Yep. AFC is
we're going to post
easier.
all of these.
Yeah.
But winning divisions and, of course, into the playoffs. And over in the NFC, for overview, Rod took San Francisco over Dallas in the NFC Championship game. What a matchup that would be in January. I took Philadelphia over San Francisco. Ty took San Francisco over Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No homer.
No one believing in Detroit. Maybe Seattle to get to that NFC Championship game. New Orleans. Well, we all have different opinions on the divisions. But then in the AFC, again, it's we each have a different team we like in the AFC East. Rod likes Miami. I like Buffalo. Ty likes the Jets. AFC North, Rod, you're on the Bengals.
Yes, sir.
And Joe Cool Burrow, who's cooler than him,
about to sign
says
a big
he's
deal.
healthy and about to get paid. Says he's not thinking about it, but I don't believe him.
Oh, he's got to be thinking about it.
Baltimore is my pick, and it's close between them and Cincinnati. But I think Lamar Jackson, that new offense, weapons around him, health.
I'm with you.
And they play the Texans to start the season. Ty likes Cleveland.
Ty likes the underdogs. He's going for some underdog picks. I like it.
Value.
AFC South.
That's a good value. He's thinking like a better.
AFC South. Rod. Oh, shoot. AFC South. We all like Jacksonville.
Yes. Yep. That was easy.
We all like Jacksonville.
AFC West, same thing. We all like Kansas City.
All like Kansas City.
They've won it 7 years in a row. It will be 8.
All right, so give me your Rod. Give me your wild card teams
for the NFC.
For the AFC. AFC. We already did the NFC. NFC. You took.
Dallas,
NFC.
Right. AFC. Sorry. AFC. I'm gonna go with Ravens, of course. That's easy because we said it's basically a coin flip in that division. So Ravens definitely make it. I'll go with the. I'm going to go with the Bills, even though I say they're going to have a regression. I don't think it's enough of a regression to keep them out of the playoffs.
Okay.
And honestly, man, I'm going to go with the Jets. Jets. That's right.
A-Rod, baby.
I'm going 3 different teams to make the playoffs out of that division. I'm kind of with Ty, man. I do think that you're going to get the Jets. I think the infusion of Aaron Rodgers will really help that stabilize that offense. I'll give you a stat. The Jets offense, with anyone starting at quarterback except Zach Wilson, they averaged 292 passing yards per game over the last 2 years. With Zach Wilson starting at the quarterback, they averaged 170 passing yards per game in that same time span. The 292 passing yards per game, which is what they averaged with anyone starting except for Zach Wilson, would have been first in the NFL.
Wow.
And Zach Wilson's 170 yards per game, last in the NFL. They'd average more passing yards per game than the Chiefs, 289. So, yeah, Aaron Rodgers in that offense, I think he's going to be pretty damn good. It's going to take a while,
Great stat. And I think Garrett Wilson can be a star this year.
Yeah, he had 1,000 yards with Jabroni throwing
He was
the
already
ball.
a star. He's going to be a superstar this year.
Agreed.
He might join that Justin Jefferson conversation, right?
That
Jamar Chase. He's so good, and Aaron Rodgers loves him already. All right, so I'm going Cincinnati because I got Baltimore winning that division. I'm going Cincy. I just think Joe Burrow's too good.
He is too good. And he's engaged now. He's engaged too.
Oh yeah, to his longtime girlfriend.
Yeah, he got engaged.
He went Patrick Mahomes.
Now he just has to have a baby.
Yeah,
that's when you go crazy.
Hope he doesn't have
that's when he ball out.
Hope he doesn't have a weirdo brother. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know if he has. I don't even know who his siblings are. That's a good thing, Joe.
He seems like a sister kind of guy.
He does seem like he might have a sister. Yeah.
He looks like a sister kind of guy. I don't even know what that means.
I know he
might have some hot sisters.
I'm taking.
I get that vibe from him.
You're getting a vibe from him?
Because Joe Burrow's good looking. He has also good looking sisters.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
That rationale makes sense to me.
I bet he does. I'll check right now.
Yeah, good genes in the family. There you go.
All right, I'm taking Cincy, Miami, and the Chargers in the wild card side.
Oh, you like the Chargers?
Chargers just too much talent. They pay Justin Herbert. They just have to stay healthy for crying out loud. And this year, if Mike Williams gets hurt, which he will, they drafted Quentin Johnston to give him another go, guy to throw to. And Alston Eckler has now got a little bit of extra money. He's going to play inspired. I like the Chargers, and I like their defense. Health has always been the key for the Chargers. But then they'll get in the playoffs and go Chargers. That's just what they do. Ty, your wild card teams?
Joe Burrow has 2 older brothers.
Oh,
your vibe was off.
Vibe is off.
My bad.
Not a sister guy.
For my wild card teams, I'll go with Cincinnati in the first spot.
Cincy.
Buffalo in the second spot.
Bills, because you took the Jets to win the division.
Yes. And Pittsburgh in the third spot.
Whoa, man. I mean,
wow.
Cincy,
Man.
Buffalo, and Pittsburgh.
Ty's picks are spicy.
I love it.
Our picks are, Ty's picks are extra spicy. I mean, they're like firing the hole at
I'm the Desmond Howard of this show.
You really are.
Well, let me say this. I am never been a Steelers fan, but I'm rooting for them. Through all the mess last year, they went 9-8. They went 9-8
because Mike Tomlin
can coach, and now they have another year under their belt with the quarterback and Kenny Pickett. I've kind of invested in my fantasy leagues in this George Pickens guy.
He's a good player.
I've got him on both teams. I think he's about to have a breakout year. Deontay Johnson and he make a pretty formidable team. Mm-hmm. And you know who they like a lot in Pittsburgh, Rod? Is the guy like going into the draft. Well, they like the corner.
Oh, they like that. Didn't they draft the cornerback?
Joey Porter Jr.
Yeah, they like him.
No, but they drafted Darnell Washington, the big tight end out of Georgia. Who I thought was underrated.
I forgot about him.
There was some talk that maybe there was an injury red flag with him coming out of Georgia, but he's 6'7" and 270.
Yeah, he's got the raw material.
And he's going to be a weapon, and they use him in the blocking game. Najee Harris, he needs to have a good year at running back for Pittsburgh. And they also have Jalen Warren, the former Oklahoma State running back, who a lot of people think might press Najee Harris.
Yeah, they like him too.
So I like Ty's pick there. And, of course, they're going to play a bruising brand of defense. It's Pittsburgh. It's Mike Tomlin. Absolutely love it. All right, so that's a good pick, Ty. All right, so what are we doing in the AFC Championship game? Are we getting another – are we playing it again at Arrowhead Stadium? Are they going to have the record to host it once again?
Yeah, I'm going Kansas City definitely in there, but I'll go with. This is tough. I'm going to go with Cincinnati just because of Lou Anarumo and his defensive game plans in the playoffs, but I really want to go with Baltimore. I like Baltimore. If I wasn't going to go Cincinnati, I was going to go Baltimore. It's coming out of that division, I think.
Well, you think Baltimore comes out of the wild card to get?
No, I'm just saying that would have been the pick that I would have taken. Okay. But I'm going Kansas City and Cincinnati. But I really, that's how much I like Baltimore. I really like them. I would have went them if not Cincy.
Okay.
Cincy's got easier road.
Okay.
Because they'll win the division.
There, Ty, who do you got?
Cincy and Buffalo, 2 wild card teams.
Cincy over Buffalo.
Yeah.
Okay. I like that.
Actually, no. Buffalo over Cincy, sorry.
I think he doubled back.
Oh, Buffalo over Cincy.
Both those teams in the championship game. Buffalo breaks through. Josh Allen gets over that little bit of a rut he was in last year. I think it's time for Buffalo to at least get there.
All right.
So Buffalo over Cincy.
That's not bad.
All right. I am going to take Kansas. No, I guess I'm going to take Buffalo over the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Damn, both of y'all disrespecting Kansas City like that?
Got to come. That's not over, but it's going to hit a road bump this year.
I love how y'all have no idea how good Patrick Mahomes is, do you?
I do. I know exactly how good he is.
No, you don't. If you knew how good he was, you would be picking against him.
I know how good he is.
No, you don't.
I mean, he's.
I'll remind y'all at the end of the season again.
I like Josh Allen too.
You like Josh Allen more? You like Patrick Mahomes?
No, not more.
Come on,
I like his team. They're screwing around with Chris Jones. What are they doing that for?
They screwed around with Tyreek Hill too, and then he had a better season than he did before.
Well, at least they traded him for picks that they could use to fix their secondary.
All right.
I mean, they're just holding this guy out. What are we doing?
Oh man, I can't wait to see that. It's gonna be wild. Okay, I just see a picks. I like them. We got a lot to talk about.
Jacksonville's my sleeper team.
Yeah, you love Jacksonville.
I think this is the year, and I'm a Doug Peterson guy. And I'm a Trevor Lawrence guy. I think Trevor Lawrence could be in the hunt for the MVP.
I love me some Doug Peterson, though. That was a hell of a hire. When they hired him, I said it was a home run hire. He's great.
Better than Urban Meyer? All right, that's some good stuff right there. We'll post these picks. Ty, I'll send them to you, and you can put them up on our socials.
Super Bowl winners?
Yeah. Well, I've got Buffalo facing the Philadelphia Eagles. I'll take. I'm going to take Josh Allen here.
You taking Josh Allen?
Yeah. I know you think Buffalo's in a regression. I think their window's still open. I think the Dalton Kincaid pick is going to give them a weapon in the middle of the field that will make that offense really tough to stop. And I think they run the ball better in Buffalo this year, Rod, with James Cook.
They have to.
With Damian Williams, who they brought in from New England.
My Super Bowl is going to be a repeat Super Bowl. It's going to be a rematch between San Fran and Kansas City. All right, that's who I have. Yep. San Fran and Kansas City. Honestly, man, I'm going to take San Fran. I got to take my boy Shannon. He's got to win one of these. If he doesn't, I mean, he keeps getting there and not winning it.
He's got to win one, doesn't he?
You got to win one of these, Shannon. So I'm going to take Shannon. If he doesn't, he's believing in Brock Purdy. He's supposed to be that guy. I'll take Shannon to win one because you're right. I mean, Patrick Mahomes can't win another one. I mean, come on now. Really? It was 7 years into his career, he's going to have 3 Super Bowls? No, but can't do that, right?
Ty, who you got?
I got Buffalo over San Fran.
We both have Buffalo. Oh, man, my pick is going to suck.
Sorry, cursed you.
You cursed me. Curse you dare, Ty.
Oh, man.
Oh, but that's fun. That's fun. All right, yeah. I do know how good. I should not be picking against Michael Jordan Mahomes.
I picked against him too because of y'all. I picked because of my boy Shannon. I got to pick Shannon to win one of these damn games. He was up double digits on Kansas City in the fourth quarter.
I know you're going with Shannon. I get it. It's the wood. It's too strong.
It's the wood, man. It's too strong. But Patrick Mahomes, man, he's just too damn good. Too damn good. You know, his career passer rating in the playoffs is higher than his career passer rating in the regular season. Oh. How about this? His road passer rating is better than his home passer rating. He's just so good. It's like ridiculous. It's ridiculous, man.
Well, I am going to turn coat and take Philadelphia to win that Super Bowl over the Bills. Okay, just so I don't want to be like Ty. I don't want to be like Ty. It's no fun. But I'm going to take Jalen, and all the Cowboy fans already hate me, so they're really going to hate me. Yeah, I'm taking. I got two I have in the Super Bowl: Philadelphia and Buffalo. I'm going to take Philly.
I can see that. Yeah, you definitely Cowboys fans are definitely going to hate you.
They already do, though. That's good. I'm not breaking any news. They've hated me since I did my Jerry Jones promise.
Wisely.
Ty, do you have a what's poppin' pick of the night? Because we know what's poppin' tonight. It's it's Chiefs v. Lions tonight in the start of the NFL season.
Hogan going to cut the cord.
Let's take Kansas City -6.5.
Mm-hmm. Kansas City -6.5.
That's what it was at yesterday. I haven't checked today.
I'll take Kansas City.
Kansas City minus the points.
Yep. You know what? I'm going to take those 6.5. Thank you very much. I might buy it up to a half point and go to 7 and see if I can get a push. I think Dan Campbell's team's going to muscle them around.
It's 4.5 now.
Oh, okay.
I'll definitely take Kansas City -4.5.
That's more like it. Yeah. That's more like it.
I'm no longer taking those points.
He believes in Mahomes.
I do, but I think they're going to run the ball tonight. I think that big offensive line of the Lions will keep them in this game with Jared Goff, but it'll be a frenzy. Rod, awesome. We will post these picks. You know what tomorrow will be? It'll be a Burn Orange Friday.
Ooh, you're right.
It's Football Friday. We'll be all over Texas and Bama.
That's right.
The college football games of the week. We'll post up our NFL predictions for you to mock and laugh at. And we'll get those out as well. But if you missed any part of the show, any of the discussions about these divisions, we started at 6 a.m. We finished just now. They all will be posted at hornfm.com. Also, our conversation with Travis Ryer, the Bama insider, which was outstanding at about 8:10. Go back and hit that if you missed it. All will be podcast at hornfm.com. Jim Rome is next.